All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, December 19th. It is 9:02 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining us here virtually this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo. Here with us in the room is Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. We're also being joined today by our Chief Deputy, Eileen Sobek, our two Chief Deputies, Jonathan Bishop, Eric Oppenheimer, and here from the Office of Chief Counsel is Andy Sawyer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Orjol and Biba Maltik. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting, so we have both the virtual and in-person component. If you're joining us virtually, you're either joining us from our Cali, PA live stream or the YouTube live stream. But if you intend on commenting on any item today, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the link at the top of the agenda. If you're having any challenges doing so, getting onto the Zoom platform, and intend on commenting on an item, please just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute. It is until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone here in the room, good morning, good to see you. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcents for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll calmly file out in the rain to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any item on today's agenda, there is a QR code at the side of the room, also a laptop where you're able to sign up. Once you are at the mic, please introduce yourself and any organization you're a part of. And lastly, please do silence your phones just so that we don't have any interruptions during today's board meeting. This morning, we actually will begin this meeting with a presentation of a Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award, and would like to welcome up Amy Cronson in order to present this morning's award. Oh, sorry, Amy, the mic isn't on. You'll need to turn on. It's you can use that one, or there's a button on the top of the mic as well.
Okay.
That works.
Let's use this one. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. It is with great enthusiasm that I'm here this morning to present this award to Britta Romans. Britta's strong dedication to equity and ensuring everyone's right to safe and affordable drinking water deserves acknowledgement through this Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award. Britta has been an engagement coordinator with the Office of Public Participation for the past 2.5 years. Britta's outstanding achievements in supporting equity in the past 2 years are visible in many instances, and I'll highlight two. Many people in rural areas of California rely on private wells or state small water systems, and identifying long-term solutions for these communities is often difficult, both because of the spread out geographic nature of the communities and because of the limited or non-existent social infrastructure. High-touch, direct community engagement is required at higher rates in these rural communities than in non-rural communities served by public water systems. So Britta worked to establish a funding mechanism with the Division of Financial Assistance to fund individuals and organizations for implementing engagement for drinking water solutions in their own communities. Britta worked to establish Britta's work on this effort demonstrates a successful example of overcoming limiting and administrative barriers to developing solutions that reduce administrative burdens on communities and support equitable engagement. Britta has developed an innovative funding model that is being replicated in other areas, further expanding their impact on environmental justice communities across the state. Additionally, I'd like to recognize Britta's work on another specific project. The community of Ben Lomond in Santa Cruz County has had many years of water management issues. These issues were exacerbated by the 2020 CZU lightning complex fire and later the 2022 winter floods. When Britta joined the project, the community did not trust state government or their water provider. Britta proactively addressed these challenges by developing an engagement strategy, building a relationship with the community, and thoughtfully coordinating a public meeting. Britta expertly facilitated the public meeting and fostered increased trust and community involvement. They also extended their commitment by helping community members with ongoing problems and connecting them with the right resources within the water boards. And that means taking individual phone calls from individual residents and paying attention to their needs. This community-focused approach enabled Brita to establish strong connections within various water boards, regions, divisions, and offices, providing continuous support during water outages, management changes, and the initial phases of the receivership process. Though challenges persist, Ben Lomond is in a better position today due to Brita's efforts, showcasing the impact of their empathetic, analytical, and thoughtful approach to promoting the human right to water. Brita's exceptional work in advancing equitable access to safe and affordable drinking water over the past 2 years exceeds all expectations. Brita's dedication to building connections between communities and state agencies aligns with and advances the Water Board's mission, vision, and direction. I personally could not be prouder of Brita's contributions to the Water Boards, Cali, PA, and all the communities that Brita interacts with. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amy, for elevating Brita and her work. I have personally been able to experience Brita's leadership as well in part of the LGBTQ plus group, and ultimately just your contributions are just exemplary, Brita, and just really appreciate elevating all of this work and your leadership amongst it. So thank you, thank you. Photo? Yeah, we can, please. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to acknowledge our great folks here at the top, and just thank you. All right, that now brings us to public forum, and I want to note that we do have a number of public forum speakers. If you are signed up for public forum but are looking to actually speak on either any of the items later in the agenda, including Scott Shasta, I would ask that you reserve your comments for the item and not use public forum to perhaps get a comment in earlier. All that being said, let's go ahead and begin to go through. I will call folks in order of those that have been signed up here. And so I think our first person up for public forum would be Kimberly Burr, followed by Laura Hader, and then Vivian Hellwell. Okay, Ms. Burr, I don't believe you're on the platform currently. If you're viewing through another live stream, please do get on the Zoom platform if you wish to comment here at public forum. Next would be Laura Hader then, and then Vivian Hellwell.
Hello, this is Laura Rosenberger Hyder, and I'm a little bit of complaint about the Hathaway LLC and the Jasmine Treatment Facility. Well, first of all, the wastewater from oil drilling in that area contains strontium, which is high, and well, it's linked to several health problems. In children, high levels of stable strontium can impair bone growth. High levels of radioactive strontium can cause anemia or cancer. And then let's get on about the methane gas coming out of there. I'm concerned in the future oil companies would extract from more risky sites, actually the radiation, extract from more risky sites and bring up radioactive wastewater. Monitoring for radium, gross alpha radiation, radioactive strontium, barium, and lead should be continued. And a question, what is the concentration of radium in the produced water that's in the Jasmine Treatment Facility? And then next, I don't think it's going to pass CEQA because of the emissions of methane gas and other VOCs. All right, let's get on. The pure water for diluting produced water is becoming saltier with heavier metals due to upward pressure near injection wells and flow of salt water upward from the bottom of the aquifers. Now the salinity is near the upper limit, and glacial water is decreasing, so you can't use that for dilution. I better just to just reverse osmosis treat the fracking wastewater rather than put it on crops and put it to the Jasmine treatment facility. In the future, the treated water might become too salty for crops. Probably next, this heavy water runs off into the California aqueduct and the canal. So it's really a poor control that was used. And then in the future, more solvents would be used to extract the thick, hard to extract oil. Increased oil wastewater in the treatment ponds would also increase volume, because more oil drilling's happening lately. It would increase atmospheric VOCs, which are precursors to ozone, a greenhouse gas, and increase methane. The groundwater in some areas also contain more methane due to damaged oil well casings, gaps in cement of older wells, and upward pressure. This would cause California to fail to achieve its greenhouse gas reduction goals. So I suggest you require covering of the wastewater treatment ponds and collection and reuse of the gases. And what is the methane concentration in the produced water? And that was my final question.
Thank you, Ms. Hayter.
At the present time. All right, thanks. So don't increase the amount.
Thank you, Ms. Hayter. I appreciate you addressing the board here at Public Forum. Sounds like your concerns are around a facility and generally produced water and its safety. Best for, I believe, the regional water quality control boards as a point for some of those questions. And what we'll do is follow up through email, and you can better direct some of those concerns with the regional water quality control boards, especially if it's about a specific facility. Thank you.
Well, I didn't get heard. I didn't get heard on the public meeting. They said there's no objections. I had an objection. I wrote that I do have an objection. Please read it if I'm unable to.
No, Ms. Hayter, you did provide us a public forum comment here. And like I said, we'll follow up through email. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Vivian Hellewell and be followed by Peter Weiming Theo. Okay, I don't believe Ms. Hellewell is on the platform. Thank you, clerk. Next, I believe we have an in-person commenter, Peter Weiming Theo. There may be someone that is actually looking to sign up for the Scott Shasta hearing. So if Mr. Theo will put you as part of that item as well in case you come later. Next, then I'd like to call up Alton Wright, be followed by Todd Hickman. Okay, next we'll go to Todd Hickman, followed by Sherry Hafer.
Yes, hello, esteemed board members. I am here today to briefly talk about our 10/16/23 LAFCO letter I sent to your clerk of the board on 12/10/2023 for distribution to you. I urge you to work with LAFCO as many of these issues are overlapping, and this does fit right in line with your vision of consolidation of these small water agencies. Consolidation of South Feather Water and Power and North Yuba Water District will eliminate the additional and further expenditure of tens of millions of dollars and the additional human resource expenses associated. All of this money could be put towards beneficial use. South Feather only delivers 30,000 acre feet of the 160,000 acre feet in storage and the 200 to 400,000 acre feet of water that yearly flows through just this storage and power generation system, not to mention the other water rights. This consolidation will add North Yuba Water District as 2 new divisions to South Feather's existing 5 divisions. This will allow beneficial use to flourish in this new expanded district. All 7 divisions will benefit, particularly the 2 new North Yuba divisions. We will live in a water utopia, potentially have fire hydrants every 500 feet, have the cheapest fire insurance in the state, fresh water to every parcel from East Oroville, Palermo, Foothill Minor, Bangor, Brownsville, North Yuba, and everywhere in between. I urge the State Water Resources Control Board to do its part in association with LAFCO to remedy this tragic situation in which the people's resources have been squandered, wasted, defrauded, and abused. Please, State Water Resources Control Board, come to our aid and help with this situation, and let's get this under control and allow beneficial use to flourish. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickman. Next, I'd like to call up Sherry Hafer, be followed by Mandy Davis. Oh, Ms. Hafer, you should be invited to unmute here. There.
Right. Good morning. I am Sherry Hafer. I am board member of the REACT Alliance and the Central Coast Women for Fisheries. My husband is a commercial fisherman out of Morro Bay. I am speaking regarding Equinor's request to do site surveys and trenching for offshore wind cables on the Central Coast. The project description is too general. Equinor needs to provide more specifics for you to make an informed decision. You need to understand the exact location and how wide, deep, and long the site survey and trenching will require for this project. Each cable holds 300 megawatts approximately of current. So for the 3.5 gigawatts, which is anticipated for the Morro Bay lease area, they will need at least 10 to 15 cables. The cables must be several feet apart, so the cable corridor from the wind energy area will be at least 1 mile to 2 miles wide. Equinor will need at least 4 cables for this lease area, which will be about half a mile wide. The cables must be buried 10 feet per the BOEM EA. Most of the bottom on the shelf is hard unless they are in the very near shore. So how close to the shore do you anticipate burying cable? Will they have to trench through hard bottom, disturbing fish habitat and causing significant turbidity, or in the shallow nearshore where multiple species live, breed, spawn, and live as juveniles before migrating to deep water? How many miles of cables do they plan on laying? The wind energy area is 30 miles from shore. The distance from the wind energy to Moss Landing is 138 miles. To Port Hueneme is 172 miles. To Diablo Power Plant is 56 miles. And to Morro Bay, 30 miles. This is a lot of electromagnetic cables polluting our ocean. The impacts of high-resolution geophysical surveys, HRG surveys, on marine life is considerable, especially in the near shore. The BOEM EA is allowing 228 decibels. 217 decibels kills larvae, zooplankton, and many species of mammals and fish. The high decibels cause swim bladders to expand and contract, damaging surrounding tissue, causing internal bleeding, gas emboli, and hearing damage. On the East Coast, they had 72 whales and over 360 cetaceans wash up dead during the site surveys off New York and New Jersey, the beginning of last year. It is illegal to do HRG surveys and trenching in marine protected areas, ecologically sensitive habitat areas, and essential fish habitat, of which there are several between Moss Landing and Port Hueneme and in the wind energy area. HRG surveys and trenching during spawning March through April can impact fisheries for years. Equinor has said they want to begin in March or April. There are multiple deep canyons between San Simeon and Moss Landing that go all the way out the shelf. You can't just string cables across canyons. It's hazardous for fishing and mammals. How can you bury them in canyons? There are multiple fiber optic cables that would need to be crossed just south of Morro Bay. How will that impact our communication cables if an electromagnetic cable fails? Electromagnetic cable failure is common, causing water pollution from electromagnetic fields, EMFs, and a highly toxic chemical called sulfur hexafluoride used to insulate the cables. In the last 7 years, over 90 offshore cable failures have been reported in Europe. Causes of failures include delamination, voids, cavities, protrusions, inadequate application of jackets, cuts in materials, contamination, missing and wrongly applied components, and connections or incorrect dimensions, stresses from overheating and mechanical stress, electrolysis and corrosion. They also become unburied from the strong ocean currents. Exposure to EMF impacts migratory patterns of species that rely on the magnetic fields of the earth for direction. Especially sensitive are salmon, crabs, sharks, and skates. Exposure of EMF to lobster larvae has been shown to deform lobsters and cause them to be bad swimmers. Please agendize this issue and allow public testimony and transparency and require more specificity from the offshore wind developers on this very important issue. Please do not rubber stamp this permit without doing more research and having a better understanding of what you are permitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hafer. I'll just note, there is no active permit before the State Water Resources Control Board on these projects. The Coastal Commission and or potentially the Regional Board are really the forum for this issue. There's nothing pending before the board on this permit.
There is a permit from Equinor, the request. Yeah.
At the state, before the State Water Board?
Yes.
Don't believe that.
Yes. And the comment period ended today. That's why we're coming before the board. Yes, it was.
I'll actually look to our chief deputy on water quality here to educate whether or not there's a permit before the State Water Resources Control Board.
I'm not familiar with any permit before the State Water Board. I will check with my staff if there is a 401 certification before the Regional Board, which may probably.
Again, it may be the Regional Board. They're the primary permitting entities here, especially on the water quality nexuses. But so thank you, Ms.
I can send it to your clerk if you'd like to help.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Actually, I think there are a few more commenters in this vein, so that would be helpful for us, I think. Next, I'd like to go back. I believe we have Alton Wright now available.
Yes, good morning. I apologize. I had some technology issues. Again, good morning, directors. I'm Alton Wright, a former board director at North Yuba Water District, a current 20-year Yuba County resident with lifelong family roots in Yuba and Butte counties. I'm a proud native Californian who understands that abundant water and well-managed water rights are paramount to our state's success. I believe you've been provided a copy of a letter that went to Cal LAFCO on October 16th of this year. I'm one of 3 signers on that letter. The 3 of us, Dr. Gretchen Floor, Mr. Todd Hickman, and I, have taken it upon ourselves to continue caring about the future of the citizens we once represented and wish for continual beneficial improvements to our corner of the state. These are our values. We are not villains, haters, water hoarders, or conspiracists, as some want you to believe we are. If you haven't had the time to read or review this letter, I encourage you to do so soon. My comments today will not delve into the critical facts outlined in this letter, all impacting pending or recently enacted water rights decisions made by the State Water Resources Control Board. Rather, I want to emphasize that the letter is a plea to correct decades of abuse, waste, corruption, and selfishness. Our plea is not an effort to take water away from North Yuba, as their board president, Marika Fernay, and the newly reformed and appointed district manager, Leona Harris, want you to believe. It's not an effort to see a more significant water district like South Feather gobble up a smaller one, a PR angle that the district's legal team is now spreading. And it's not about personal gain of water use, a wrongful, terrible fixation now being publicized by both North Yuba's legal team and several Yuba County politicos.
I didn't even know about it.
Certainly not about personal vendettas, another media angle that the district has hired a large Southern California PR firm to strategize about and has coached its cultist supporters to post about on local social media. When considered a driver of the greater good for the region, our fact-driven plea concerns 3 core principles: accountability, opportunity, and vision. Elements that any responsible, well-managed, and future-looking water district should practice and embrace. Accountability is about doing the job right, For example, North Yuba is currently leading this board to believe it's reducing losses on its primary infrastructure conveyance, the Forbstown ditch, by quickly applying some shotcrete. This activity, long overdue deferred maintenance item, is not being guided by any comprehensive engineering plans that
Mr.
consider.
Wright,
Yes.
just not to interrupt you, but you've hit your 5 minutes. We have a long board meeting today, so I just want to make sure you're wrapping up here quick.
Okay, all right. I didn't realize this, but the previous speaker had a lot more time.
We've all been timed at 5 minutes, sir. It's been actually quite fair.
All right, thank you. Opportunity addresses complete watershed management, and vision is looking at the expanded opportunity for infrastructure and customer expansion, wildfire suppression, hydrant systems, et cetera. So given this backdrop, with a LAFCO investigation underway, we recommend that this board halt all pending decisions and freeze any recent decisions made about North Yuba water permits. We also advise that this board
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
New role by partnering with LAFCO. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we've continued to hear both that public comment and our staff have engaged quite a bit on this issue around North Yuba. I think some of the issues that folks are wanting us to address through our water rights authority are probably better suited for LAFCO. So I appreciate the desire to continue to engage. I know that we have, again, on this issue, explored with folks quite a bit. So just thank you. And we have a correction here from our Chief Deputy on water quality on permits.
Yes, we do have a 401 certification that's out for public comment, and today that doesn't come before the board. It is a delegated authority, but I will look into the comments that they are addressed.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bishop. I think we have a few more commenters. And for those that are following up on the thread on the 401 water quality cert, do try to, if you can, not repeat too much, because I think there's about 3 other commenters in the same vein. So next, I'd like to call up Mandy Davis. I'll be followed by Nicole Dorfman and then Aaron Fukuda. You may need to turn it on. There's a button on the top here. Thank you, Mr. Palamas.
I am such a techno peasant. It's incredible. Perfect day to be commenting on water quality issues. Got really soaked on my way here. I hope you guys are a little drier than I am. So I am president of React Alliance, and I will be addressing the NWP6 permit that Equinor is asking for. And my background is this. I am currently a biologist, naturalist, and guide in the area of Morro Bay. But I worked from the late 1970s all the way to 2008 in the field of turbidity with Dr. James A. Patterson. I did research and marketing in relative technologies, and am quite familiar with the effects of turbidity on the water column and quality. So this is really, really relatable because it is a dredging project. I would like to read the letter that you have in front of you, and then I want to tell you a story. I am writing this letter on behalf of React Alliance to address the application for an NWP6 for discharge of dredged or fill material by Equinor in the region described as, I quote, discrete locations for proposed offshore cable corridors at Moss Landing, Morro Bay, vicinity of Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant, and vicinity of Port Hueneme. Equinor has offered no information about the specific sites, dredge lengths, depths, potential bottom square footage disturbance, or equipment to be used. As you may know, the locations described, most notably the Morro Bay and Diablo Canyon regions, are extremely valuable, biologically diverse, and abundant marine ecosystems. The region is home to a plethora of marine mammals, commercially important fish species, and has a rich and abundant benthic community. It is an area that contains fish spawning habitat and is home to endangered and protected mammals, and protected aquatic plants, which a lot of people forget to talk about. Furthermore, this region contains several MPAs and ESHAs and is home to protected groundfish habitat. To consider giving a carte blanche permit to a company with no defined project, no clear cable route siting, and no clear description of the technology to be utilized is absolutely ludicrous. To consider such a permit without the input from interested and related agencies, such as California Fish and Wildlife, is unacceptable. To consider the permit without comment by the public, and that's a no-no. And in such important decisions that can impact our rich California coast for years, is absolutely not tenable. It also leaves your agency vulnerable to lawsuits from the public and a wide array of interested parties. Excuse me, I've got a frog. It crawled in there when I went through the pond. On perusal of the general conditions section of the NWP, I learned that the Equinor permit would necessarily violate several of the conditions outlined in the document. And I would like you to take a look at that document, please. I would refer you to the sections 15, and this is about the need for this to be a single project. Section 18 referred to endangered species. And when we're talking about endangered species, this is where the impacts of turbidity are going to be extreme in several different areas, including the MPAs. Section 22, referring to activities in marine protected areas, including state MPAs and national estuaries, and Section 3, referring to the spawning areas. 26 as well, which refers to the need for a coastal zone management consistency concurrence. And finally, the requirement that a regional engineer give authorization after reviewing the project and its ability to meet the permit stipulations. As you can see, there are multiple reasons to deny this permit, as it will not comply with the general conditions. There's no way in God's green earth it will. And that's the conditions for an NWP 6. If you are not willing to deny the permit in your next meeting in December, on this meeting, REACT asks that you at least agendize the issue in your next public meeting and they allow the public and other concerned state agencies to weigh in on this incredibly important permit issue. As the environmental aspect of this really refers to dredging impacts, like to tell you a little story. Say you're sitting maybe 1 mile offshore of the Morro Bay National Marine Estuary. It's a gorgeous day. You have about 12 to 16 foot swells coming in out of the southwest, and we have a major incoming tide due to a king tide. This happens quite often. And that tide rushes into the estuary, which happens to be an MPA and is home to many.
Ms. Davis, I hate to interrupt you, but you did hit your 5-minute mark, and I know you're in the middle of a story. If you don't mind rushing.
Anyway, it's a nice story, but imagine the turbidity plume and it moving into that estuary at 5 miles an hour and the kind of damage that it can do. This situation would be all up and down the coast in the near coastal areas. So consider this, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Davis. I appreciate elevating this in public forum, and don't have anything immediately to react to, but we'll definitely be following up. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Nicole Dorfman, be followed by Aaron Fukuda, and then Amanda Davis.
Amanda Davis is Lisa Iris.
Oh, apologies. Yes. Yeah, there's a Mandy and an Amanda Davis. So, okay. Appreciate that. And then next we'll go after that to Andrea Loomer then. Ms. Dorfman, you should be invited to unmute.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. First off, my name is Nicole Dorfman, and I am also a representative of REACT Alliance. I live in Morro Bay. And first off, I want to thank the board for assuring that Californians have clean water, which is the most basic need. and in my mind is the most important public health measure. So thank you very much for the work that you do. I won't take up much of your time, but I just want to support and echo the words of your previous speaker, Mandy Davis, as well as Sherry Hafer, in questioning the legitimacy of this permit in light of the fact that there's no specificity of the equipment and methods to be used, no specificity about the total quality of materials to be dredged, no specificity about soil characteristics. The area is just general. It needs to be specific. I also am very concerned about harm to marine animals and plants in the Estero Bay, Esha, as well as Point Bouchon and other areas. So I'm asking you, as others did, to not approve this, but to agendize the issue and do the due diligence, allow the public and other agencies to speak on it. Rubber stamping this permit is not appropriate, as the potential for harms are so significant. So thank you very much for your careful attention to this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Dorfman. Appreciate your comments here at Public Forum. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Fukuda, be followed by Andrea Luker, and I believe our last Public Forum commenter is True Lee. Good morning, Mr. Fukuda.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, board members. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I wanted to take this time to maybe reflect a little bit back on some things that are happening within the Mid-Kuya Groundwater Sustainability Agency and the Tulare Irrigation District. We've had some pretty exciting couple of years bouncing from drought to flood years. And so 2.5 years ago, growers came to me and said in the middle of the drought that our communities were struggling. They recognized it and we needed to work on that. So we established an emergency ordinance to allocate groundwater and cut back. And that program has created some momentum, and you'll see how it worked in a drought and in a flood year. To start that program out, in order to get our growers understanding how an allocation would work, we contracted with Land IQ to give them a backcasting of their actual usage. So on average, they're using about 2.8 to 3.5 acre feet per acre. That could be surface water or groundwater. That primed the discussion. So when in 2022, we came out with an emergency ordinance to allocate groundwater and cut back, the number that we came out with was 2.5 acre feet per acre. So you can see we allocated less than, in the middle of a drought, what would need to be used, signaling that we needed to make some changes. That had a huge amount of success in our GSA and our irrigation district. For 2022, I'm happy to report that we cut evapotranspiration, which is the use of groundwater in that drought year, by 13%, which is about 20,000 acre feet across our GSA. So that program was developed to manage a drought, a cutback year. What we didn't realize is when we got into this wet year, what the reaction to that would be. So in 2023, when we moved into the wet year in January, when the first round of storms came through, we asked growers to take some winter irrigation water, and they came out in force, took a lot of irrigation water. Then when the atmospheric rivers showed up, we needed help in moving water out of the system onto the fields to reduce flooding in our communities and in the downstream Tulare Lake. And I'm happy to report they showed up in force again. I'm happy to report that not one ditch in Tulare Irrigation District overtopped, and all of that water went out into the fields and into the groundwater system. I do have the numbers to report now. In 2023, we diverted into our small 65,000 acre footprint, 415,000 acre feet. That's the highest diversion rate our region has had historically, surpassing 1983 and 2017. We were 20,000 acre feet more than 2017. That's 6.4 acre feet per acre that our growers took out to the fields. Even more impressive was the amount that the growers that was the diversion rate. The amount that the growers took out to the fields was about 190,000 acre feet. That's about 3 acre feet per acre. So the record-breaking diversions and field usage yielded us record-breaking groundwater increases. We just got those results back. We now are showing that our groundwater levels have rebounded in our region about 24 feet. We'll see a little bit more going into spring. So the average is 24. We had a little less, a little bit more across the board. That's generally 10 feet more than we'd historically ever seen in a wet year. So we're moving in the right direction. So that's kind of how we look back at a tool that was developed in drought, but used in a wet year. And what do we look like and what does the future look like for us now that we're upon the new year? Well, we already know how this emergency ordinance is going to react in 2024 because we've made the allocation for 2024. And the growers anticipated that 2.5 acre feet per acre would significantly increase. In sitting down with the growers this fall and having a lot of hard discussions with them, I'm happy to report our allocation is 1.83 acre feet per acre. We reduce the amount that they can use into the future. We understand that allocating groundwater to protect all of our agricultural and community needs means we can only allocate the sustainable yield in anything we put into the ground. Not only do we do that, but we reduce the amount, we cut in half the amount we put in the ground that we allocated to reserve a little bit for future or a safety net. So looking to the future, our emergency ordinance is the way we have the dial set up to manage dry years and wet years. And we feel confident that that tool and the relationship we have now on a one-to-one basis with our growers is how we're going to manage this into the future. And then lastly, I know there's an agenda item later. Chairman Escobar, you asked us to speak later, but I just stand ready to work with your staff and in working with our GSP. We are equally working hard on the GSP updates. We don't want to get it wrong. We don't want to return a rock that doesn't look in the right format for you. We want to make sure we do the modeling right, and we're going to get that right first. So if there's a way we can coordinate that so that we save time and energy by your staff and our consultants, I think that's the best we can do is collaborate on that together. So again, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I'll see you next year. We have a lot of other stuff going on, and I'll report on that in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fukuda. It's been an incredible 2023, and it's kind of bound to be an incredible 2024 for sure. So just thank you. Appreciate you addressing the board this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Luker, be followed by our last commenter, True Lee.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Excellent. Thank you. My name is Andrea Luker. First of all, happy holidays. I am a resident of San Luis Obispo County, and I'm also a board member of the REACT Alliance. The REACT Alliance, one of our purposes is to educate the public, the local public, regarding offshore wind projects, as many folks have no idea what these projects entail. I will not spend much time this morning, but I want to make sure that you know that I absolutely align myself with the comments made by Ms. Sherry Haber, Ms. Mandy Davis, and Ms. Nicole Dorfman. Those comments were so eloquently spoken, and I won't repeat those, but we are very concerned about potential upcoming activities by Equinor. That is going to end my public comment this morning. I appreciate the opportunity, and I hope you have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Luker. I appreciate your participation in this, the plus up of other comments, and happy holidays to you as well. Next, we have True Lee.
Good morning, members of the Water Board. I actually will want to reserve my comments for the later topic on the Shasta regulations. So just good morning to you guys and happy holidays. I'll come back and speak later.
Thank you for that, Ms. Lee. Appreciate it. Happy holidays and look forward to your comments here later on the Scott Shasta item. Okay, that wraps up public forum. Appreciate everyone's time this morning. I know it took us a bit to get through some of the comments and just appreciate everyone addressing the board and elevating their concerns. Let's now move into board business. The first item of board business is board consideration of the meeting minutes from the previous board meeting, December 5th and 6th. Any adjustments and or a motion?
I'll move to adopt the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote is unanimous and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Let's move on to item number 2, which is consideration of a proposed resolution approving the cross connection control policy handbook. Invite folks up to begin presenting on the item.
All right, thank you. I'm Zach Rounds with the Division of Drinking Waters Mendocino District, and we will be providing a short presentation on the Cross Connection Control Handbook being brought to you today for adoption. Next slide. With me are Randy Barnard, the division's Technical Operations Section Chief, Nick McGann from the division's Lassen District, and Andreas Aguirre from the division's Mojave District. Next slide. Before we start, we'd like to acknowledge the hard work, time, and assistance that led to the policy handbook we have today, including retired division engineers Mike McKibben, Mark Bartson, and Richard Heinrichs. We also want to thank the members of our external advisory work group who provided necessary and excellent feedback and guidance throughout the handbook's development. Next slide. And finally, we would like to acknowledge the division's cross-connection control work group that has spent years working on the handbook and who represent the breadth of the breadth of the division, with members up and down California from Redding to San Diego. With that, pass it to Andres.
All right, thank you, Zach. Next, thank you. So I'll briefly cover why we're here today and what all the people Zach mentioned have been working on for a number of years now. The existing regulations in Title 17 pertaining to cross-connection control and backflow protection are outdated. They've not been amended or added to since the late 1980s. In 2017, the Division of Drinking Water was required by the legislature via Assembly Bill 1671 to update the regulations via a policy handbook in lieu of the traditional regulatory process. In 2019, Assembly Bill 1180 was passed, which added that the handbook must include requirements for swivel Ls in situations where they are used with potable and recycled water supplies. AB 1671 specified particular steps required of the division to develop the policy handbook, nearly all of which we have met. The lone exception being we did not have the handbook adopted by January 2020. This deadline was missed mainly due to the vast public interest, just taken a lot of staff time to address all of the comments we received in each of the public comment periods. Throughout the development process, we've consulted with external advisors consisting of representatives from other state and local agencies, subject matter experts, public water systems, and water industry representatives from various related fields. The goal of the handbook is to provide better guidance and details to public water systems compared to standard regulations on how to better protect public health with a cross-connection control program. Next slide, please. This slide provides a synopsis of the handbook development process, which has included each of the two workshops, both public comment periods, today's adoption date, and the fate of the Title 17 regulations. Throughout the revision process, the external advisory work group was utilized to test changes for feasibility or potential issues. And additionally, for the areas where there is overlap between drinking water and recycled water, the recycled water unit was coordinated with. This was done in an attempt to better ensure consistent terminology and standards are used and to minimize duplicative or overlapping regulations. From the first public comment period in spring of 2021, through to the board workshop and accompanying public comment period this last October, the Division of Drinking Water received and reviewed nearly 1,800 comments. While the board workshop and additional public comment period in October were not a requirement in either of the assembly bills, the division decided to hold them given the magnitude of the handbook and the length of the development process. If adopted today, the policy handbook would come into effect on July 1st, 2024. As of that date, the Title 17 regulations would become inoperative and would subsequently be repealed 90 days later on October 1st, 2024. Between the adoption date and July 1st of next year, the Title 17 regulations will remain the regulatory compliance metric for cross-connection control and backflow protection. Next slide, please. Just a quick visual reference for each of the steps in the development process from the start in 2017 with Assembly Bill 1671 to what the future holds going forward. After the adoption and effective dates have passed and the handbook is fully implemented, updates, changes, or revision to the handbook are anticipated to occur as and when needed, but are not on a set or predetermined schedule. Next slide, please. For a brief overview of what will be new or different in the handbook compared to the Title 17 regulations. The existing requirements lack detail, which have now been provided in the handbook. This includes installation criteria for backflow prevention assemblies and additional elements now required for cross-connection control programs. Title 17 specified a minimum of 6 elements for cross-connection control programs, and the handbook adds another 4 elements. Implementation of the program for public water systems will be achieved by the adoption of a cross-connection control plan, which must provide details on how a water system will comply with each of the 10 elements of the program in a manner that fits the particular water system. New elements include mandatory reporting of backflow incidents, whether actual or suspected, the establishment of criteria for cross-connection control specialists and backflow prevention assembly testers. And accompanying this criteria is also the requirement for specialist and backflow tester certifying organizations to have ANSI accreditation within 3 years of the handbook effective date. Water systems will need to include public outreach as part of their programs and plans as well. This will help inform the public of the importance of and need for cross-connection control, backflow protection, and the roles and responsibility the public may have in that. Coordination with local entities when and where necessary must be outlined in each water systems plan. And the frequency of hazard assessments, whether on a set schedule or as determined by situational conditions, must be specified by water systems as well. And with that, I'll hand over the presentation to Andres.
Thank you, Nick. Following the October 18th board workshop, changes were made in the handbook in response to comments and were incorporated in the final draft that was posted November 22nd. We received more than 60 comments from the workshop comment period. From this draft, another opportunity for comments was opened and closed December 12th. There were no substantive changes other than the implementation date and addition of reporting of falsification of reports by testers and specialists. Additional information was also included in the staff report. To accommodate some of the comments received regarding the availability of guidance documents, we changed the effective date from 90 days after adoption to July 1st, 2024. This will allow more time for guidance documents and templates to be drafted and made available by July 1st, in addition to allowing for more training opportunities. For falsification of records by testers or specialists, public water systems are now required to report evidence of record falsification to certifying bodies. The handbook includes requirements to conduct hazard assessments when a user premise changes account holder, excluding single-family residences. From the December 12 comments, language will be added to the staff report to note that this also applies to individual units of multifamily housing. This language is noted in the change sheet included in today's agenda. The requirement for a hazard assessment applies when the ownership of building changes account holder. Apartment buildings, condominium complexes, and multiplexes are often served by a master meter, which then either provides water to tenants or owners at a flat rate or through a sub-metered connections. In either case, a hazard assessment reassessment would only be required if the master meter account holder changed. An apartment unit or individual condominium unit, such as townhome, that is sold and also individually metered or sub-metered is an account holder and would also be considered for the single-family residence and eligible for exclusion. The requirement for hazard assessment is when there's an increased chance of major changes to the user premise, such as development plans, major irrigation modification, swimming pool installations, etc., but may not necessarily be captured by other triggers for hazard assessments due to different permitting processes within a water system. Next slide, please. All the drafts before and after the comment periods and hearings are posted in the handbook website. Recordings of the public hearings, as well as comments received and the response to the comments, indexed by section commented, are also available. Next slide. What public water systems can expect following adoption are the following. Guidance on implementation of the handbook will be available by the effective date of July 1st. Trainings will also be developed, scheduled, and available for public water systems and Division of Drinking Water staff. Division staff will reach out to water systems ahead of July 1st to alert of guidance and information. There are no submittals required from public water systems until July 1st, 2025. The use of ANSI accredited certifying bodies will not be required until July 1st, 2027. Most organizations have already started the process or meet ANSI requirements. An important thing to keep in mind is that the handbook has flexibility to work with public water system needs. The handbook includes provisions for exemptions, alternatives, and timeline extensions. Next slide, please. And with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Really appreciate the work. I know that's gone on to this. 30 years is overdue, and it's, taken a lot of listening though to figure out how best to update this, and look forward to what I know will be more regular work around this really critical protection for our drinking water systems and the quality of their supply. So just thanks. I know we have a number of commenters, so we can go to those unless looking to see if there's board comment. Seeing none, let's go to our first commenter, who will be Rosario Cortez, who then followed by Erwin Olson Jr. and then Tom Enslow.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair and members. Rosario Cortez, Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. Thank you for having me this morning. I want to thank the board for addressing our previous comments about the inclusion of the swivel L in the cross-connection control policy handbook. Sorry, it's a little mouthful. We recently submitted additional comments regarding the handbook and policies surrounding the use of recycled water in common areas of homeowners associations. In our view, these issues have not been adequately addressed. As HOAs continue to be a growing source of housing in California, Water Reuse California would like to see the increased use of recycled water in HOA common areas for landscape irrigation. And we would like to see clear rules for the developers of HOAs who want to install recycled water. HOA properties where there are common areas where recycled water is used should not be defined as dual plumbed, as this triggers numerous new requirements, including shutdowns and inspections. This will create serious disincentives for the installation of recycled water, including additional costs. We think that a new guidance document may help address these issues. We note that the previous guidance document from the San Diego region has inconsistencies with the handbook as it relates to HOAs. In response to a public comment, the Division of Drinking Water indicated it will convene its external advisory committee to create a new guidance document for the handbook. We applaud this action, and we look forward to engaging in this update. We ask that DDW, in fact, create this new guidance document, and we look forward to partnering with you. Thank you again for your time and consideration of our comments.
Thank you for the engagement and for those comments, Ms. Cortez. Next, I'd like to call up Erwin Olson Jr., be followed by Tom Enslow, and then Ignacio Contreras. I believe that will be our final commenter.
Erwin, excuse me, A. Olson Jr., President of the Northern California Backflow Prevention Association. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Our concern is the accreditation policy. We believe that by addressing to ANSI only is limiting. We also know that they're accredited for looking at our credentials, but we believe we should have more latitude. If you'd looked at the comments on this section before it got to this point, there was more negativity against ANSI. I don't believe that was addressed. We've been an accredited association for the last 12 years. We're the only association that has approached this board 12 years ago, asking for guidance. We got a letter back from Mark Bartson saying as long as we followed these guidelines, we would be okay to certify exams, what have you. We believe that it should be a broader view on accreditation, not limited to one outsourcing, which we don't believe the state intended to outsource to one individual. This should be limited, not limited, but open to other accreditation I don't know how to say it, because limited to ANSI, if you look into ANSI regulations, you are requiring all certifying associations to join ANSI, pay dues to ANSI, so they can get ANSI to accredit their programs. We need to open that up to other accreditations to make it more healthy competition, so we don't have one organization who is saying that, yeah, it's okay for you to do what you're doing, but in reality, you should not be forcing organizations to have to join another organization, pay monthly dues to be able to get an accreditation. Thank you.
Appreciate those comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Ignacio, or Tom Enslow rather, and be followed by Ignacio Contreras.
Good morning, Chair, Board. Tom Enslow on behalf of the California State Pipe Trades Council, in strong support of approval of the handbook. The Pipe Trades Council has been lobbying the legislature and the board for over a decade to update these regulations, which are actually over 40 years out of date. It's caused a lot of problems, particularly on the certification side. These outdated certifications have been a major issue for the unions because the current outdated regulations allowed for discrimination as to what certifications were required, depending on what jurisdiction had control. With over 500 jurisdictions, this created a patchwork of requirements of what certifications you needed. The last workshop, there was some guy that said just in his county, he needed 5 different identical certifications to work in that county because there was 5 different certifications required depending on the jurisdiction he went to. This lack of statewide consistency burdens plumbers. They're frozen out of certain markets, are required to have multiple certifications, stifled competition, raised rates, and it discriminated against our union members who the ASSC certification is their primary certification that's taught in a lot of the apprenticeship schools. This handbook finally addresses this issue, and I think in a fair way sets forth specific standards and a process to be state approved for a cross connection or a backflow tester, certification agency. The requirements in it are reasonable, but they're robust. And meeting those requirements will require all the certification agencies to make some changes. Right now, I believe AWWA is the only certification that's ANSI certified. ASSC, just like ABPA, has to get their certification. They're well onto it, but they're familiar with that. That's a international certification for certifying personnel. It sets forth the process, not the content. The content is set forth in your handbook. And we think it's fair, it's robust, and it makes sure that everyone can rely on that certification. And it also means that we won't need, multiple certifications for everyone to work, all over the place. So we really appreciate, this finally getting done. It's been a long time coming, but they've done a great job. This is supposed to be a living document, as we hear other people talk about, what more needs to happen. We encourage that we don't wait another 40 years to fix those issues, but, this is in a good place. Let's get this approved today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate the comments. And the desire here is really to create a more standard and then robust system here and navigable. Mr. Contreras.
Yeah, good morning. I'd like to first thank the board for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ignacio Contreras. I am an ASSC certified tester. I've been a journeyman plumber for 26 years, and I am a HATMO ASSC field manager for California. We urge the water board to approve the handbook draft as written. It is well past the time for California to update its cross-connection regulations. The handbook is a result of the hard work of your staff and the dedication, work, and input from industry experts of all parts of the cross-connection industry. The parties involved work together to develop rules and policies that make sense to the state. The handbook will set a standard for products, training, and certification will create uniformity, ensuring acceptance of quality programs on a statewide basis. This will create a level playing field in every jurisdiction. It is now time to move forward and complete this process now. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Contreras. Appreciate your being part of this process, your comments today. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, if there's any further thought and questions, again, I appreciate the incredible work that has gone on to this. I know, again, we're past our deadline when we were directed to necessarily finish the updates, but it's time well spent. And it's made a better product for it. And again, it's not an often thought of issue with our water systems, the issue of cross connection and then the contamination of those systems then from other sources. But it's a critical one. And I appreciate the components that are directed here to engage further with the public. So folks know that, yes, the way you manage your water on your own property can have detrimental impacts to everyone else in your community, and how we continue to do best and protect our systems is important here into the future. So I'm supportive, but look to see if any fellow board colleagues have a question, comment, or motion.
I'm supportive and we'll make a motion to adopt item 2.
Thank you, board member.
If I could just make a quick comment.
Course,
so I just, and then I'll be happy to second with the change sheet. So I just really want to thank everyone who's been involved with this process for a long time. I know it's been difficult and there's different points of view on the nuances and the details of certifications and how this is all going to come together. But I'm so just proud of staff and your diligence in working through all these different issues and getting to this point here today. Just the number of engagements, the workshops that you held. I mean, I really feel you did go above and beyond in terms of just taking in all of the input. So thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that you heard from me that, as one of the 2 engineers on the board, that it's really well recognized that Division of Drinking Water here really has done, I think, a fine job in putting this handbook together. And I think a critical part of that is the guidance document that's to come. And so I also appreciate just shifting the date, the effective date to, I think, June, I believe, of next year, to provide a little bit of space to develop that guidance document. We heard from water reuse, I think some good comments just about areas that maybe can be clarified over this time frame. So I just want to emphasize how important it is. And I know you're committed to get this guidance developed over the next 6 months or so. And so I'll look forward to hopefully hearing back, maybe through an executive director's report or some sort of feedback, just to confirm that the guidance document is done and you've worked with stakeholders on pulling that together. But otherwise, thank you very much. Again, appreciate your work on this. Well overdue.
So I'm going to make the motion to adopt item number 2 along with the change sheet.
I will second.
Thank you both very much. Ms. Teller, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much as well. The item is unanimously adopted. Really appreciate, again, all the great work that's gone into it. Let's go ahead and give ourselves just a quick 15-minute break before we get to our next item here. And we'll come back at 10:25 and start in on item number 3, our direct potable reuse item. Thanks, everyone. Oh, that's good. Thank you for just doing that. Thank you. Yeah, okay, everyone. We're at 10:20, past 10:25. Let's go ahead and return ourselves. Thanks for the break. I appreciated everyone for the time for it. Let's go ahead and begin back here with item number 3, which is an item I'm incredibly excited for. And truly, this has been a project that it's been incredible to see just evolve over the years. And so without further ado, we have consideration of proposed resolution to adopt regulations for direct potable reuse. Mr. Polhamus.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I'm Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, and incredibly excited to bring this Christmas present to everybody here at the last minute and force the board to hold a board meeting that they don't usually hold right before the holidays. But I think it's well worth it to get to this point in time, get this adopted before the end of the year, as we said we would do some many years ago when we started on this journey. I know several board members and myself sweated that date many a time and kept questioning ourselves whether we could actually get there. And surprise, we believe we have arrived here today. Certainly the board needs to make its final consideration, and but I'm very proud of what we're presenting before the board. So next slide, please. So as I said, I'm Darren Polhamus, Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water, and Randy will be the spokesperson for the many person team that worked to put this together. It has been a lot of people over several generations of DPR employees to get, or excuse me, DDW employees to get through the DPR regulations to this point, with many others, and Randy will address a bit of that as we go through. Next slide, please. So as you mentioned, Chair Esquivel, this is a very important policy that we're bringing forward today. We are not the first state to recommend a regulation associated with direct potable reuse, but we are in the top 3. And I think our policy presentation and regulations that we're proposing are a bit unique compared to the other states that have done it, in that they have been fully considered with a lot of science background and are a little more detailed than what we would expect to see, rather than a target for some of the other states have chosen kind of an approach of a target and then a lot of work at the project stage to try to get through their work. So a lot of upfront work on our part, a lot of science and effort to get to this point, of which Randy will discuss. This does present a very unique component. It is part of the governor's water supply strategy to address many issues, and presents a lot of opportunity for the future of the state as we proceed into the future and prepare ourselves to do these projects and protect the public health and make a very valuable resource and address a lot of things that I think a lot of people have wanted to see over the years, of reusing our resource of all that very important water that we send miles and miles south to some of our southern cities or northern cities, and live up to our environmental goals of reusing that water effectively as many times as we can and being good stewards of that water. So I'm going to stop here and let Randy go through the presentation, and I'll be back at the end.
Great. Thanks, Darren. Next slide, please. So this is also a very exciting day for us. We've been working on these regulations for over 10 years now, making sure that it's absolutely protective of public health. So what I wanted to start out with is just to start by giving some credit where credit's due. It has definitely been a team effort. And I just wanted to start first by giving a special thanks to Jing Chow. She has professionally led our core group for all these years. And without her leadership, these regs would not be here today before you. So speaking of core group, we've had the DPR work group, which had Jing Chow, Dave Spath, Bob Holquist, Steve Book, Brian Bernadotte, Shirley Rosalella, Ganachi Ama, Mike McKibben, and Mark Bartson as the core group. There's always been influx and outflux of extra people. I also want to thank the Division of Drinking Water's Recycle Water Unit, the Technical Operations Section, the Field Operations Branch with all their DEs and REs, the executive staff, including Darren. We want to also thank Office of Chief Counsel, Division of Water Quality for their help with the pretreatment and CEC unit work and the DPR research funding that they helped us with. For Department of Financial Assistance with their operator certification work that they did on these regulations. For the DAS for their contract unit for their help. And of course, we need to thank the 2016 expert panel members, which I'll talk about, the 2016 advisory group, which gave us some good advice, and the 2022 expert panel, which I'll also talk about. And of course, all of the stakeholders and public that have reviewed these draft regulations over and over again and made comments to improve the regulations to where they are now, which is a concise, effective, and safe regulation. Next slide, please. As always, let's start with the statutory definition of DPR, just in case anyone's not sure why they're actually here today. It's the planned introduction of recycled water either directly into a public drinking water system or into a raw water supply immediately upstream of a drinking water treatment plant. DPR includes two main methods: raw water augmentation, which is placing the treated recycled water into the raw water that feeds a drinking water treatment plant, or it's treated water augmentation, which is placing the treated recycled water directly into the drinking water distribution system. Next slide, please. So in California, potable reuse, and that's what DPR is, potable reuse regulations, fall into one of these categories: groundwater recharge, surface water augmentation, raw water augmentation, or treated water augmentation. The top two are indirect potable reuse, or IPR type projects. The bottom two are the types of direct potable reuse, or DPR. Now, an important point here is that a potable reuse project is completely voluntary. A city or municipality can choose to do one of these projects or can choose not to. The regulations that we develop are just tools in a toolbox. So a city picks the tool that's right for their community. It does not have to do a DPR project, but if it wants to, they have these regulations to ensure that they can make safe drinking water for the public. Next slide, please. Now, I know most people here are well-versed on the background and bills that helped move DPR forward. But what I want to remind everyone are the third-party reviews that have been done for these regulations to make sure that they are protective of public health. So the legislature wanted to know if DPR was feasible, and it required DDW to convene and administer an expert panel and an advisory group to advise us of that fact. The advisory group was made up of stakeholders, EJ groups, environmental groups, and government experts. They provided review and recommendations to us at DDW and to the expert panel at the time. The 2016 expert panel was made up of world-renowned consultants and members of academia. They advised DDW on the feasibility of moving forward with DPR regulations. Both groups created documents we relied on to determine that DPR was feasible and could be done safely. Then Assembly Bill 574 required DDW to go ahead and develop DPR regulations and have them reviewed by another expert panel to ensure that the regulations we were developing were protective of public health. Now, this bill also required us to create a framework document to get the public and stakeholder input on these regulations to provide some transparency and clarity for what we were doing. The latest expert panel also made up of world-renowned experts, some from the last panel to bring consistency, but several new additions to allow for fresh perspectives on what we were doing because it was several years later. These experts reviewed and commented on our final version of the DPR regulations. They verified that projects that follow these regulations will provide safe drinking water that is protective of public health. In July of this year, we initiated the rulemaking for DPR and started the formal public comment period under the APA regulation or requirements. We provided the final draft of the DPR regulations and the initial statement of reasons explaining the regulations, as well as a notice of proposed rulemaking. We also held an APA public hearing in September to receive oral comments from the public. Next slide, please. So this slide is to emphasize our transparency. For 10 years, we have been posting our progress and drafts on our website. We've received hundreds of questions and comments from stakeholders and from the public. And following the development of the final DPR regulations and the findings from the expert panel that they would be protective of public health, these regulations were formally placed in the hands of the public for review and comment. The 45-day formal comment period began on July 21st. During this public comment period, we also held a public hearing to present the draft regulations and collect any comments that the public might have at that time. As a result of the comments we received, and with further review of the draft regulations, the State Water Board revised the proposed regulations and had them re-reviewed by the expert panel one more time. The revisions to the DPR regulations were then again released for public comment, but this time for a 15-day public comment period. Now, after another close review, we determined that there were no further recommendations or revisions needed to the regulations. Responses to the public comments will be included in the final statement of reasons that we'll post. Next slide, please. Now, today is a huge milestone, but all the work is not finished yet. After a board adoption, we still need to complete the final regulatory package. That package will then undergo a number of internal reviews and approvals, such as those by Cal EPA and the Department of Finance. Then it all gets submitted to OAL, the Office of Administrative Law. OAL will have 30 working days to review the regulatory package and determine if the State Water Board complied with the requirements under the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA, for adopting these regulations. Once approved by OAL, they file the regulations with the Secretary of State, and then it'll subsequently be adopted into the California Code of Regulations. Generally, regulations become effective on one of 4 quarterly dates, either January, April, July, or October 1st, based on when the final regulations were filed with the Secretary of State. What we're hoping for is we're projecting April 1st for the DPR regulations. But circling back to the process for what we're doing today, I'll turn it back over to Darren.
Next slide, please. So while we're completely focused on the direct potable reuse and maybe even myopic at times in looking at it, we do recognize how important it is that this is not done in just a vacuum and it is coordinated with many other facets of what the state and regional water boards do. And to that end, there has been several additions added to the resolution for consideration by the board that do address these. These 3 bullets here just summarize in essence those particular areas. Certainly, we know the constituents of emerging concern continues to be an issue, and both for DPR, for drinking water, for our environment, for our MPDS permits, it's a continuous threat in our society. And so to that end, we definitely are endorsing the working together approach of having a CEC program and a strategic plan in coordination with DWQ and the regional boards and moving forward, and try to just make a hint towards that as a certain goal for us in that effort. We also know and heard the concern with several of the comments about making sure that the DPR permit is not done in a vacuum and contemplates the MPDS permitting activity that's necessary to do that. There will very likely in most instances be some form of environmental discharge from a DPR facility that needs contemplation and a permit. And we're committed to making sure that that happens. In fact, I think I even started telling the regional boards that we were going to be issuing joint permits, probably 4 or 5 years ago. It's our management coordinating committees to be very clear that there was this understanding that we'd be working together hand in hand as these projects come along and they are moved forward. There's no way to, there was early calls, I kind of laughed thinking back, there was early calls for, can you make it 1 permit? You know, well, that would take harmonizing the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Safe Drinking Water Act and the Clean Water Act together, and that would take an act of Congress, and of course that's not going to happen. So we do need to figure out ways in our bureaucratic system to make it easier, but there will be a joint permitting activity that happens, and we've put a nod to that as well. And then we fully recognize that while we believe the regulations we're putting forth today contemplate today's technology, that's going to continue to move forward, the mere adoption of these regulations very likely will spur further development that'll allow us to have new monitoring techniques and new treatment techniques into the future. And of course, we never think that we're done with this. We're always on the lookout for how to continuously improve our approach to protecting public health and making ourselves completely assured that that's what's happening going forward. So we want to make sure that we recognize that as those advances in technology become viable and considered, that we would propose to contemplate how those should be incorporated in future versions of regulations or permitting activities and what roles those will play. So definitely, while this is a big milestone step, we know that the world doesn't stand still and that we will continue to move on all these fronts. Next slide, please. And as with everything, while we celebrate the moment today, if it is adopted, if the board chooses to adopt it, there's a lot of work for staff to do. There's guidance, there's training, there's program review, there's regulatory oversight, and the real work begins. I'm going to give them today to celebrate, but on January 2nd, we'll be back to work on making sure that we know what's ahead of us when it comes to all of the work here. Some really great projects that are exciting are coming forward from our partners, drinking water partners and wastewater partners, and we want to be a part of that, moving and advancing this in the state of California. So much to do when we do get there. And next slide. And this will be our end slide here. This is certainly some information associated where people can go to find some materials, but we turn it back to you, Chair Esquivel, for commenters and questions.
Huge thanks. I have a lot I want to say, but I'll first go to our commenters. I really want to hear from everyone here today and hear these reflections as the board considers this. Next up, so first, but I do look to other board colleagues in case there's anything. If not, we can call up our first commenter, who will be Mikey Shadhuri, who will be followed by Sharon Green, and then Sean Bothwell.
Hello, good morning, board members. So you can hear me okay. My name is Mickey Chowdhury. I'm the interim chief of operations at the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. And I'd like to express our sincere appreciation for the board's anticipated groundbreaking adoption of the DPR regulations. This marks a pivotal moment in California's water management history. Metropolitan fully supports these proposed regulations. We recognize their potential to significantly advance potable water reuse in our state. These regulations play a crucial role in safeguarding public health, enhancing regional resilience, and meeting water supply reliability goals for the future. And the state board staff, I thank you, have engaged extensively with stakeholders throughout the development of these regulations. And we really appreciate several revisions that help ensure their practical application while being fully protective of public health. We also support the draft resolution that Darren just presented today, which identifies a coordinated statewide strategic approach for addressing constituents of emerging concern in drinking water and the environment, while also fostering increased collaboration on permitting processes. We appreciate the state board's recognition that treatment methods, including those for pathogens, and online monitoring technologies will continue to evolve, ensuring that DPR management strategies remain both innovative and effective. So Metropolitan's Pure Water Southern California program that we are in collaboration with LA County Sanitation Districts exemplifies the practical application of these new DPR regulations. Pure Water Southern California aims to produce up to 150 million gallons of purified water daily for delivery throughout our region for both indirect and also direct potable reuse. The program will leverage state-of-the-art technologies and practices that align with the state board's regulatory framework that we've talked about today. And these new regulations provide added flexibility for agencies to effectively plan and respond to the challenges of extended drought and climate change. Moving forward, I do want to emphasize the importance of flexibility in the implementation of these regulations. This is really essential for ensuring that initiatives like Pure Water Southern California can adapt to future technological developments while supporting public health, environmental, and institutional priorities. And we also encourage continued broad engagement with stakeholders on DPR projects to foster a shared understanding of industry challenges, solutions, and lessons learned. So just in closing, I just want to congratulate the State Board on reaching this historic milestone. Appreciate your visionary leadership in developing and soon hopefully adopting DPR regulations. And thank you very much to the many State Board staff and stakeholders who helped make this happen. This major step not only paves the way for a sustainable water future in California, but also serves as a shining example for innovative water management practices globally. So thank you, and we look forward to continuing our partnership.
Likewise, Mr. Chowdhury, appreciate your leadership and the leadership of Metropolitan Water District around this. The reality is, Director Polhemus said, is there's a lot of work still yet to do, and a lot of that is in actually implementing projects and having partners to actually use these regulations. And so to that end, just thank you. Look forward to what I know is a lot more work in this space, but appreciate the contributions and leadership of Metropolitan Water District in all of this. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sharon Green, who will be followed by Sean Bothwell and Mark Gold. Oh, you should be invited to unmute again. Apologies.
Okay, there we go. Had to do it a few times. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board and the staff. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Sharon Green, Legislative and Regulatory Programs Manager with the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. I want to start by saying that we wholeheartedly agree with Mickey's testimony that you just heard, so I'll try not to repeat that. We just wanted to add a few quick remarks of our own. Certainly, I can't not say this part, that the sanitation districts appreciate the over 10 years of work that has been done by the water board to get the regulations to this point. We thank the board members and staff, the technical experts who participated on all of the expert panels, all of those who conducted research as part of the direct potable reuse research program, which was substantial, and all of the many stakeholders who have participated in the process along the way. We believe that all of this robust scientific work that has been done to prepare the direct potable reuse regulations has led to regulations that are fully protective of public health and the environment. This framework will ensure that a significant amount of preparation will go into each DPR project that moves forward, and that only those projects that really can meet those standards, which are very high, and that can reliably operate these highly advanced technologies and complex projects will be developed. In other words, DPR projects are not to be undertaken lightly, and the regulations and robust project approval process are designed to ensure full vetting of such projects. We also just wanted to quickly specifically mention that we support the revised language that was proposed this fall during the public, the 15-day comment period. And specifically, there was one issue we had raised. So the change allows a regional wastewater agency meeting specific criteria to serve as a partner agency for the purposes of the joint plan on behalf of all of its satellite collection systems, which in our case is dozens. We have like 6 dozen partner or satellite collection systems. And this approach will be far more workable than a requirement for all of those satellite collection system agencies to also be partner agencies. And we thank the board for making that change, as well as many of the other changes that were made during that one comment period. So with that, we want to just state publicly that we strongly support adoption of the final DPR regulations by the board today, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. And we do look forward to working with the water board as we move forward with the project as was just described, our Pure Water project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. I really have to thank the LA County Sanitation Districts for hosting Board Member McGuire and I just last week over at Hyperion. There's a lot to be proud of and a lot I know in the pipeline. So just thank you. I know it's an exciting time, a lot of work, and just appreciate your comments and engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Sean. Well, I'll reverse the order. Mark Gold and then Sean Bothwell. Good to see you, Mr. Gold.
Good seeing you too. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Glad to be here. obviously this is a celebratory mood for this board, and we're not going to spoil that, but we do think there's always room for improvement. So we'll go there. So definitely major props on the regs. They're very comprehensive. Recycle water regulations, and you added with the Title 22 regs that have been in place forever, and the IPR regs for groundwater and the IPR regs for surface water augmentation. And you add it all up together, and California has the most comprehensive regulations for water reuse in the nation, bar none. And so that's something pretty exciting about. So what this means is there's no more regulatory excuses for not aggressively pursuing water reuse as a reliable, climate resilient source of new water. As you know, progress towards the 2009 targets, 1.5 million acre feet per year by 2020 and 2.5 million acre feet per year by 2030 has been pretty poor. We're at 750,000 acre feet per year, which is nothing to sneeze at. It's just really, it's only been 10% increase during that time. The targets in Governor Newsom's document on hotter, drier California are very, very modest, and 800,000 acre feet per year by 2030. So that's only an addition of 50,000 acre feet per year in the next 6+ years, as well as 1.8 million acre feet per year by 2040. And so we can do better than that as a state of California. And those targets, like I said, are modest at best. As strong as the draft regulations are, because they're comprehensive, they address engineering and operations, compliance, monitoring, and reporting. The one weakness is really in the area of consumer confidence, and just really an understanding that when it comes to direct potable reuse, there's going to be a very significant, small sector. I'm not saying it's going to be a big sector of society that's going to say, I don't want to drink this, that it's toilet to tap, and that we're really worried about it and the ick factor and all that. How do I know that? Because we've seen that. City of Los Angeles, City Council member Joel Wax ran for mayor against Jim Hahn, who beat him badly. And toilet to tap was literally part of what he was running on. And it is completely paralyzed water reuse in the city of Los Angeles for over 20 years. Even to the point that a project was actually built, the East Valley Water Recycling Project, and it was never turned on. $55 million, basically stranded asset. So it shows you that if you do it right, like Orange County did it, where you really do community engagement and outreach and the like, it can be a huge win. But if you don't, you see what the consequences are. So what do we need to do on that? All right, so can we get next slide? All right, so what we've decided to do here for ease of State Water Board response to this was not to mess with the regs. So Darren, you can calm down now. But the resolution, because it's a newer thing, it doesn't have the force of regulation. It's more advisory than anything else. And so that's what we're providing our recommendations here. So the regulation itself has numerous statements on the regulatory requirements to meet log reduction for enteric viruses, Giardia, and Cryptosporidium through monitoring and SCADA systems. Unfortunately, the monitoring and SCADA systems can't do that. They cannot do real-time monitoring, online monitoring for pathogens or pathogen indicators. That's just not there. So it's not adequate to ensure that there won't be pathogen pass-through 24/7, 365, because it just doesn't measure microbes in real time. And so for this consumer confidence purpose, we've created this language in front of you, and it's really to say, let's try to utilize flow cytometry for monitoring purposes or equivalent online monitoring requirements by a date certain. That's one of the things that was really missing from the resolutions. There were not a lot of dates. It was a lot of intent without dates, which makes accountability pretty tough and progress even tougher. And so this was the recommendation we had here from the standpoint of adding this to flow cytometry and just to remind you, and I know I shared this information with staff and some of the board members, it's not uncommon to use this sort of approach in Europe. There's been a ton of research papers as well on this. I'm not talking about flow virometry, which is a little bit ahead of its time and saying, let's go to there, which would be even better assurance. But cytometry, which would let us know if there's bacterial pass-through or Giardia pass-through or Cryptosporidium pass-through, the two protease pathogens. All right, so next item. All right, so CECs, we're appreciative of the additional language that was added related to CECs, but again, trying to make a culture more accountability and certainty. We've suggested in the resolution number 3 with the following modifications to have CEC monitoring requirements in place for all those sources by December 2024. There's been so much preliminary work that's been done on this over the last decade, working with SWRCB and a bunch of experts, et cetera, that you don't need to reinvent the wheel here from the standpoint of creating CEC monitoring requirements. And again, from our standpoint on consumer confidence, is that we really want to make sure, especially those first few years when you got these projects in place, that you're not going to have pathogen pass-through that's going to lead to an outbreak. You're not going to have high concentrations of CEC that's going to lead to some sort of acute or chronic toxicity outcome. And so that's really what this is all about. So you have tough monitoring up front, and then you ramp it down when you demonstrate that obviously the treatment technologies are doing a good job of reduction there. But these are really very, very important to have in place, because we've all seen situations where, whether it's operator error, inadequate staffing, et cetera, where the treatment plants are not operating as designed 100% of the time. And heck, not all RO membranes are perfect either, as an example, and you could potentially have pass through in that situation on rare occasion. So this is the recommendation on CECs, and when you'd start seeing the CEC monitoring requirements in the permits themselves. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Sean.
Thank you, Mr. Gold.
Thanks, Mark. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Executive Director for California Coastkeeper Alliance. So Mark talked about the consumer confidence piece, which we think is a large part of what is a really good regulation. I wanted to talk a little bit about the impact to receiving waters. So if we could go next slide. So as you have heard me say before, our organizations are very supportive of potable reuse, particularly recycling ocean wastewater discharges. It's been a big goal of ours that we recycle all ocean wastewater that's feasible to be recycled. And that's why we've spent so many years working on water recycling, whether it was co-sponsoring AB 574 with water reuse, or working on the recycled water policy, or these regulations. That's really what we're striving to do, is not make ocean wastewater a waste and make it something that's a resource that we can use in the face of climate change. But with that in mind, we do still need to be mindful of the concentrated brine that these projects are going to cause and the impacts they're going to have to receiving waters. And so our recommendation here for Resolve Clause 4 is we really do appreciate staff's resolution language about coordination. We would just like to see a little bit more of a commitment there, a little more teeth, that the Division of Drinking Water does intend to concurrently approve permits, both for the drinking water side and the MPDS permit. And then, at the worst, maybe a little wiggle room of 90 days for the regional board to reissue that wastewater permit. And that way we can have a little confidence that these really will be co-permitted together moving forward. Next slide, please. So one of our biggest issues, and hopefully one for the State Water Board in the next couple of years, is dealing with nutrients, both for freshwater and in the marine environment. I'll just remind the board that in the Ocean Plan Triennial Review, setting an ocean acidification and hypoxia water quality objective is one of the top priorities within that triennial review. The state has spent millions of dollars on research on this issue. In April of this year, you were briefed by SWRCB on all the science being done and the impact that these wastewater facilities are having on the Southern California Bight and likely throughout the coast of California. And I do believe that there's an anticipated policy coming down. Hopefully, the regulatory process will start in 2024 of next year. But while we wait for that policy to be in place, we do think it's critical that we still identify and address that these projects and these regulations are going to have an impact on ocean acidification and particularly dead zones off our coast. The science shows that as we do more recycling, the impact will become more spotty, but yet more acute. And so here in our two recommended new additions, both one resolution and a finding, that we identify that this is a problem, that these regulations are going to make the issue more acute, and that when regional boards do address the problem, that they need to address it with effluent limits that ensure that we're still meeting our beneficial uses when we're discharging wastewater, particularly leading up to any ocean acidification policy that might come in the future. Next slide, please. Oh, there is no more slides. What am I saying? I just want to conclude by saying, it's been a long road, and really want to congratulate the board for getting us here, for staff for a really good regulation. It was very thoughtful. I think it strikes the right balance of ensuring public confidence, but yet making projects feasible to move forward, which really was our goal moving forward. As I was writing my work plan for next year, it's kind of weird that, in the water recycling section, there's nothing, there's no working on DPR regulations anymore, but that's not to say that there's still not work to be done. The CECs is still a big deal. The receiving water stuff's a big deal. We're going to be starting to work with the communities on raising the funding so we can build these projects. But today, I think, is a landmark day. And as Mark said, this really marks the spot where all communities now have the tools to recycle their wastewater. There really is no excuse for any one community to not be recycling their wastewater. And we hope that that makes our state more climate resilient moving forward. So thank you.
One quick thing in the last 32 seconds. I neglected to say, because we were so informal to start. So we're representing NRDC, Heal the Bay, and California Coastkeeper Association Alliance. Sorry.
No, sorry in the least. Thank you, Mr. Gold, and thank you, Mr. Bothwell. Really appreciate your contributions to all this and the continued constructive feedback here on how we can be improving this. I'll note that I don't disagree with the intents of the suggestions here. Between CECs, the ocean plan, bioloading, those are all very important discussions here before this board, and we are exploring those. I think it's the appropriateness of packing within the resolution a lot of direction on those various different places. But I appreciate the thoughts, and I'll be taking the suggestions into consideration here, even at this moment. And just thanks. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer West, who will be followed by Jared Bosco and Antonio Alfaro.
Thank you very much. My name is Jennifer West. I'm the Managing Director of Water Reuse California. So incredibly glad to be here today. The passage of these DPR regulations really heralds a new era for water reuse in California. We believe this will make communities across California will be able to benefit from this new, safe, resilient supply. These regulations, we also believe, will serve as a model for the rest of the nation. And as we've discussed, it's been a decade. This has included, we've had to get to this major milestone. This has involved legislation, research, countless stakeholder meetings, and most importantly, the leadership from the Water Board itself to make this happen. And from Water Reuse California and our board, we cannot thank you and your staff enough for seeing this through. We want to particularly thank Darren and all the board members for making this happen. Overall, we are very pleased with the regulations. They are very appropriately extremely protective of public health, and we believe workable for agencies. On the CEC issue, moving forward, we want to ensure that the Water Board develops a Water Board panel that will provide CEC monitoring and threshold requirements for DPR projects. But I also want to be clear for those listening in that there are CEC protections in the regulations irrespective of this panel, and agencies are absolutely required to monitor for CECs. This will be important as we work on this new panel. As I said, we want to have one panel ideally, that we develop a consensus on the structure and the costs involved for this. We really urge the Water Board to continue its leadership in this area and to engage with stakeholders in 2024 to begin these discussions to have this happen. Again, I really cannot thank you all enough for your leadership in making this happen. Thank you very much.
Truly the thanks is here for myself, and I know the other board members, to you, Ms. West. Your personal perseverance throughout all of this. You're not one to bring yourself into the limelight, but we're very thankful here, the state is, for your bridging the many agencies that have been engaging in this work, but personally channeling this through all these years. Just thank you, have to acknowledge it. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl, be followed by Antonio Alfaro, and then Jessica Cleaver.
Hi, good morning. This is Jared Voskuhl on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents nearly 140 agencies and municipalities that provide the collection, treatment, recovery of resources, and recycling of wastewater in California. And I'd like to concur and agree with you, Chair Esquivel, in terms of acknowledging and recognizing Jennifer West's dynamic leadership to bring the state to this pivotal moment that I'm certain future generations will look to as a watershed moment for how we managed our water supply. And towards that end, I want to just provide brief comments here. I wasn't exactly expecting to be baited into some of responses to the prior testimony, but I do feel like for the sake of public discussion, it is worth providing a little qualification. And so in that regard, just the meeting 2 weeks ago, at December 5th, there was an update on the water supply strategy that was mentioned from the governor. And we discussed about the achievements that had been made beyond the 700 and approximately 50,000 acre feet of Title 22 water. And when you account for a holistic approach of tallying it, we are much closer to our goals and our projections. And I think that's needs to be acknowledged because of all the work that is done by our member agencies. And so those are, agricultural reuses, environmental flows, should be noted. And then also the great work the Recycled Water Strike Team has done, they've identified a variety of other projects that are already in the planning phases. And so to that end, we really have a lot of great progress already that we know will be achieved. And there's just maybe a little bit more that could be recycled. But where it's not being done, in our experience, it's simply a function of economic feasibility. And there's a lot of supply and demand that goes into determining whether a project, pencils out. But that said, the primary and largest flows that are going out into the Pacific Ocean, those are going into through agencies that have something representing like 75% of the average dry weather permitted flow. And so that large bulk of water will be recovered and treated and supplied in terms of the shared objectives we have here today. And then in terms of the work on ocean acidification and CECs, I just want to mention that there are already very rigorous programs and comprehensive plans in place on both, as well as active proceedings. And so insofar as there's consideration of amending the adopting resolution with such provisions, there's somewhat of a concern of just the substantive nature of those and kind of the way they reach out to other ones. I think there'd be more appropriate to have a dialogue on that or some type of additional process than an impromptu recommendation at this junction, going in because of what's already in work on both of those fronts. But, to really bring it to what I wanted to speak to today, again, was just the work ahead, and hopefully, the water board staff gets more than January 2nd to get a break. But we do know there's a huge road ahead to really bring these projects across the finish line and working at the regional level, the local level, and here at the state level. And insofar as our member agencies will be, pursuing these in collaboration with others, we just want to thank the board for the continued support and guiding us to this point, because it really is a celebratory moment. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks and thank everyone that's been involved over this last decade.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuhl. Next, I'd like to call up Antonio Alfaro, be followed by Jessica Cleaver, and then Aaron Woolley, I believe, is our last commenter.
Hi there. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Antonio Alfaro with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, also known as Valley Water. I'm really glad to be here today in support of the Water Board's adoption of the direct potable reuse regulations. Valley Water is the regional water supply, groundwater management, flood risk reduction, and stream stewardship agency for the 2 million people of Santa Clara County. Potable reuse is an important part of Valley Water's strategy to adapt to the prolonged droughts and changing hydrology due to climate change. Valley Water has been a leader in recycled water in Northern California for over a decade. With the construction of the Advanced Water Purification Center in 2014, our goals included the construction of several projects to increase the county's water supply from recycled water sources, including a large-scale purified water project with the potential to provide direct potable reuse in the near future. Valley Water has been engaged with DDW staff and industry organizations throughout the development process, providing water quality data and operational experience gained from our Advanced Water Purification Center. We participated in several studies that directly supported the implementation of future DPR projects with the Water Research Foundation, National Water Research Institute, and we recognize the immense work that put into these regulations and applaud the staff's consistent prioritization of public health. We also want to acknowledge DDW staff responsiveness to feedback from the water reuse industry, as evidenced by the final version of the regulations. Finally, with the DPR regulations in place, we urge the members of this board to advocate for significant state investment in large-scale potable reuse projects through the climate resilience bond that is now being negotiated with the legislature. Only with significant state support will California be able to reach the ambitious recycled water goals in the governor's water supply strategy. Once again, thank you for all your efforts, and we look forward to the positive impact these regulations will have on advancing water sustainability and climate resiliency in California. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Alfaro. Appreciate the engagement here and looking forward to what I know will be a lot more work. Next, I'll call up Jessica Cleaver, and I believe our last commenter is Erin Woolley.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Excellent, thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the direct potable reuse regulation that's under consideration for adoption today. My name is Jessica Cleaver. I'm a water resource specialist with the San Diego County Water Authority. We are a wholesale water provider in the San Diego region. We serve about 3.3 million people in partnership with our 24 member agencies. And water reuse has been a critical strategy in our efforts to reduce our dependence on imported water and to help us build a diversified water supply portfolio that's resilient in our changing climate. The Water Authority has long been a supporter of the state developing DPR standards. We've co-sponsored Senate Bill 322 back in 2013, which required the state to investigate the feasibility of developing uniform criteria for DPR. And thankfully, the state found that uniform DPR criteria were feasible, so the process could begin. We really appreciate that the Division of Drinking Water and the expert panel put so much work into developing the criteria, and that there were several opportunities for stakeholder engagement along the way. This most recent draft that's before you today provides greater flexibility for implementing new technologies in DPR projects. And because this field is so novel, it's inevitable that more effective and efficient methods will be developed, so it's imperative that there be a pathway to implement them. Previously, we expressed concerns over the requirement for DPR projects to develop thresholds for CECs that don't already have their own health-based thresholds, and we're happy to see that the resolution includes that staff will continue working towards a coordinated approach to evaluating CECs. Our member agencies are already beneficially reusing over 30,000 acre feet of recycled water annually. And there are several potable reuse projects under development in our region right now. And that number of reused water is going to be increasing significantly over the next few years. And the Water Board's adoption of the DPR regulations will pave the way for new water reuse opportunities to help water providers throughout the state provide high quality, climate resilient water supplies. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Cleaver. Appreciate those good comments and engagement. And they just thank you for your contributions here. Next, and lastly, I believe we'll call up Erin Woolley.
Good morning, board members and staff. My name is Erin Woolley, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Sierra Club California and our 500,000 members and supporters statewide. We appreciate the many years of extensive work by the board, staff, and all stakeholders in developing these regulations to authorize the use of direct potable reuse in California and provide a reliable and affordable source of clean drinking water for California communities while ensuring they're protective of public health. For decades, Sierra Club California has advocated for the development of a water portfolio that promotes local and regional resiliency while protecting water for the environment. We believe that California can meet its water needs and adapt to the impacts of climate change by pursuing projects that increase conservation, sustainable groundwater storage and management, and increase reuse and recycling. Direct potable reuse is a critical component of building regional water resiliency and reducing reliance on imported water to protect imperiled ecosystems, including the San Francisco Bay Delta watershed and the Colorado River. And Sierra Club California has supported pure water projects in Southern California throughout this history. We appreciate that the resolution recognizes the developing technology and would encourage the board to look into the new technology that's arising to harvest minerals such as calcium, iodine, lithium, and others from the brine discharges. Again, we thank the board for its work and support the adoption of these regulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Woolley. Really appreciate those comments and the contributions here to this really critical project. It's taken a lot of contributions, and I just want to thank everyone that's commented here, but certainly throughout the years who have been commenting both as advocates, as wastewater and water agency managers, technical experts. You know, I have to also give my thanks here at the top to Fran Spivey-Weber, who held the seat prior to me and was a huge champion of so many of these efforts, along with Tam Dodak and Felicia Marcus and Steve Moore, the previous iteration of this board. And so, you know, I've been at this board for 7 years. It was that, you know, time in 2017 that we first got the legislative direction to move forward with these. But again, it's taken a lot of years and a lot of leadership from prior board members. And I have to thank them first and foremost for just the opportunity to be here as we adopt what are these significant regulations and really bring us here into the 21st century, as folks have noted, in the way we view and manage our water and value it, given whether you're on the Colorado or imports from the Bay Delta, the great expense and tension that we expend in developing those water sources to begin with. I want to note that this synthesized both, yes, nationally, but also internationally, a lot of science, a lot of thinking, and the Water Research Foundation, you know, we really owe them credit for going out there, casting a broad net, being partners with us in, as Ms. West said, creating regulations that we're hopeful other states can benefit from. This isn't just a benefit to the state of California. It is a significant contribution to the community of water management, both nationally and internationally. And so I want to thank and acknowledge that. And as been said as well, it is reducing our dependency in stressed watersheds. So it's helping the state live up to commitments to reduce our dependency on the Colorado, reduce our dependency on stressed resources. And I have to acknowledge as well, just the co-benefit has been noted around biostimulatory impacts within our basin and delta and estuaries. That mixing of quantity and quality is really, and the potential there of considering both is part of the power of this effort, and really appreciate it. And I, want to acknowledge the points that Mr. Gold made. The reality is that as we adopt these, and we've all read the papers, toilet to tap is in the headlines again, and we have to acknowledge that there is some, and I've seen, folks make political hay even over of this sort of idea that, how silly is it that things are so bad that we're recycling our own waste and drinking it. The reality is that anyone out there on the Mississippi River, anyone out there on the Colorado River, anywhere out there taking drinking water downstream from a wastewater treatment plant discharge, which I promise you're all doing, is already drinking toilet to tap, is already here doing something that we know in 21st century America, the science of the reality that all water is recycled. The reality, what we have here are standards, science, and importantly, monitoring that allow us to have the faith that it is pure water. It's actually likely better quality water than many of those drinking water systems are pulling in now. So we need to bring the public along. And part of that is just understanding how our water systems all work now to begin with, because there isn't a bright line, and it is about the amount of treatment and the amount of intentionality you put in to clean your water. So I'll just note that, amongst toilet to tap, there are also some recent alliterations like flush to faucet and other creative ways that folks have brought this up. But I think the public trust component is a real critical one. What people can see and they can track our homework on has been years of investment, years of good care that has gone into these regulations to ensure that we're protecting public health, and an acknowledgement, especially around contaminants of emerging concern, which aren't just an issue for direct potable reuse. Those are impacting all of our drinking water systems, and is going to be important to continue to monitor as we implement these projects and we move forward. But today is, for me, a moment of celebration and of acknowledgement of a lot of work that still has yet to be done. So look to my fellow board colleagues if there's further comment, question as well, and just really appreciate everyone's moment and work that has brought us to this moment and opportunity. Board Member Morgan, please.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. So I just would like to first thank Chair Esquivel for reminding us that all water is recycled. So, I think that it's important just to set the stage there, and then just really want to thank everyone for getting us to today. It is, for me, it's just a really exciting day. Want to thank the stakeholders. I mean, you guys are critical for helping us and really working hand in hand with the boards, the expert panels, and then also, of course, our staff, our great staff who have been working on this for 10 years. Michael, I really want to ensure that we just keep moving forward. This is just so critical. It's long overdue, and make sure that just through implementation, we keep working together, make sure that we're being successful through implementation. And so I just had one ask, and I'm not sure, let's see how my fellow board members feel about this. Maybe just some general language within the resolution, just asking the Division of Drinking Water to continue to work with the Division of Water Quality and the regional boards through the implementation. I think that it'd be critical, just as we are moving through this, that we continue that collaboration with the three, really. Each of the regional boards where they have facilities that want to move forward, and then also with the Division of Water Quality, as we're moving forward, of just some of the different things that have so far just come up, just as we're moving forward with CECs, that's something that's going to be continuously evolving. Just looking at permitting, and I know you guys have some specific ones in there within the resolutions, but just as we are moving forward on implementing this, I feel that it's new, it's groundbreaking, it's wonderful. We're going to continue to learn and grow through this process. And so I want to just see that continued collaborations to make sure that this is successful. I know it will be, because you've done a lot of work to get us to this point, and just keep this moving forward, because this is so exciting. And I really want to see that first facility come online and be there standing and, see that happening. So again, thank you to everyone. This is just a great day. Thanks.
Here. Thank you, board member. Looking forward to ribbon cuttings for sure. Board member Firestone.
Thank you. Echo everything that's been said. I'm not an engineer, but I've been an advocate around access to safe drinking water for my whole career. And direct potable reuse is just a really critical strategy for our state to have as we move to this new hydrology that we have. And as everyone's already said, increasing our resiliency and our reducing our reliance on imported water. We do have, I appreciate the clarity that all water is recycled. I mean, all wastewater ends up having to go somewhere, goes into our environment. And what we're talking about with direct potable reuse and even indirect potable reuse, is just some of the strongest, most advanced treatment that is far more protective of both our public health and the environment across the board, and is I think something we should we clearly have technology that is safe and ready with redundancies in place to protect public health. And for me, there's the water that is recycled I would have a lot more confidence in its safety than a lot of the water that isn't treated as highly coming from groundwater or even some surface water sources in our state, and especially in some of the vulnerable communities. So I think this is really important for our state. As was already emphasized, public confidence is really critical here. And so I do appreciate this issue of we aren't requiring continuous online monitoring or cytometry right now. And that is a critical component for thinking about how to build public confidence. And it is being used in other countries. And there may be ways that we can that we can both increase public confidence and improve the ability to maybe reduce costs if that, as we learn from that type of technology. And I also appreciate the importance of flagging the challenges we have already with nutrients, ocean acidification, HABs, but also that is a particular concern that needs to be worked through as we increase concentrations of that and facilities are designed. And I think as folks have already said, also having a more comprehensive program on CACs. So I would just like to build on the suggestion of Board Member Morgan. I would really, the resolution is an opportunity for the board to direct staff on priorities and how we see what we want to see more concretely moving forward. I think, having you have some specific resolution clauses on the CECs, parallel permitting, and following development of treatment and online monitoring technologies. I would like us to be more specific. And I think there's 5 areas, just given that this is something that crosses those bureaucratic silos we have, crosses all our divisions, really across the state and regional water boards, and is holistic as we're looking to make sure that this technology can really be utilized and come to fruition in our state. I think there's 5 key areas I would want to see staff be directed to work on and report back on, maybe within 1 year. So, that we would direct staff to be working across divisions, regional boards, and with stakeholders to report back within 1 year on. One would be the use of cytometry or online continuous monitoring to strengthen public confidence and protection. The other would be coordinated approach on CECs. The third would be around simultaneous permitting or parallel permitting with regional boards. The fourth would be nutrient removal guidance, so that we can be helping to protect or to really streamline and give some guidance and work as facilities are being designed and permitted together. And the last would be on building on the water supply strategy and water recycling work around identifying the needs and opportunities for funding for direct potable reuse. I think that's something, those are all things I think we are committed to already be doing, but there are many priorities at the Water Board. And I think if we can be very specific in this as to what our priorities of this board are over, say, the next year for staff to be working on across our different divisions and then report back to us, that would be helpful for everyone's sort of transparency and implementation. So happy to summarize that again if that's helpful, but that would be my request. The only other thing would in the resolution might be in the findings. I did like the suggestion of including something in the whereas clauses or the findings clauses, not the resolve clauses, just about the ocean acidification and nutrient removal as a particular issue. That's certainly something that's been discussed a lot, and just as background and context for what we're focused on in the more short term moving forward. Thanks.
Thanks, board member. That was a lot of requests. We'll wait to hear from other board members on how they're feeling on it. So thank you. Board member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I'll just say that 5 years ago, I was appointed to the board, and it was my first board meeting. And I think the first thing I voted on was an update to the recycled water policy. And that really, for me, solidified how important it was from a statewide perspective to embrace water reuse. And I'm just really happy to be here 5 years, almost, well, to the board meeting, essentially. 5 years later, to be here at this moment to weigh in on direct potable reuse regulations. There were a lot of challenges along the road, and there were certainly a lot of times where I felt like December 2023 wasn't going to happen, and I know sometimes that does on these complex regulations, especially one that's groundbreaking as this. So I'm just really incredibly impressed that we're here at this moment, and I think ready to make this decision. So this is One Water. This is truly the opportunity that we have as a state to realize that vision that I know so many communities have been working towards for so long, and all of the great comments that have already been emphasized, so no need to repeat all of those. But I'm just really, nothing is to me more satisfying as a board member. We have to make a lot of tough decisions here at the dais, but this is one of those where we're providing tools for communities to build water resilience. And so this is one where I do get quite excited about. So I also wanted to follow up on the other board member, Morgan and Firestone's comments. You actually took the words out of my mouth almost verbatim. So I do concur with essentially with both of you, but board member Firestone in particular, your suggestions for a report back 1 year, whatever the appropriate time is. I was thinking about the suggestions from Mr. Bothwell and Mr. Gold in terms of adding specificity and timelines to some of the expectations around these evolving areas. So I do think it's going to take some time to get the flow cytometry and these other pieces to be ready for incorporation here. So I don't want that to slow us down, but I do want to hear how that's going. On the CEC side, I've been tracking that for some time now, and really encouraged to hear the intent to develop a CEC strategy. And it will be good to hear again some follow up and a little bit more concrete report back in terms of timelines and expectations. So I know it's probably hard to sit here today and say, hey, we can deliver all of these things by X date. So that's why I was thinking too that a report back to the board might be the most appropriate way to go. And I would actually also support a resolution finding on ocean acidification and nutrient removal, not any changes in particular to the resolve clause or additions there, but something in the resolution to acknowledge that this is an evolving area. We are starting to get considerable amounts of science and information on ocean acidification and its impacts. And whether it's direct potable reuse, whether it's indirect potable reuse, or really any of these projects, we all need to be moving forward and better considering how that's going to impact the discharge side and our ecosystem. Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate it. Again, I think that across all those policy issues, I know those questions and those discussions are front of mind. I think it's the appropriateness of packing in a lot of direction within the regulations of here direct potable reuse to do all the policy work, sort of direction from the dais that I'm maybe a little uncomfortable with. But look to Vice Chair.
Thank you. I don't have much to add in terms of just the thanks and the general feeling of gratitude that we all have that we're here today. Just really want to compliment everyone, staff, stakeholders, and I'm really grateful for the confidence that we have in this, mainly, because of the expert panel and the really good work that they've done. And so as a policy generalist, not a scientist, those processes are so important when we embark on, a major change like this. And so I'm just, the only comment that I have is I appreciate sort of the route that Board Member Morgan was headed to, and that is, just general report back. I'm a little uncomfortable at this point calling out any specific areas. I'd be more comfortable with maybe a general report back and general thematic areas, but in terms of very specific language and timelines, I just think I think it's important to keep staff focused on implementation. And so I'd be supportive and just want to work together here on what that would look like. But I'd favor something maybe a little more general and would welcome the opportunity to hear from staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. And maybe touching back to Board Member Morgan, who first was requesting some language here. I'm supportive of Board Member Morgan's request. And again, I appreciate what is a lot of detail in whether it's the CEC side or nutrients and brine management, or even this cytometry and its appropriateness, as we very promising and really good added discussion amongst it. I think it's, what's the appropriateness and trying to be thorough on what can be other considerations. I think that, here at the dais, I'm a bit uncomfortable, but I look at to Board Member Morgan to recite kind of what her thinking was on the language, and then we can get some further clarification from Board Member Firestone and McGuire.
Sure, yes. My thinking on the language was to, within this because the resolution is tied to this regulation, was to keep it general, because it's something that is going to live with this regulation and it could change over time. And so while I agree there are some, I'm going to call them hot topics for today, and that we may want to look at the first time around, I believe that we have the opportunity within our strategic planning for the year to call out some of those topics, to have staff bring those to us as we're looking at the full suite of work that DDW and others are going to be working at, to specifically call out those at that point in time. But further down the road, we may want to call out something slightly different. And so I wanted to keep it more generalized, so that way maybe, I'm going to say 3 years from now, as a facility is coming on, our first facility is coming online, we have learned something and we want staff to focus on something that's maybe that we haven't looked at today. I want them to, focus on implementation, and maybe there's another topic that we would like them to report back on through their coordination. And then also just looking at our state is, it's great. We have so many great areas, and just today we're talking about the ocean, we have inland, we have a lot that's happening within the state. There may be something that's brought forward by one region or another. So also just wanted to leave room for that also to be a topic at a later date or by a later board. So to really make sure that it was leaving space for a greater discussion at, later dates and time.
I really appreciate that, board member. I agree that I think we should be general here in our direction, but the direction is clear. We want to see continued coordination between the Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality, the regional boards, importantly as well, and to begin for them to flesh out further for us what we know are some of these hot topics that were elevated here in the adoption hearing. But, there's a lot more that this tool will put pressure on policy-wise and the discussions that this board will be having. So I think that's the right balance, but looking over to board member Firestone.
Thanks. Yeah, and I just to be clear, I don't think that I wasn't suggesting really specific actions at this point, but I do think that resolutions are really about more kind of immediate implementation direction in terms of adoption. We're not amending the regs going forward. This is really just in adoption of these regs in terms of next steps. I think it's more helpful rather than being totally general in acknowledging at least the topic areas that we are hoping staff can focus on, because there's so many issues, as you said. And so just in this first year, so again, not committing another board, that we would ask for a report back, again, not having specific language on what the suggestion is, but just on the topics of, the continuous monitoring, CECs, simultaneous permitting, and then and maybe simultaneous permitting and nutrient removal as just like a general topic, and then facilities, and then funding needs and opportunities. I think that when we are thinking about what our expectations are for staff when they report back in the year, we should be clear so that we're getting what we want. And I think those are the areas that I think have been teed up in this, and it'd be nice to be more at least specific of what our expectations are within that just first year report back. And I don't think we need to be what's the word? Too specific or controlling on what the specific actions are within those, or suggesting a whole big new area. These are just sort of what we're expecting report backs on in the general topics.
Yeah, I think I feel, especially because that's a lot of work within a year to kind of have within the report. And because I think more general is better. I'm still more comfortable not necessarily delving into specifics, but look to other board members as well.
I'll just say in particular, the CEC, the online flow monitoring, and the permitting coordination and kind of synergy those are all issues that are discussed actually in a fair amount of detail in the resolution already. So I think at least in those, perhaps the funding is a bit, I agree completely with the need to better understand what the funding opportunities and needs are out there. And I hope that the water supply strategy will help get us to that point of having a better sense for that. So that may address that issue. But on these others, I do feel like those are already called out in specific in the resolution. So perhaps it's not too much. And I acknowledge that there's some disagreement here. I'm okay with some general reporting back language if we can, maybe staff can opine about what that might look like. But I do think these topics are the ones that I would be interested in hearing about when that report back happens.
Chair Escol, if I may.
Yes, please, Mr. Palamas.
Yeah, thank you. So as I sit here, I certainly work for all of you. All the things you've said are exactly what we intend to do. I don't even really need a resolution to tell me to do it. It's my job to bring to you all these very important things as we go along. If you were to ask me what my list would be, it's going to be about 2025, because there's way more than we heard today that we need to contemplate as we go forward. And, so I think having a resolution that says that we should report back on our implementation, and then using my judgment that you trust me in to bring forward, I certainly made a note of these. I will bring forward other ones as they're appropriate, would be certainly doable. We've done a lot of work, like I can even today tell you what we've done on cytometry. Dr. Gold and Sean Bothwell did a good job of giving us a bunch of reference. We scrambled to try to see if we had missed something. We looked at other countries. We met with the actual makers of the cytometry equipment. It's not ready today. It may be very soon. It's very promising. We were super excited. We met with them and really came away thinking that this could be something to see in the future, or something very similar to it to provide the level of confidence that we always want to do. And it's just in the base ethos of the Division of Drinking Water that we take our charge of protecting public health with such high level of commitment that we're always going to push, probably to make some of you uncomfortable at some levels as we go along in some areas of where we're going to try to keep making sure that we're protecting public health. So if I can say anything, certainly I've listened completely. I've taken notes. I will be back in a year, although what I'd like to say is not exactly a year, because I don't want to force us to guarantee that we're holding a board meeting right before Christmas every year. So in an approximate year, we should report back to you about where we're at on a lot of topics with DPR. It is a very, very interesting topic. My sentiments completely lie with everything Dr. Gold and Mr. Bothwell said, because we have those shared concerns. I've coordinated with Deputy Director Mogus already. Will continue to coordinate with the EOs. It's just right in line with exactly what we're proposing to do. So a checkup on me to make sure that I'm committing to that, I think, is certainly warranted. But I don't know if I technically need the details, and it kind of can be distracting. And I'd like to be able to bring more than the 5 that we have here.
Thank you, Mr. Polhamus. I think, between our discussion here at the dais, I think, and the record that it's now created for us, we have clear intent here to follow up on those issues, which again, I agree, they're really pressing before the board, but then potentially others. And I think what I want to see is here at this point, since it may be a little difficult to come up with exact language here, just as someone makes a motion, incorporate, I think, what is broad direction here to come back, not exactly within a year, but within, around a year, in order to follow up on a number of the topics we heard today, including others, as we won't even have a full year of implementation at that point. As we know, we still have to go to the Office of Administrative Law. We go through a few things. So, sometime next spring even, I think, is probably the most appropriate time to really be kind of circling back on what are a lot of things that we've discussed and that are still going to be open, as again, we've discussed this document and the work being a living body, because we're going to be learning a lot here, and that's the science and the technology is moving quickly. So if that's a good compromise for folks.
Yeah, just to clarify, but we would be adding a resolve clause to along Board Member Morgan's suggestion to report back within approximately 1 year. It would just be more general. Is that right?
I think if we're okay here at the dais saying we don't need necessarily to be written into the resolution, we can verbally add that emphasis as you're adopting without having to go back, because we'd have to go back, get language, clause. Come back, a whole resolve clause addition.
Just direction to staff without a resolve clause.
Yeah, if we're okay with that, and hold all of us to what will be a lot of follow up on the specific things that have been brought up, CECs, nutrients, cytonomy, et cetera, but without, again, having to necessarily put into language and enumerate everything. And we'll just use direction from the dais as we adopt, as opposed to trying to sit here around language for too long. If that works. Okay.
Works for me.
Board Member Morgan, would you like to make a motion?
Okay, so let's see here. I will make a motion to adopt item number 3 with direction to staff to report back to the board in approximately a year with with information on the with an update on the implementation of the regulations, including items discussed here today from the dais.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Escabel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted. The vote is unanimous, and appreciate everyone's just incredible work to get us to this point. So much more work as well. If I had a balloon drop, you'd see it dropping right now and some confetti, but we don't. And just thank you, everyone, and incredible thanks and appreciation. Let's give ourselves just a quick 10-minute break to transition to our next significant item, which will be a discussion on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Thanks. I appreciate everyone holding on here a bit. Let's make it a quick 10 minutes and we'll get back to our discussion. Thanks, everyone. All right, we're at noon, everyone. We can go ahead and return, and we are here beginning on now item number 4, which is an update on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and its implementation. It's been a busy time, and so really looking forward to what I know have been a lot of discussions and work that has been going on. So hand things over. I think Natalie Stork will kick us off.
Good morning or afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. Today I'll be providing an update on SGMA implementation. I'm joined today by our Director of the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance, James Knockbauer, as well as Amanda Pearson and David Rose from our Office of Chief Counsel. Okay, next slide, please. For this presentation, I'll be discussing the following: where we are currently with state intervention, our current status. I'll provide an updated schedule for the hearings. I'll cover which basins are still under DWR review and which may be potentially coming the board's way in the future. And lastly, I'll cover what groundwater sustainability agencies need to do to avoid or exit state intervention. Next slide, please. Some quick background for those of you who are newer to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. SGMA required new local agencies called Groundwater Sustainability Agencies, or GSAs, to form and develop groundwater sustainability plans for their basins. These plans had to be developed, implemented, and submitted to the Department of Water Resources, or DWR, for review and approval in January 2020 for about 20 basins, and by January 2022 for about 60 more basins. In January 2022, the Department of Water Resources found several basins' plans to be incomplete, and GSAs had 6 months to fix issues and resubmit their plans to DWR for review. Last March, DWR determined that the plans for 6 basins shown here are incomplete. Those basins are Delta Mendota, Chowchilla, Cahuilla, Tulare Lake, Tule, and the Kern County subbasin. This was a trigger for the State Water Board's state intervention authorities under SGMA. Next slide, please. When DWR determines that plans or their implementation do not meet the requirements of SGMA, the board can begin the process of stepping in to address groundwater management issues. Here is that process. First, there is a trigger, such as a plan not being adequate. Then the board considers whether probation is warranted or state intervention is warranted. This is where we are now. The board can then choose to hold a hearing where you, the board, would consider whether to put the basin on probation. Probation means that the board and board staff will collect data on groundwater extraction and collect associated fees. If issues aren't fixed after a period of a year to address issues, the GSAs have at least 1 year to address issues with the plans. And if issues aren't fixed, then the board can take potentially the next step after a hearing to adopt an interim plan for the basin. The key thing is all of these actions are at the board's discretion, and at any time, if GSAs have fixed issues, they can provide a new plan to the board at any time for evaluation. Once the plan or plans are fixed, we can move the basin out of state intervention and back to DWR oversight. On the next slide, we'll cover where we are now with Tulare Lake. Here is the schedule we're following for Tulare Lake. On October 12th, we released draft deficiencies in the form of a staff report and sent a hearing notice to cities, counties, and DWR. The following day, we mailed a notice to all known pumpers, the hearing notice specifically. We held 2 stakeholder meetings, one virtual and one in person, on November 3rd and 8th. We had over 200 participants at the virtual meeting and close to 170 participants at the in-person meeting, which was held in Hanford. We received 34 written public comments during the public comment period, which closed on December 11th, so last Monday. And we received several more comments verbally at those stakeholder meetings. We will review all public comments submitted by the deadline and consider using this information to revise our staff report and recommendations to the board. We plan to release the final staff report in March of 2024 and issue a draft resolution for the board's consideration. The hearing is scheduled for April 16th of next year, where you, the board, will consider a potential probationary designation for the basin. This is the first time we have moved a basin towards a probationary hearing, and we've learned a lot during this process. There's an extensive amount of work that we are doing so that we can move towards this first hearing and subsequent hearings in a thoughtful and deliberate manner. We released a schedule earlier this year in June, and we are well off that schedule at this time. Given what we've learned, we've revised our schedule to the following. Next slide, please. Here is the revised schedule for holding probationary hearings. We have Tulare Lake currently scheduled for April 16th of next year. With this schedule, we have Tule in September of 2024, Kauai in November, Kern County Subbasin in January 2025, the Delta Mendota Subbasin in the first quarter of 2025, and Chowchilla in the second quarter of 2025, but only if needed, pending State Water Board staff and board review and determination on an updated plan that Chowchilla submitted on May 5th, 2023 of this year. Next slide, please. So here's an updated schedule for Tule, just to provide a bit of detail. So we plan in March to release the draft deficiencies in the form of a staff report and provide the notice to cities and counties. Soon after in March, we'd send the notice to all known pumpers. In April, we would hold those virtual and in-person stakeholder meetings. In May, the comment period would end. That's a comment period that starts when the notice and staff report are released. In August, we would release the final staff report and issue the draft resolution for consideration. And in September, hold that board hearing. Next slide, please. We recognize that some people will feel the timeline to hearings is too long and some too short. One of our goals in this process is to ensure we have strong public engagement in line with the board's mission. Meaningful public engagement and consideration of input takes time. The purpose of public engagement is to consider information brought forward, revise the staff report as appropriate prior to the hearing, and consider this information in drafting the resolution. Here's a quick overview of how people can engage with the board and staff during this process. Anyone with interests in a basin is encouraged to engage with us at any time, but especially during the public comment period. This includes GSAs, domestic well owners, growers, businesses, concerned individuals, state and local agencies, just to name a few. Engagement can be written or verbal. There are opportunities for verbal comments at the stakeholder meetings if someone would like to comment verbally rather than in writing. We also welcome consultations at the request of California Native American tribes. Individuals, groups, others can also request discussions. And at the hearing, there's additional opportunities for engagement with the board. Written public comments can be submitted, especially after the materials are released prior to the hearing, and people can come and comment at the hearing. Next slide, please. In our stakeholder engagement, we've received a number of questions asking whether our fees are appropriate or possibly too high. Our current fee structure was set in 2017. We can commit to evaluating the fees soon. We're not ready to discuss any possible changes at this point. There are a lot of factors to consider. We'll come back to you, the board, with an update once we complete this analysis. Next slide, please. Shifting our focus here to a bit further out, we want to highlight where DWR is currently focused with finalizing plan review and note which basins may be headed towards state intervention in the future. DWR has determined plans for 7 basins are incomplete. This means that those basins and groundwater sustainability agencies have a chance to revise and resubmit their plans for evaluation. For the Madera sub-basin, their plan was already resubmitted back to DWR earlier this year, and we're expecting a decision on that very soon from DWR. For the other 6 plans, those revised plans are due, for the other 6 basins, these ones here, their revised plans are due by April of 2024. So DWR may make a decision on plan adequacy by late 2024 or early 2025. So some of these basins could be declared inadequate, thereby triggering state intervention authorities by late 2024 or early 2025, if not sooner. Next slide, please. DWR is required by law to make decisions on plan adequacy for another 16 basins by January next month. For any basins with plans deemed to be incomplete, the revised plans would be due around July of next year, with decisions due later for another 4 basins. There's another 4 basins with longer timelines. So some of these basins could be declared inadequate by spring of 2025. Next, I'll pivot a bit to discuss what basins and state intervention can do to get back to DWR's oversight. Next slide, please. In the past several months, we've continued to field questions related to how basins can leave state intervention once they're in it. The next few slides are for basins that are either on probation, which none are yet, or have yet to reach a probationary hearing, and in either case have not yet reached the point of having an interim plan. This is really focused on steps before that point. Note that the board cannot impose an interim plan on a basin until at least 1 year after a probationary determination is adopted by the board. So here are the steps for GSAs working to exit state intervention for their basins. First step is GSAs revise the plan for the basin. Second step is board staff review the submitted plans, and we'll provide some timelines for that. And then the board decides. I've got a side note here on good actor exemptions. Next slide, please. The key thing here is that GSAs need to revise their plans. If GSAs want to help speed up the board staff's review, it could be helpful to note for staff the issues or deficiencies noted in the previous groundwater sustainability plan, the new content in the new plan, and an explanation on how the changes address the deficiencies. Next slide, please. Next, board staff will review submitted plans. Staff will likely need 3 months for one plan and likely 1 additional month for each additional plan covering a basin. If less time is provided, staff will attempt a cursory review. If all deficiencies if any substantial deficiencies appear to be unresolved, staff will recommend continuing with the hearing. If all deficiencies appear to be resolved, staff will recommend a delay so staff can complete a comprehensive review and incorporate public feedback. The key thing here is submittal of new or revised plans does not guarantee cancellation or delay of a hearing. And of course, hearing schedule is at the board's discretion. What we as board staff are looking for in these revised plans is that the deficiencies are fixed. This is more than a good faith effort. This is a high bar, but we encourage all GSAs to continue their efforts and work to fix their plans. Next slide, please. Next, the board will decide if the revised plan is good enough. If the plan is fixed, we may or may not keep the hearing. Staff could use this opportunity to recommend ending state intervention and receive public comment. If the basin is already on probation and the plan is fixed, the probationary determination would be rescinded and staff would formalize returning the basin to DWR oversight. If the plan is not fixed, if there are ongoing issues, any scheduled hearings would likely be held and any existing probationary basin requirements would remain in place. Next slide, please. You recognize that there are probably several groundwater sustainability agencies that will request a good actor exemption. A little bit about this exemption. SWRCB law says that the board shall exclude from probationary status any portion of a basin for which a groundwater sustainability agency demonstrates compliance with the sustainability goal. And sustainability goal is defined in SWRCB as sustainability goal means the existence and implementation of one or more groundwater sustainability plans that achieve sustainable groundwater management by identifying and causing the implementation of measures targeted to ensure that the applicable basin is operated within its sustainable yield. I apologize for reading statute at you, but just want to be very clear about what the law says. So for an area to qualify for this exemption, this means that at a minimum, the area is covered by a groundwater sustainability agency and the area has a GSP that meets the requirements of SWRCB. So as these requests come in, we'll be looking out for these key things. Next slide, please. In the past several months, we've released new FAQs for groundwater sustainability agencies and for groundwater pumpers, especially targeted at those in these 6 basins. We plan to release more guidance soon on submitting revised plans. And again, we will be assessing our fees to determine if the current fee structure is appropriate. Next slide, please. This concludes my planned update. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Really appreciate that, Ms. Stork, and appreciate, I know, all the team's work on continuing to move forward with the probationary hearing for Tulare and for laying out here a timeline that, yes, is not nearly as ambitious as we first laid out this last summer, but is a little more, I think, realistic now that we've really begun to engage and embark on this work. But always for me, it is an urgent matter to begin to process these basins for their own certainty so that they can hear, reflect, improve their plans, and we can move them back into implementation, which, I'm reminded, I feel that you look at state intervention and the way it was laid out within the legislation was meant to cover the full term of the law, right? So any point within, even after 2040, a basin can be brought, before the board for state intervention. And the reality is that at this moment, it's intervention around plans. And so the good actor clause, to your point, it presumes an approved plan and meeting sustainability goals, but we're here to be as flexible as we can with a lot of legislation that I think did its best to intend and encompass the work that the board would face both here at the beginning and implementation of SWRCB. I mean, I think of even the moment we had, which is tied to a fees discussion around just unmanaged basins, which we didn't get any. And there too would have been a state intervention moment, but looked very different than this moment of state intervention around groundwater sustainability plans, let alone later on in the years. So all that to say, I appreciate what I know has been a lot of discussion and trying our best to here now for the first time implement what is significant work, and appreciate, to your point, the space that we've created to make sure we're listening to communities as we do that, and bringing folks along, because I know that there's a lot of concern out there. I've heard it. I know, I'm sure other board members have here as well around just like what's happening, and here the concern from groundwater sustainability agencies that this work is harming their own ability to kind of marshal everyone together in a basin and start to do the things we know we need. So there's a lot of care that we're taking to this, and urgency, knowing that here, thankfully, we have some additional water to work with for now. We'll see what the rest of the water year looks like. But these are the moments where we need to be implementing and doing our best to try to carry us through drier times in our groundwater basins. So all that to say, I look forward to, I know what is, we have about 14 commenters, but just here at the start, just acknowledge the balance here around the timelines that we're articulating, trying to stay firm to them so that people can plan for themselves when engagement and opportunity before the board to do right by this difficult work is occurring. Looking to fellow board colleagues with any further questions or comments at this point before we get into general comments. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Stark, for the really thorough presentation. I have just a couple of questions. One is if we could forward over to the slide about how to get out of state intervention. There we go. Okay, so the question that I have here is if you could draw the distinction, and I realize we're talking here about state intervention once a staff report and notice has been issued, but could you speak to prior to that official process kicking in? And I guess it wouldn't necessarily be state intervention yet. We've had a referral to us. So if you could speak to a situation where, for those that want to submit an updated plan in order to get back to DWR and not move forward at all with a staff report and a noticed hearing.
Sure, I can speak to that a bit. So this content here does pertain to that situation. When I'm referring to state intervention, I mean from that triggering event going forward when the state water board's authorities are activated. And so for basins that have not yet had a hearing, the key things are, number one, to revise that plan, reach out to board staff, and we've been in communication with all 6 of the basins through this time, meeting with them regularly to address their technical and procedural questions and concerns. Key thing is sharing that plan with us so that we have enough time to review it prior to a hearing, if they would like to, have something considered prior to reaching a hearing. So that timeline I displayed earlier of 3 months for a single plan. So basins where there's a single plan, staff will need at least 3 months to do a comprehensive review. For basins where there's more than one plan, there's some economy of scale there. So we're asking for about an additional month for each additional plan. There's some unique content in additional plans in these situations. And we want to make sure that we have adequate time to review so we can make appropriate recommendations to you, the board. If there isn't enough time, or if that amount of time hasn't been provided, if staff don't get it early enough, we'll do our best to review it. But we'll likely need additional time to make some concrete recommendations. So that's why if it appears everything is addressed, if we have time to look through, We'll, of course, immediately let board members know and assess our options there and potentially delay the hearing so we can do a thorough review. And if any significant issues don't appear to be addressed, then staff would recommend moving forward with the hearing, and the board can have more time to discuss at that hearing what they would like to do, what you all would like to do.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Oh, I believe you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, the focus that I have is before a staff report has been issued. So, so you're saying the same timeframes would be required in terms of review, but the distinction being the review would be as to the deficiencies from DWR as opposed to the deficiencies that would have been outlined in a staff report. So if you could, but I want to make sure it's your words and not my words, because I know we have a lot of folks tuned in here that are looking at this issue in particular.
Yes, so prior to a staff report being released, we want GSAs to focus on DWR's deficiencies. We are a different agency. And so, staff could, and more time has passed. So if it's been a couple of years since the last decision point, board staff may have additional thoughts or recommendations. But in general, we want agencies to focus on DWR's deficiencies. One example also is the Chowchilla subbasin. Their plan was declared to be inadequate in March of this year, along with the other 5 subbasins. And I mentioned before, they already turned around a completed plan and submitted it to the board in May of this year. And we're currently considering the content of that plan, and we'll be moving forward accordingly. So that's sort of the key area of focus prior to a staff report coming out.
Okay, great. And then the other question that I have is on the good actor clause, and just want to get some clarification there. So maybe if you could bring that slide up as well. And this goes to whether or not a good actor, someone asserting that would need to have their own GSA or be within a GSA, because I think there's been, maybe some confusion out there and cause for concern that maybe some regions think that they should be, eligible for this clause, but are thinking that they need to have their own GSA. And I think generally speaking, we want to have fewer GSAs, not more. And so I don't think that we want to do anything to unintentionally cause that. So just would like to hear your thoughts on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I will go back a little bit to the language of the statutes. The good actor exemption requires a GSA to demonstrate compliance with the sustainability goal, which does require that there be one or more GSPs. So there must be a GSA and there must be a GSP. I don't think the statutory language necessarily encourages GSAs to split into smaller and smaller units, in part because if there are multiple GSAs and multiple GSPs in a basin, there will potentially be concerns about coordination and how that's going with other areas of the basin.
Okay, so it's not required that for, just clarifying here, because again, folks are tuning in on this, but it is not required that for an entity or a region seeking the good actor exemption that they have their own GSA.
There should be a GSA covering the area, but if there is no GSA at all, then we're potentially in an unmanaged area situation with just a slightly different problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I think the clarification there is just to double check here that you don't have to be an independent GSA and within your own GSA then be the good actor to qualify for this. You just have to be within a GSA, I guess, is the point there.
Yes, it must be a GSA that is demonstrating compliance, and there must be a GSP too. So as we read it, it's a GSA that can show that there's a GSP that covers the portion of the basin that is sought for the exemption, and that meets the sustainability goal.
And I think that's where some of the concern, so I appreciate that. But I think what we may be seeing, and I think where we're trying to track is, are we seeing then folks splinter off from their GSA to create their own GSA so as to be able to qualify for the good actor clause because they are judged unto themselves as a GSA for the good actor clause?
I think we are seeing GSAs, or sometimes people who are not GSAs yet, who think that is the correct path. Again, we've got a lot of concerns about coordination issues. If there are 50 GSAs in one basin, it seems that would be potentially more difficult for one to show that that small portion of the basin is meeting the sustainability goal when the other portions of the basin are not.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I think again, what we're seeing is, in a desire to qualify for a good actor exemption, folks, further cleaving off from larger GSAs to say, well, that's how we can somehow then, qualify for this. And that, to your point, and for all of us, not the policy direction we're really wanting seeing basins to go. And I think there may just be some fundamental tension there. And I think the question is it in the statute, which it's sounding like it more is, or maybe some of our interpretation there? Board Member McGuire.
No, yeah, thank you for that clarification and the questions, and I'll ask it in my own way just to make sure I'm understanding as well. So if there's a GSP for an entire basin, but multiple GSAs within that basin, and one of those GSAs feels that it can show compliance with the sustainability goal by using the GSP that exists, is that a possible route to a good actor?
I won't foreclose it at this point due to the possibility that the deficiencies DWR identified for the GSP might not apply to every single portion of the basin. We could run through a lot of hypotheticals. There are so many factors to consider, but it's not entirely inconceivable that that could be the case, that there are deficiencies in a GSP that maybe don't apply to a portion of a basin, and a GSA might be able to demonstrate that.
Appreciate that clarification. That's very helpful. And I agree that the coordination aspect and the challenges that come with that would still apply, even in that case. So thank you.
I'll just add that when you look at the two parts of the statute together, it seems, again, not impossible, but definitely challenging to have an area within a GSP be separated out unless the entire GSP meets the requirements of SGMA, because that's what it says. And so I think there'll be case-by-case situations that we'll have to carefully review. But to me, it does suggest that sort of the GSP is sort of the planning level land unit.
Yeah, and I think the challenge is, again, as I kind of said at the top, we're in a moment here where folks are in the board's purview because of inadequacy of their GSP. So by that nature, the good actor provision, it's not that it can't apply, it's just, it is a little more challenging because, again, everyone's before us right now because of a lack of an adequate GSP. And so demonstrating that component of it, although hearing potentially you could, because again, the inadequacies may be dealing with other components of the basin within the GSP. So there could be a magic bubble that's kind of in there, but I know folks are aiming for that needle, are wanting to thread it. I think this conversation hopefully just cautions folks on, the real need to focus on the GSPs themselves and make them adequate. That's how you get yourselves back out.
And if I might make one other point there, Chair Escobar, there's also, with continued splintering of GSAs, if that happens, I think there could also be questions that arise regarding the ability of a very small GSA to implement measures in a GSP. There might be a loss of economies of scale and that type of thing if there's too much balkanization happening.
With that, Ms. Pearson. Thank you, Vice Chair, for that line of questioning, and Board Member McGuire. Anything else from board members along that discussion? Okay, thank you. And any other questions generally before we begin to take commenters here from the dais? Okay, hearing none. Let's move to our first commenter. I'll be going down in order, I believe here of comment cards submitted. First person will be Natalie Escobedo Garcia, who followed by Gail Dalenhart, Michael Glacken, and then Tien Tran.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Natalie, and on behalf of Leadership Council, I'm here to provide comments regarding SGMA implementation. We support the report's emphasis on demand reduction. It is imperative all GSAs commit to reducing pumping in order to protect all beneficial uses and users of groundwater. Additionally, we appreciate the recommendation regarding drinking water, well mitigation, and ask that staff provide guidance regarding how to develop and implement a mitigation plan. We submitted comments regarding the Solar Lake Basin report. Our letter has additional resources to help support our recommendations. Regarding the reporting and fees recommendation in the Solar Lake staff draft report, we agree with staff recommendation to exempt domestic users utilizing 2 acre-feet or less per year from reporting and fees, since their impact on basin-wide water demands is by definition de minimis. We ask that the board extend this exemption to all state small water systems and small community water systems in the basin, and that for all other water systems that provide domestic water to disadvantaged communities, the board initiate a fee waiver process. Further, we support the staff recommendation to establish reporting requirements, extraction fees, metering requirements, and pumping restrictions. Thank you to SGMA staff for sharing an updated timeline for initiating probationary hearings in other inadequate basins. While we understand the need to balance thoughtful stakeholder engagement with setting timelines, we continue to ask that the board set probationary hearings as soon as possible. These subbasins have now had at least 3 years to create plans that protect all users and uses of groundwater and have continued to fail to do so. They cannot be given additional time to submit inadequate plans that will continue to allow domestic wells and small water systems to be dewatered. Last, regarding steps to exit state intervention, we appreciate SGMA staffs providing some general direction regarding what GSAs will need to do to exit probation, but we have concerns regarding the good actor exemption. We have arrived at this moment precisely because these subbasins have failed to be good actors for years now. We will provide additional comments regarding this exception once I've had the opportunity to discuss with our legal staff. The board finds itself in a critical moment in SGMA implementation, and we understand the decisions ahead will be difficult. The board has shown that the human right to water and environmental justice is a top priority for the state through your work on safer implementation, the racial equity initiative, and your work on the wastewater needs assessment. In order to uphold these laws and commitments, the board must put basins on probation that continue to fail to protect all beneficial uses and users of groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Escobedo Garcia. Appreciate your continued engagement on all the SGMA work and drinking water, all intertwined amongst. Thank you for your advocacy here and your voice. Next, I'd like to call up Gail Delahunt and be followed by Michael Glacken. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Hi. It's good to see everybody today. I'm glad it's raining. Gail Delahunt with Western Growers Association. I appreciate giving me the time to speak to you guys. We did submit comments regarding the staff report, and I just wanted to highlight the fee issue, and I'm glad to hear staff saying that they're going to look at that and maybe consider amending that a little bit. The fees, the pump fees that you guys could charge are really quite high. I want to remind you all again that we're not just paying pump fees to SGMA now to you guys. We're paying to our GSA. We're paying pump fees, and acre fees to our irrigated lands programs. I mean, we're paying a lot of fees. And frankly, a lot of these fees go for the same types of water quality issues. So I'd appreciate if you're cognizant of that as we move forward. One of the comments that in our letter that I just wanted to highlight was maybe some clarification on page 53 of the draft staff report. It talks about the staff is going to look at these plans in the eye of being inconsistent with other board priorities. And so I'd like to know what that really looks like going forward, because it would be really difficult to continue to work on the deficiencies that are required by SWRCB in the view of all the brand new programs that we have, or some of the older programs that we had that came after SWRCB was adopted. So I hope I'm making sense on that, but I'm concerned that we're just going to add and add and add, and we're never going to get there, right? So I'd like some clarification on that if possible, or just some thought as you're going forward.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Delahant. I appreciate those comments and for engaging here. Continue to engage on this important work. On the fees, yes, we'll be taking a look. They were set last in, I think it was like 2017, in anticipation again of groundwater sustainability agencies not being formed. So we'll definitely need to take a look. We'll take a look, we'll evaluate, and it's important. And as you know, regrettably, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act has the board collect fees. That's not a decision unto the board here. Just trying to do our best at recouping the cost of the program. And here, I hear you, between the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, between existing fees with groundwater sustainability agencies growers may be paying, it can be quite the landscape. So we'll do our best to be sensitive, as we always are, on that yearly fee discussion on the quality programs, and this will be certainly part of that work and sensitivity. So I appreciate you flagging that.
Thanks.
And on the clarification, yeah, we'll make sure we further clarify. I think to my mind, that direction is really aimed at the fact that, to your point, we have an Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, we have CV salts, we have a lot of work that's going on to protect water quality in communities without access to drinking water, and SWRCB should be well aware of all of that so as to best fit and help complete what is, I know, a huge task before us. So thank you, Ms. Delahant. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to call up Michael Glacken, be followed by Tien Tran, and then Deanna Jackson.
Hello and good afternoon, board members. Am I coming through all right?
You are. Good afternoon.
Wonderful. My name is Mikhail Glacken, and on behalf of Clean Water Action, I would like to provide comments today regarding the Tulare Lake staff report and the State Water Board's role in SWRCB for the 6 inadequate San Joaquin Valley basins. I want to begin with a sincere thanks to the State Water Board for releasing the Tulare draft staff report and for sharing the proposed schedule for the probationary hearings for the remaining 5. We thank you for upholding the human right to water through SWRCB. I'm going to be sharing some comments in congruence with some of my colleagues, Natalie and Tien, today. These are drawn from a comment letter that we submitted on December 11th for this comment period. So we are just in full agreement and support the Tulare Lakes probationary designation. And I will comment specifically on water quality and climate resilience in direct reference to our letter. On water quality, we recommend that the basin be required to track other constituents of concern, such as TCP, hexavalent chromium, PFAS, and contaminants of emerging concern that pose a threat to the health of drinking water users. We also recommend that these contaminants be incorporated into the board's SWRCB groundwater quality visualization tool. To prioritize climate justice, we recommend the board provide guidance and require the basin to conduct analysis on extreme climate crisis scenarios and take that analysis into account for water supply planning beyond historical data sets. Crucially, reckoning with climate change impacts on disadvantaged communities, domestic wells, and public supply wells. Only after these recommendations are implemented and there are actionable steps to ensure long-term sustainability of the basin, discussion on exiting probation can begin. And just thank you again for your time, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you, Mikhail. Next, I'd like to call up Tien Tran, be followed by Deanna Jackson, and then Cody Phillips and Alexandra Beering. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Tran. I believe the mic needs to be turned on, or you can use that one too.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Tian Tran. I'm a policy advocate with Community Water Center and want to make some comments on Sigma implementation and the state water board's role in this. And I really want to emphasize in my comments that the people that are hardest hit are groundwater dependent communities, disadvantaged communities in the San Joaquin Valley. And so when we are talking about inadequacies, when we're talking about human right to water, drinking water users, I really want you to bring those people in mind and bring them into the room right now. So I want to thank the board staff for releasing the draft Tulare staff report and the materials with it. It's very clear that staff put a lot of time and energy into this. The materials were comprehensive and clear in highlighting the board's commitment to the human right to water, the reasonable and beneficial use doctrine, the public trust doctrine, racial equity and environmental justice, and climate resilience. In response to the report, Community Water Center and partners submitted a comment letter to express our strong recommendation for designating the entire Tulare Lake subbasin as a probationary basin. We also provided recommendations that can be applied to all the San Joaquin Valley basins that are going through this process. And I'm going to focus on community engagement and stakeholder engagement and also equitable representation. So research has shown that about the vast majority of disadvantaged communities, or 84% of small disadvantaged communities in California, lack formal representation on their respective groundwater sustainability agency. So what that means is that oftentimes communities are not properly engaged and represented in agency decisions. Even if representatives from small disadvantaged communities are on advisory committees, they lack voting power in agency decisions. So that means that disadvantaged communities, oftentimes environmental users, people that represent issues that often are not really talked about at the forefront of these board decisions, often are not at the table of making that decision. So I present to you two recommendations. One, we recommend that the board analyze how the basin conducts stakeholder engagement and how this engagement shapes groundwater sustainability plan development and implementation. Then the board should provide actionable recommendations to improve stakeholder engagement. Two, we recommend that the board analyze the representation of all beneficial users and provide guidance on how to promote equitable representation and transparent decision-making processes. This work should be done in collaboration with the Office of Public Participation. There's been improvement and progress in some San Joaquin Valley basins, but ultimately there needs to be a stronger commitment to community inclusivity in Sigma. 1 or 2 public workshops a year are not enough. And community inclusivity is essential to Sigma implementation, especially when we are discussing good actor exemptions and the process for exiting probation. Community Water Center, our coalition of community members, also known as AGWA, and partners are all going to be here to hold the State Water Board staff and board accountable to make sure that the human right to water is reflected in Sigma. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tran. Really appreciate those comments and engagement and holding us accountable here all amongst this important work and continuing to advocate for communities. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Deanna Jackson, to be followed by Cody Phillips, and then Alexandra Beering and Melissa Sparks-Grants. And you should be invited to unmute, Ms. Jackson. There we are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair D'Amato, and members of the board. My name is Deanna Jackson. I'm the Executive Director for Tri-County Water Authority, which is a GSA with lands in both the Tule and Tulare Lake subbasins. So number 1 and 2 on your list. I want to thank staff for providing this update, including the recommendation of the revised schedule and information on how basins can exit intervention. I still have some questions and I'll work with staff for clarity on those, but I appreciate your report today. I'd also very much like to thank board members on their engagement with GSAs and basins. And we have come a long ways since we submitted our plans in 2020. And I look forward to sharing the progress that we've made, including development and implementation of demand reduction policy and other actions that we've taken in the last 3 years to move us towards sustainability. Both Tulare Lake and Tule Subbasin GSAs are diligently revising GSPs while continuing to implement management actions and projects. As we work through GSP revisions and prepare for probationary hearings, it continues to be a concern that we may lose the confidence of our stakeholders. And a probationary status determination could further erode that confidence and reverse progress, particularly in the areas of demand reduction policy and funding for domestic well mitigation. The Tulare Lake Subbasin plans to submit a revised GSP before the probationary hearing. Being first up, Tulare Lake doesn't have the extended time allowed to the other subbasins, and it's my hope that the board will consider this at the probationary hearing and allow the time necessary for the review of the revised plan before a decision on probation is reached. And I'd also like to say on the revised staff report comment that Tri-County submitted on the Tulare Lake staff report, we did write that report asking for a good actor provision. We have only 4,800 acres out of 47,000 acres in production in Tulare Lake. That 4,800 acres has been in the demand reduction policy since 2021. We do not have a disadvantaged community within the Tulare Lake portion of Tri-County and very little subsidence in that area. And so it remains a concern of ours because we did submit one GSP for Tulare Lake and it would be, a portion or an area. And I believe under SGMA law that would be allowed. These are just a few of our concerns. We appreciate your engagement and I thank you for your consideration today. And I wish you all the warmest of holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson, to you as well, and appreciate your comments here and engaging what I know will be continued work here soon. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, followed by Alexandra Beering, and then Melissa Sparks-Grants and Mark Larson.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips. I'm the staff attorney for California Coastkeeper Alliance. First, I just wanted to thank board and staff for giving this comprehensive overview of the plans moving forward in the SGMA process. And during that process, we just urge the board to keep a keen eye on the importance of interconnected surface waters. When groundwater tables are unsustainably depleted, the heart of the landscape undergoes aridification. Streams are not just seasonally depleted, they vanish entirely. And the board's role as backstop is particularly important here. DWR plans to issue a series of guidance documents for interconnected surface waters in 2024. They have yet to do that. And so the decisions you'll be making for the plans before you next year, DWR made those choices before that technical guidance was released. So just generally, SGMA requires that GSPs take a two-pronged approach to interconnected surface waters. First, identify the waters within their boundary, and second, develop a threshold beyond which any sort of groundwater depletion would cause adverse impacts on beneficial uses of those surface waters. Beneficial uses just don't exist when the surface waters no longer exist. And when they're severely impacted, you get concentrated pollutants and habitats are completely diminished. DWR found that most GSPs covered in the next year really failed to take interconnected surface waters into account or improperly address them. And we just strongly urge the board to take a hard look at these over the course of the next few hearings, both on the identifying of those interconnected surface waters and creating thresholds to protect them. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Really appreciate those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Alexandra Beering, followed by Melissa Sparks-Grants, Mark Larson, and then Aaron Fukuda. You should be invited to unmute. There we are.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, Vice Chair, and board members. I just have a few comments to make on behalf of the California Farm Bureau. I think generally when SGMA was passed, I mean, the assumption was that state intervention was always going to be a temporary step to help basins come into sustainability, not a permanent state management with no opportunity for locals to reestablish control of their basin. And that was something that I think we've all been a little apprehensive about, or a lot of us have been apprehensive about. So appreciate the additional focus today on what are the steps and the detail on how to get off of the naughty list and get off of, state intervention status. I also just want to acknowledge that the aggressive schedule that was originally set and is still set for the Tulare Basin, but that was one of our concerns, that it was unlikely to allow for this sort of iterative, thorough work with locals that would be necessary to address all the deficiencies. So glad to see that that has been pushed out a little bit and there's a little bit more flexibility in the schedule. The reality is that this is going to be messy no matter what, because it is something that's new. And this is a really different new thing that y'all and everyone else is dealing with and is edging into. And so it's important to be flexible and to pivot when necessary. And I was glad to see that the board and staff are looking at those as opportunities to sort of tweak what is working or not going forward. I also just want to acknowledge that there's definitely some concern and anxiety, I think, in the water community still about the potential for what, as a consultant, when I was a water resource planner, we would have called scope creep with SGMA, in terms of going beyond what is in the law itself and the requirements of the law itself, and sort of using it as a tool to fulfill other state priorities, which are important, like the human right to water and other needs, which are definitely priorities for the state, for California, and especially in the San Joaquin Valley. But when added on top as another requirement for basins that are already facing a high bar to achieve sustainability, it starts feeling like people are being set up to fail. So that is something I just want to make sure is voiced and is out there. And then I think, finally, I do want to urge you to continue being mindful of the potential countervailing trade-offs that exist in terms of regional economic impacts on areas of California that are already economically challenged. So appreciate all the work that went into today's presentation, including the additional level of detail, as well as your willingness to be flexible and pivot going forward. So thanks again for the opportunity to comment. And I would be a terrible public commenter if I didn't also wish you a happy holidays. Thank you.
With or without the wishing of happy holidays, always a good commenter. I appreciate it. And ultimately, I know that that balance, but firmness, I think, is really important from the board. Yes, it's around flexibility, but it's also just clearly articulating. And here, hopefully, it's been helpful to articulate how to get out of probation, but just the expectations here collectively among us. And I just want to thank and acknowledge the Department of Water Resources, Mr. Gosselin as well, here particularly, for creating that bridge between our two agencies, for just speaking clearly, identifying deficiencies, and trying to get folks back here out of state purview, but importantly, local control never goes away. The whole premise and work of the board's intervention and state intervention here is to get things back into local control and to meet a measure to do so. And so I advise everyone to remember that, because to the extent folks want to use probation as an excuse to kind of back away, all that does is ensure state intervention for longer. Next, I'd like to call up Melissa Sparks-Krantz, be followed by Mark Larson. The middle microphone should be working too. There's just a button on top that should be pressed to turn it on. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Melissa Sparks-Krantz with the League of California Cities. I'd like to thank the board and staff today for providing additional information on the probationary process. We recognize these are the first ever groundwater basins to move through probation under SGMA, and we appreciate the opportunity to further discuss the steps under state intervention. One of the foundational pillars of SGMA is that groundwater resources are best managed at the local level. And we appreciate that the staff have done a tremendous amount of work to create public processes for community engagement, in-basin community meetings, extended public comment periods, translated materials. All of that will serve to support the water board and you all in your role by hearing from local agencies, jurisdictions like cities, and communities as this process unfolds. First, we would like to request, I know we didn't go into great detail today on the fees, but we would like to request an exemption from reporting and fees for city municipal water suppliers across the COD basins that are moving towards probation. We're not requesting the good actor exit probation route, but on the fees specifically. The State Water Board should exercise its discretion that's designated in statute to allow for the exclusion of certain classes or categories of groundwater extractors from the extraction reporting and associated fees. City municipalities work hard to provide a reliable and affordable water supply for communities. The additional extraction reporting and fees will impact the affordability of drinking water supplies for communities in the Central Valley. For example, as reported in the 2022 annual report for the Tulare Lake Subbasin, urban water use is roughly 4.3% of the total groundwater extracted in the basin. That's less than 5%. This is similar across the other 6 probationary basins in terms of urban use compared to total groundwater extracted use. You have the discretion to exempt based on exempt the fees based on extractions that have, quote, minimal impact to the basin. So, you know, an example from what we've heard from one city is they anticipate their fees to be between $500,000 to $1 million per year in reporting fees, which will impact the city having to raise rates and increase the cost of drinking water. The majority of these cities are, I'd like to highlight, are the same urban water suppliers who are going to be required to comply with the long-term conservation objectives that this board is currently moving forward in a separate rulemaking. We are requesting that the board exempt city municipal public supply wells under SGMA with these fees so that they can spend their resources implementing conservation programs that will ultimately reduce the demand on groundwater supplies, which aligns with the intent of SGMA. Rather than pay the state fees, we'd like to see those dollars invested in the community. And we request, you know, we make this request on behalf of our cities to safeguard their fiscal sustainability and allow them to focus on the tangible conservation and demand reduction that they can do under the conservation objectives. We recognize the state intervention and probation will come with significant economic impacts, and we request the state board explore a phased approach on the extraction reporting and fees so that they can designate various other classes and categories of extractors who would over time begin reporting and paying fees as probation progresses. We're very encouraged by the staff remarks today about reconsidering the fee structure or exploring such a phased approach. Because we are currently seeing the estimate, for example, for the Tulare Lake Subbasin in total to be somewhere between $20 to $30 million per year in fees. And so that will impose a significant economic burden regionally. The many industries that are, reliant on groundwater are part of the community fabric in this region of the state. And so we encourage the state board to partner with other entities for all hands or all resources on deck approach, including other state agencies that have resources to provide, such as the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, Department of Food and Agriculture, and the Labor and Workforce Development Agency to prepare for region-specific economic and community transition as we shift towards sustainable groundwater management. We support the board staff input today on focusing on revising the GSP as the first step to exit state oversight, whether that be intervention or probation. This encourages locals to continue moving forward, even while under the state oversight process. I look forward to further discussing our comments with you in the coming months in the new year as we progress towards the first probationary hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the constructive comments, Ms. Sparks-Grants. Look forward to further discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Larson, be followed by Aaron Fukuda, and then Jasmine Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Mark Larson, Greater Kuya GSA General Manager and point of contact for the Kuya Subbasin. Good rainy holiday-ish afternoon. I just had a 5-block walk this morning thinking, oh, it'd be in the rain. Didn't realize I was getting a second shower. So that was always good to see, though. I have 3 items that I'd like to cover briefly this morning. One is just a brief sub-basin status on how we're doing in the Kuya sub-basin. A reaction to the staff presentation this morning, and so a suggestion on the probation fees that you want to collect. First off, the Kuya sub-basin is, diligently working on making revisions to our plan so we can best adjust that into a revised GSP that meets the standards of DWR and the state board. A lot of great work happening in the sub-basin with all the technical consultants. They're meeting sometimes 3 times, 4 times a week, even here in the Christmas season, trying to make adjustments to the plan, working on especially the water level minimum thresholds and measurable objectives to find standards that are reasonable and yet are balanced in terms of the impacts that they might cause to drinking water wells and such, and working hard on subsidence and establishing a subsidence level that makes sense and is reasonable. So you heard from Aaron Fukuda earlier, and a little bit later, he's also from the Kuya sub-basin. He gave you some great examples of on-the-ground efforts locally, and we're excited about where things are going. A couple of reactions to the staff report. Appreciate an update and a lot of the details that have been given. That's extremely helpful. One of the common complaints I get as I talk to landowners trying to understand the rules and regulations that we're implementing in the Greater Kuya GSA plan is just tell me what the rules are and I'll figure out a way to make it work. But not knowing and trying to figure things out is really difficult when I don't know what the objectives are. And so I apply the same thing to the state board as they, for the first time work this out. Just having some more definition is extremely valuable, and knowing what the time frame is extremely valuable. I would encourage the guidelines that you've mentioned that you're putting together for revising the plan to be acceptable. We're running cold without those guidelines. So as soon as those can be developed, would be really, really appreciative. The last item I wanted to talk about was a suggestion on the state board fees. So at this juncture, we do think it's appropriate for the state board to reevaluate its annual fees for groundwater extractors that may be in a basin subject to probation or under an interim plan. When the state board adopted the fees in 2017, you recognized that SGMA was in its initial stages and that the fees would need to be reevaluated to determine the amount that was sufficient to fund programmatic expenses, but not to exceed costs. Accordingly, your adopted resolution directed program staff to review the fees schedules annually, but rather than just reevaluating program costs, we agree is absolutely necessary. We believe that it is now time to reconsider a current fee collection approach to determine if there is a more efficient way for the state board to collect those fees. Collection of the fees under other existing regulatory programs, such as the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, could serve as a model whereby the third-party coalitions collect the state's per acre fee for growers within their coalitions and submit one fee to the state board. This approach greatly decreases the state board's administrative burdens, in which in turn allows the state board staff and the state board members to adopt a much lower fee for those participating in the coalition as compared to those growers that are billed directly by the state water board. GSAs, like the irrigated agricultural coalitions, are generally in a position to help with such collection efforts in the event that the groundwater subbasin is placed under probation. And groundwater extractors in the basin are subject to probationary basin annual fees. Collection of administrative burden, collection of the annual probationary fee through the GSAs will significantly diminish the state board's administrative burdens as well as the cost of the program, which is already significantly impacted by those reliant on groundwater in the subbasin. For example, we at the Greater Kuya already invoice in the process of invoicing groundwater extractors with tiered price, fees for overdrafting and pumping that occurs in the base above the baseline allocation. If unfortunately the Kuya subbasin were to end up in probation under the state board, we could use a probationary fee for our groundwater extractions in our subbasin and submit both a subbasin groundwater extraction report and the probationary fees subject to the report to the state board directly. Such an approach would greatly decrease the state's costs and would avoid considerable confusion and chaos amongst the groundwater extractors within the subbasin. I want to emphasize that. We've heard from a lot of landowners saying if the state board is, in a probationary status with us, who are we answering to, and the GSAs. The same approach could be used to apply the subbasin if the subbasin ended up in an interim plan under the State Waters Authority. So we recognize the additional details would need to be identified. This is a complex issue. I haven't even really discussed this much subbasin wide, but I think it's something that we should discuss and work through. Encourage staff to focus on the GSPs and not the probationary hearings, as that is where all the effort is, and that's what gets us to sustainability. We're working diligently to get the GSPs revised. We also encourage and have been asking for the chance for state board staff and the board itself members to come to a tour in the basin. We'd like to show you what's going on. Some of the projects like Aaron mentioned, I think would be great if we could show you those. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments and the constructive suggestion. It's something I know I've talked with folks about, and it's come to my attention and thought as well. Again, how do we have the right touch as we do this work, and using, existing, again, relationships, and importantly, ways of just being able to collect fees, data in ways that make it less onerous. I think I'm certainly open to. So we'll have more, as you said, to discuss around the ability to really do that. But I appreciate what is a lot of constructive thought that's gone into that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fukuda.
Good afternoon. I'll keep it as short and sweet as possible. We can get on to our next agenda item. But first and foremost, again, Aaron Fukuda with the Mid-Kuya Groundwater Sustainability Agency. First, I want to thank the staff. I think in the ongoing conversations we've had in the presentation today, our subbasin, along with Mr. Larson and I, can piece that picture together and work on our GSP. We're making diligent progress on that right now. But on one of the other items, which I heard, which I really put a lot of emphasis on, is because what I spend 80% of my time working on is the implementation side of it and the good actor clause. I understand the words on the page, but I also understand what I'm hearing in the discretion that the board has, along with the flexibility that the board wants to utilize to look at trying to, again, either build momentum where it needs to be built, maintain momentum where it's at, and stay away from killing momentum where it's being had. So I just want to be conscientious of that, because for instance, Mr. Larson pointed out, in our subbasin, we have our mitigation plans prepared. We're ready to implement, but we're setting up the funding requirements there. And under a probationary process, there's going to be a lot of questions by our growers. Well, why am I potentially subject to two payment structures here? So I've already been forewarned from some of my growers that I'm not going to pay two programs for the same objectives. So my mitigation plan now becomes, I don't have a funding plan anymore. So we just need to be conscientious about that. I would like to work with the board and with the staff collaboratively. Mr. Larson's invited you. I've, extend that invitation. We've got a lot going on, but I know you have a lot going on too. So I stand ready to work with staff, the board. We thank you for the presentation today, and we'll be getting a date together for our GSP for you folks. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Hopefully the dates, help us structure our engagement of work. I know we're all, as board members, looking to make sure we are out in all the basins that we're working in to really be able to have those communications. So just appreciate that patience and the engagement, Mr. Fukuda. Next, I'd like to call up Jasmine Ramirez, be followed by David DeGroot, Ashley Walker, and I believe our last commenter for the item is Soren Nelson.
Good afternoon. My name is Jasmine Ramirez. I'm a community development specialist with Self-Help Enterprises. On behalf of Self-Help Enterprises, we would like to extend our gratitude for providing this updated information and to also thank the board for their input thus far on plans and their engagement and responses to our submitted comment letters to date. From Self-Help Enterprises standpoint, it is critical to address the deficiencies identified by DWR within each subbasin, particularly as we approach the probationary hearing process. As we approach the probationary hearing process, GSPs that have been revised should still undergo the public hearing process, and we strongly encourage the State Water Board to conduct a diligent review of any proposed updated plans and ensure that each plan's deficiencies have been properly addressed before permitting a subbasin to exit or permitting to bypass entirely the probationary hearing process. Part of this review process includes ensuring that each plan has a robust, equitable, and financially sustainable mitigation program should the sustainable management criteria not adequately be able to protect domestic wells from going dry. In addition to ensuring that the core deficiencies as identified by DWR have been properly addressed, we encourage the State Water Board to ensure that GSAs have identified measures and included in their plans adequate efforts to protect drinking water quality and use their authority to require revisions to groundwater quality sustainable management criteria and groundwater quality monitoring networks where necessary, as well as the development of planning for additional sampling when water quality is degraded. While drinking water quality was not something that DWR chose at this time to identify as deficiencies within plans, we know that groundwater protection is closely linked to protecting groundwater quality, and the human right to water has committed the state to protect not only access to drinking water, but also to ensure that the water that is available is both safe and clean for all drinking water users. Furthermore, there is a high level of concern for groundwater sustainability plans that are developed without the incorporation of community member voices and engagement throughout the process. As climate change further impacts our subbasins due to both drought and flood impacts, low-income communities of color are at the forefront of these devastating effects. I'm sorry, there's a fly that keeps coming around me. Where was I? That keeps, I'm sorry. Low-income communities of color are at the forefront of these devastating effects. For these reasons, we request the State Water Board work with the failed GSAs to establish at least 2 board seats for disadvantaged communities and a seat for tribal members in order to have equitable representation and consider the interests of all beneficial users and uses of groundwater and ensure that groundwater sustainability plans are developed in collaboration with community members. In closing, we value the State Water Board as a partner in SGMA implementation and drought mitigation efforts, and we reiterate our support of the State Water Board and what they think is the best way to approach this process. Thank you for your time, and we welcome future conversations.
Likewise, Ms. Ramirez, I really appreciate the leadership over at Self-Help Enterprises, yourself and others that continue to be a critical part of, have been our response to drought and on the policy work as well. So I appreciate your comments and your engagement around this important work. I know a lot of it does start to fall onto your organization when it comes to various GSAs that are looking to have their potential drinking water mitigation programs backed up by your organization. So just thanks for your critical work in the community. Next, I'd like to call up David DeGroot, be followed by Ashley Walker, and our last commenter, Soren Nelson.
All right, good afternoon. My name is David DeGroot, and I represent the Tule Subbasin as the point of contact. So first, I'll make it pretty short and sweet. I won't try to repeat too much of what's been said already. First of all, really appreciate the updates today in this informational hearing so that we have a chance to review and work with our stakeholders and our GSAs to react to the schedules and the updates provided today. Our staff, the state board staff and our GSAs have been working very closely together. We greatly appreciate that. I think it'll be a good path forward to finding the most efficient way to get from where we are today to back to the Department of Water Resources. And we encourage, the state board members to continue to encourage staff to continue to work with us, set up meetings. I know everybody is busy, but it's very, very helpful, productive, and instrumental in trying to find a way to get these plans back to the approval. We also are focusing our efforts on technical updates. It's an iterative process. You update technically, you look at all your minimum thresholds, measurable objectives, and then you review them with all your stakeholders and receive stakeholder feedback, which at times is non-technical, run it back through. It just takes time, it just takes effort to go through that process, which the Thule is fully engaged in at this time. And we are working diligently to submit our groundwater sustainability plans and our coordination agreement update prior to having any hearing. Now, we heard today that the review process on the state board staff side is going to take quite some time and effort, 3 months plus. And what we're really hoping is that when we submit our plan, that we will be available to help present the updates, identify the changes that were made from the plan, from the prior submittals. All these meetings that we're having with the staff, hopefully will get them up to speed quicker as to what we're doing so that it will not take an extensive amount of time to do the full review and to work us back into the Department of Water Resources. We also appreciate the tours that are scheduled with each of you as members over the months of February and March. We're really looking forward to working with each of you and showing you all of the projects management actions and activities that the Thule Subbasin has done. There's a lot of activity, a lot of good results that we're realizing. We're working through our annual report right now to identify, what has happened after a historical wet year, what the groundwaters have done, what the impacts have been reduced, and we're very encouraged by the implementation of SGMA and are very excited to show those to you and to introduce you to various stakeholders within our area during those tours. And with that, happy holidays and happy New Year. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Likewise, thank you, Mr. DeGroot. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Walker and then Soren Nelson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Ashley Walker, representing the Eastern Thule GSA within the Thule Subbasin. First off, I do want to thank the State Board staff and DWR for working very closely with us over the last several months on revising the 2022 Groundwater Sustainability Plan. Eastern Thule GSA is working to revise our GSP to address the DWR deficiencies and comments that have been made by the state board staff working through the process over the past several months. Part of our more recent efforts do include working with local community organizations towards well mitigation. As we work expeditiously to revise the GSP, we do strongly encourage the delay of noticing a probationary hearing for the Thule Subbasin. As Dave DeGroot did just mention, we do plan to present the state board staff with a draft updated GSP very soon. We are aiming for the first quarter of 2024. We do really appreciate staff presenting the new schedule today. Of course, this is the first time we are viewing the schedule. And for the Thule Subbasin, as I mentioned, the new schedule does show noticing the public hearing right at the same time of the draft updated GSP being provided to the state for review. Therefore, we do urge waiting for the review of the Thule Subbasin's draft updated GSP, but we do understand that that may take some time, as Dave and others have mentioned and staff presented, to do so. If the subbasin's GSP, updated GSP, does meet all of the deficiencies and comments from the state, we do anticipate that to be the case. There may not be a need to notice a probationary hearing. That does seem to align with the steps that were outlined by staff today regarding the process to exit state intervention. So we do appreciate the clarification and the time and effort focused on presenting how to exit probationary status and how to exit any intervention on behalf of the state. In closing, as Dave mentioned, I do want to thank all of the board members also for our very productive meetings, taking the time to assist us and walk us through the process, to listen to what we're doing locally on the ground, to give us advice about how to engage the community more. We do look forward to our upcoming tours in 2024, and thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Walker. Appreciate the good comments and continued contribution, I know, to what is critical work here for us all. Next, I'd like to call up Soren Nelson.
Good afternoon. I know I'm standing between a room of hungry regulators and their lunch, so I'll try to be quick. I would like to echo the sentiments of gratitude to the board and staff for their work. This is really, really hard work while you're also doing lots of other hard things. So thank you for taking the time to understand the issue and engage with us in a meaningful way. I think you're all aware that Aqua and our members played a pretty big role in the passage of SGMA in 2014 and continue to support that framework, and that includes the state's role here today. And so just want to reiterate that we are very supportive of what you're trying to do and just want to help you do it in the best way that works for all parties. I did want to call your attention to a December 8th letter submitted by Aqua in conjunction with California State Association of Counties, Rural County Representatives of California, Farm Bureau, Western Growers, and Cal Chamber. I will not belabor all the points that we wrote down for you, but I did want to respond to some of what we heard today. I'd like to echo the encouragement that we feel on what staff shared with us on some clarification on the process, which I think has been a source of anxiety, and it's hard to over communicate on those issues. So really appreciate the extra information on the fees. Again, under the current fee structure that was set some time ago, it's a lot of money. And I think what we're asking, recognizing that you're bound by statute to recoup your cost through fees, is to closely correlate the cost of fees to the actual cost of the board. And it sounds like that's the direction you're headed. So we're really grateful for that. And then I did want to just say how much I appreciate the comments from the chair and the vice chair on the good actor provision. Again, I think this is an area where you are somewhat bound by statute and trying to navigate that as best you can. But I think it's in all of our best interests to avoid setting up an incentive structure for GSAs to all submit their own GSPs. That's not good news for anybody. I'll just close by saying, I think Gail mentioned this in her comment. Page 53 of the report does reference using consistency with other board priorities as a benchmark as the board is considering the deficiencies in the report and how they've been met. I think that that's an area that merits further board discussion. I think there's a lack of clarity on what is meant by that, and I think some are taking that as a moving goalposts, and that's hard to hit and under already pretty difficult circumstances. And so more clarity on that, and if we can be helpful with that, we'd love to be. So thank you for your work, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate the engagement in those comments. Appreciate everyone's comments here. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and its implementation is amongst a lot of priorities I know out there, just one that continues, of course, to be front of mind for myself and this board, I know. And so I appreciate everyone's engagement. We are looking to make sure we're over communicating as we can, being firm on what we're looking for and expecting, and helping people succeed. I mean, the reality we know is that this is all very difficult. There's a lot of misinformation, and sometimes, this either or around state intervention, but we are where we are in the process, and it was built this way to be able to correct these issues early, to get folks continue to be on the right path, and what is a huge lift for us all collectively to balance our basins and here continue to prepare them for the extremes that our climate is throwing at us. So thanks, everyone. I really appreciate the engagement, but look to fellow board colleagues. I know we heard a bit. Now is a good time to, if there's follow-up, direction, comment, I'm glad to make sure we hear. We can start with Board Member Firestone. And
okay, great. Thank you. Echo all of that. I'll try and be fast. I think first, just thank you to the GSAs and all of the work that they're doing right now to dig in even more. I think I'm not going to repeat everything that's already been said, but just one thing that I want to add to emphasize is that this isn't just a dialogue between the GSAs and the state board. This is really is a public process. And when we're looking at deficiencies, especially things like access to safe drinking water, we are going to be looking at our stakeholders in your region that are representing or are those stakeholders, are they supportive of how you've addressed those issues in your plan? So rather than us telling you exactly how to do community engagement, I know a lot of you are already doing, have been doing that. But I think it's really about outcomes, and are we seeing meaningful engagement by seeing local stakeholders being supportive of how you've addressed those issues in the plans? And so that's what I know I would really be looking for. And also, I think a reason why I wouldn't want to see us postpone public notice and hearing processes for state board staff to be reviewing stuff. I do think if there's a new plan, there needs to be a public process around it, an opportunity to get broader feedback. And so, I think that the way that staff has outlined the time it takes and the decision-making process balances all of those things of trying to not unnecessarily to be able to look at the things that everyone's working hard on in the submittal of a new plan, but also not postpone or bypass the public process and the work ahead. And then I think I'll just say for where there's going to be future opportunities and process quite around fees. But I will just say, since it was brought up here a lot, and I really appreciate us looking at both stakeholders bringing this up and staff looking at how we fit this into our, already big workload and timing to make sure we're looking at that. I am interested in looking at exemptions and fee waivers for state smalls or other very small communities. I do think we should be looking, I really like the idea both on reporting and fees of the kinds of constructive ideas that Mark, that you mentioned, just to basically reduce administrative time on everyone, and sort of also simplicity of who's in charge and where money's going, to emphasize the importance of GSAs as the managing agency first and foremost. On the municipal side, agencies are already now having to report really detailed information on supply, pumping and supplies on their wells already. And so I'd also like us to be looking at how we streamline that reporting and don't have duplicate reporting, and then how that might qualify for fee reductions as well. So just, there's a lot to dig into on fees. I just thought I'd throw that in as staff are continuing to convene people to think about that. And I really appreciate all of this. I really look forward to continuing engagement. I will note, and I'm not sure how we're going to navigate this, but because of our budget constraints, I know our travel will be more restricted than it was before. So I think if, to the extent that we're not able to get as much in the field with GSAs as we would like because of those budget constraints, know that that's not because we don't want to be out there, but we, are trying to save taxpayer dollars and balance our budget and be responsive to that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, board member. I know we're having active discussions now on what constitutes mission critical, but I'll say I will be arguing firmly that this is all mission critical. We shouldn't have to make too many of those choices. But yeah, more on that for everyone as we discuss it. Board members, others with comment. Vice Chair, great, thank you.
Thank you. And I'll try and go quickly here. Just want to indicate my support for looking at this fee issue sooner rather than later. The concern that I have is just that with the fees being, higher than what they should be, we can't decide today what they should be, but to the extent that it's causing angst in some of these communities, and if we're talking about quite a bit, then I think that it can be a distraction from just trying to get folks, really looking at the staff report or the letter from DWR or whatever they need to be analyzing. And so I just would favor us looking at this sooner rather than later. I like some of the ideas that board member Firestone and others have made about the GSAs being the managing agency, looking at ways to potentially reduce costs. And I would also favor looking at appropriate exemptions or some way to incentivize the collection of fees by the GSAs. And to the extent that some of these agencies have already developed fee structures, I think what we don't want to see is kind of pulling back from local fee structures because of something that we're doing to unintentionally cause that. And then just really look forward to ongoing processes here. I think that these updates are really helpful for us as a board and for the public. And just want to say what I've been saying to every GSA and stakeholder group that I meet with, and that is, even though this does feel very daunting and very challenging, do what you can to improve those plans and provide for improvements. Even if we do end up going to hearing, I think that will help to make our process go more smoothly if we end up with improved planning issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Plus up your comments, and I agree on the fees. It's distracting here. Again, they were first adopted in 2017. So getting to that, helping provide clarity so folks know what to actually be expecting as they come in and what financial consequence may happen is really critical. So thank you. Board Member Morgan.
I just wanted to quickly just thank staff for bringing this item to us to provide further clarity of the process, where we are, answer questions that have that you've been receiving, and to do it on this broader scale, just make sure that everyone's receiving the same information and that we're getting information out there as we, for the first time, go through this process. So, thank you for doing that. And just, this is it's a public process that we are still learning as we go through and implement this program for the first time here. And, just want to also just highlight that, as we're going through here, through this, and you did it on one of your slides, just highlighting the multiple opportunities for the GSAs, the public stakeholders, and impacted communities to come and not just talk to you, but also to come talk to the board. And so through the workshops and through, these information updates prior to us getting to the point of, to the hearing, and then also the opportunity to request, meetings. And so I'd also just wanted to thank you for highlighting that, and that, this really truly is a public process for everyone to be able to engage with staff and with the board. So thank you again.
Thank you for that, Board Member McGuire.
Really appreciate the update today and the very helpful and constructive comments that we received from the stakeholders. I agree with the other board members, so I won't belabor all of that right now. In the interest of time, the one item I wanted to add and just emphasize is the importance of providing that information on I apologize. The coming soon, more guidance on submitting revised plans bullet. I'm only reflecting on that after hearing from the stakeholder comments today, that there's a number of basins that are working on revised GSPs right now. And there's, I know you're meeting with them, and I really appreciate that level of engagement and trying to provide as much clarity as you're comfortable at this point in terms of what the expectations are. But it seems like perhaps that guidance will be helpful in answering and providing the GSAs that are working on revised plans a little bit more peace of mind that what they're working on is going to be in the right form for staff and the board to review at the end of this. And I'm sensitive to the timing because, as we heard from Thule, that notice is coming up potentially pretty quick, right around the same time they're looking to submit. And I note that some of the other basins are right on the heels of that too, based on the schedule that was just shared. So I'm not going to put you on the spot today and say, when will that guidance be available? But I hope that it's available as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, board member. I think that concludes this item here. I know we have folks here for Scott Shasta. We're going to take a brief lunch. We'll just take 45 minutes or so. So we'll come back at about 2:30. And just appreciate everyone holding on for there. Also, we do have Hmong language interpretation for the next item. So if there's anyone here in the room that is going to be desiring that, please do speak with our board clerk, and we can make sure and be prepared for you when we go to comment in our next item. Again, we'll start our next item at 2:30. I really appreciate everyone's discussion here on the Sigma item that is now wrapped. Let's take a nice lunch here at 50-ish minutes, and we'll go ahead and come back at 2:30. Oh, yes,
just
please.
one announcement. We did put a change sheet at the back of the room, and so if people want to take a look at it over lunch, it's there.
There is a change sheet for the next item for Scott Shasta. It's printed in the back of the room for anyone that hasn't received it electronically, so that you understand the changes that the board is proposing here before adoption. Thank you for that, Mr. Oppenheimer. Thanks again for everyone's patience. We'll see you here at 2:30.
Jonathan?
Testing. We should be on the Chinese channel and Zoom. Oh, awesome. Thank you. You're on the channel as well? Yes. Oh, okay, good. Then we have our settings right then. I think we can only choose the one that shows up here. We have the choice between English and then it just says Chinese. So yeah, it's good to know that we're in the right one. So excellent. Thank you. So yeah, we're hearing you through the room. That means we'll be able to hear you for the interpretation in here as well. Okay, yeah, that shouldn't be no problem. I mean, as long as we're in the same channel as where you are. Okay, awesome. Okay, that must be where we came in too. Because yeah, we only have the one choice. So yeah, this will be the one that we want to use then. Okay, well, thank you.
Mic check, testing, checking, check 1, 2. Hello, hello. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, actually, that'd be helpful. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Remuting.
Live stream shot. Test, test, 1, 2. Test. I'm cutting into your lunch. Test, test. Hi, Kyle. Can you hear me? Yeah, that works. Okay, great.
All right, everyone. It is 2:31. We can come back here from lunch. Appreciate everyone's time here. At the top, I do want to note again, we do have Hmong language interpretation. We're actually holding it in the room next door, the Sierra room. So if you just go out this room and are able to go in, there's full Hmong language interpretation happening there live in that room. And also for those of you on the Zoom platform, please, there's a language interpretation channel that there's a button that you should see at the bottom. It looks like a globe icon from on your screen. And from there, you can select Chinese and mute original audio. We had to choose Chinese on the platform since Hmong was not an option on Zoom. I want to note here before we begin as well that we ask all presenters, board members, and individuals providing public comment to speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow the interpreters to accurately capture your remarks. This applies to both English speakers and Hmong speakers. If you speak too quickly, we may ask you to slow down or pause. During the public comment period, Hmong speaking commenters here in the room can come up to the podium. And again, we have an entire other room. And so invite folks to come in between the two rooms. During public comment period, Hmong speaker commenters on the Zoom platform can share their comments and the interpreter will interpret their comments. Once they start speaking in Hmong, our interpreter will interpret the comments. With all that being said, and appreciate everyone's participation today, we can begin along onto agenda item number 5, which is our proposed drought emergency regulations for the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds. Kick it over to folks.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Philip Dutton, and I'm a supervising engineer and program manager here at the Division of Water Rights. I'm here today with Eric Ekdahl, Deputy Director of the Division of Water Rights, and Aaron Ragazi with the division, and Mariana Awi with the Division of Office of Chief Counsel. Today, we'll be joined virtually by Crystal Robinson as well with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who will provide a brief update on the fisheries and other information related to the proposed regulation. Next slide. This presentation will cover a brief background on the history of the prior regulation and our outreach efforts to date, followed by an overview of hydrologic conditions. Fish and Wildlife will give a brief presentation as well. Then we will return to a summary of the proposed regulation that highlights changes since the 2022 regulation, as well as updated proposals as part of a change sheet released earlier today. Then we'll provide a brief overview of comments received on the proposed regulation released with the agenda for this meeting and briefly touched on changes to the resolution as well as next steps. Next slide. As a quick review of how we got here today. In June 2021, CDFW requested that the board establish drought minimum flows through an emergency regulation and provided the board with recommended minimum flows for the two watersheds. In August 2021, and again in July 2022, the board adopted adopted emergency regulations that were in place roughly from August 30th, 2021 through July 31st, 2023. The board received a petition requesting that it establish permanent flows for the Scott River and then held a hearing on that petition on August 15th. The board expanded the hearing to include the Shasta River, and at the conclusion of the hearing, directed staff to develop an emergency regulation for the two watersheds. That leads us to the proposed item before you today. Again, in June 2021, CDFW requested that the State Water Board set emergency minimum flows for the Scott and Shasta Rivers. Next slide, please. There has been significant outreach conducted in the development of this emergency regulation presented to the board today. As noted on this slide, highlights of that outreach include board members in the watershed, a staff workshop, listening sessions held in Siskiyou County, and a preliminary draft of the emergency regulation staff released for public input. Next slide. Regarding the status of the emergency, the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds continue to experience an ongoing and persistent severe drought since 2000, one of the driest 20-year periods in history. In May 2021, Governor Newsom declared a drought emergency for 41 counties in the state, including Siskiyou County. In March of this year, the governor terminated the drought emergency provisions in select watersheds in California while maintaining the drought fishery protection terms for the Klamath River watershed. The local tribes in the Klamath watershed are being negatively impacted by the long-term drought and its impacts to the Klamath fisheries. Tribes are foregoing their commercial and ceremonial fishing rights, which has detrimental impacts to the tribe's economy, community health, and culture. In recent years, no fish were caught for the tribe's salmon festivities. The North Coast commercial salmon fishery was also closed this year due to concerns related to fish stocks. And finally, I note that Water Code Section 1058.5 allows the board to adopt emergency regulations to address a declared drought emergency. Next slide. Here are the drought monitoring and seasonal drought outlook maps for these two watersheds. As you can see on the left, the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds are abnormally dry per the latest regional drought monitoring map provided by the U.S. Drought Monitor. This is dated December 14th, 2023. On the right-hand side, you can see the seasonal drought outlook for December 23 through February 24. This is provided by the National Weather Service, and it shows that we do not predict a seasonal drought for this winter, or that the National Weather Service does not predict a seasonal drought for this winter. Next slide, please. Looking at current snowpacks, this figure shows snowpacks for the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds in blue. As of December 18th, as reported by the California-Nevada River Forecast Center, snow water equivalent at the Scott Mountain Station is in the category of extremely below normal. You can see that at the red arrow here. Other stations near the Scott River and Shasta River watersheds are in the same category. Snow conditions will continue to evolve throughout the winter, and at this time of the season, recovery from snow deficit can be rapid. But, recovery from snow deficits can be rapid, but recoveries late in the winter and early spring can be more difficult. As we saw last year, snow is especially important in the Scott River watershed, where it helps support late spring and early summer flows. Next slide. This slide shows flows at the USGS Fort Jones gauge in the Scott River watershed during the term of the emergency regulations, again September 21 through July 23. Flows during the summer and fall of 2022 did not meet the emergency minimum flows, even though curtailment and local cooperative solution measures were in place. The Scott River may not maintain baseline thresholds to support fish in drought situations. When flows are at such minimum levels, every increment of water is important to the species, and the proposed regulation now includes a term that provides that natural flows be maintained when the minimum flows are not otherwise achieved through curtailment. Next slide. Now, looking at the flows following expiration of the regulation, you can see that flows steadily fell below the expired drought emergency flow requirement for most of August 2023 until recovering on September 4th after rainfall. Flows remain greater than the expired drought minimum flow requirements since early September until early December 23. Flows in December have varied, at times failing to meet and at times exceeding the expired drought minimum flow requirements. Over the past week, flows were less than the drought emergency minimum flow. However, as of approximately 3:30 this morning, preliminary data shows the flow at the USGS Fort Jones gauge exceeds the expired emergency minimum flow for December of 150 CFS. As of about 8:30 this morning, flows were reported to be 180 CFS. Next slide. Similarly, this slide shows the flows at the USGS Wairika gauge in the Shasta River watershed during the term of the emergency regulation. The flows were mostly around or above the emergency minimum flows during this period. Even with more normal annual precipitation in the winter and spring of 2023, on June 29th, 2023, curtailments of diversion were necessary to maintain the drought minimum flows in the Shasta River watershed. Next. Looking at flows following expiration, flows in the Shasta River dropped sharply immediately after expiration of the drought emergency regulation on August 1st. Subsequent coordination by a group of major diverters in the Shasta River watershed resulted in improved flows that generally met a lower locally recommended flow target. Shasta River flows did not consistently meet the expired minimum flows until September 26, 2023. As of this morning at 9 a.m., flows at the Wairika gauge were 150 CFS, which is greater than the expired minimum flow of 125 for December. Next slide. Assessment of the emergency regulation is ongoing, but some of the benefits associated include improvements to groundwater levels that support earlier recommendation or reconnection of the Scott River, longer periods of connection at locations throughout the watershed and watershed wide, improved flows even during poor hydrologic years, improved water temperatures, and an overall improved habitat for salmonids. Next slide, please. At this point, I'd invite Crystal Robinson from Fish and Wildlife to join us. I believe she's participating virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Dutton.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Robinson, I apologize. You are unmuted, but your audio is not really coming through very clearly. Might want to see if you can change microphones. I know if you click the little caret next to the microphone icon, you might be able to switch it up.
Is that better?
That is. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Crystal Robinson, and I'm a supervisor in the Klamath Watershed Program, and I'll be presenting today on behalf of the department, the Shasta and Scott Emergency Drought and Stream Flow Recommendations. Next slide. I wanted to briefly touch on a few general points that are important considerations in this process of establishing an emergency flow regulation. Next month, the Klamath River Reservoir drawdown occurs, and this is yet another milestone in the largest dam removal river restoration effort on the planet. With that anticipated turbidity conditions in that event, we cannot stress enough the importance of ensuring an in-stream flow on the Scott and Shasta that mimics the natural flow condition. This will encourage salmonids to reside in those basins longer and will discourage a false flow trigger that could kick them out into the high turbidity of the main stem. We also want to be clear about the life history strategies of salmonids. The emergency regulation has not been implemented for 3 years. That is the average lifespan of salmonids from egg to adult returns. So equating adult returns with changes in flow management seen during the curtailment is not appropriate. We can look at the habitat changes that occurred with improved flow conditions and how that impacted adult migration, spawning, rearing distribution. Some examples would be decreased water temperature and improved surface flow connectivity. And biological populations are dynamic. And as a biologist studying these fish communities, we look at trends over time because there are numerous variables that can impact a single year's data. It's also important to note that there are many variables that may impact salmonid abundance and productivity, and stream flow is one of these variables. Many variables are outside of our control. For example, climate change, changes in ocean productivity cycles. However, in-river water management is one variable we can manipulate in an effort to recover these populations. Fish harvest is another controlling factor, and that's one that CDFW and others have had to make very hard decisions about in recent years. As you may be aware, the projected number of Chinook salmon adults expected to return to the Klamath in 2023 is the third lowest on record. And this has contributed to a recent decision by state and federal fishery managers, as well as the tribes, to close the California ocean and river fisheries for 23 season. This is the second time in 3 years for the Klamath Basin, and this closure has had an economic impact on numerous communities and thousands of fishing families. Since our first letter in May of 2021 asking for the development of a long-term flow setting process on the Scott River, we have come a long way, and we want to recognize that progress. That progress is positive. We've been working with our partners in the watershed, collecting and analyzing data through the curtailment, and we've developed partnerships with landowners in key habitat locations, and we've identified water conserving practices with them. We've refined the belly scraping flow numbers in both watersheds when scientifically sound information is presented, and we will continue to work together in an adaptive framework to implement the emergency regulations if readopted today. Next slide. I'll start by providing a fisheries update on the Scott and Shasta rivers. Next slide, please. Scott River Chinook salmon population estimates for the period of record are depicted in the graph on the left. As we noted in previous presentations to the board, Chinook salmon are declining in the Scott River faster than the Klamath Basin as a whole. You can see that there are below average returns in 7 straight years and 15 of the last 20. As of December 12th, we've had 1,064 adult Chinook through the fish counting weir on the Scott. This is below the median and the mean for the period of record. The graph to the right illustrates the coho salmon minimum escapement estimates since 2007, and you can see that we've had a wide range of returning adults spanning a low of 63 fish to a high of 2,752. And we've described the nuances to understanding that data in prior presentations to the board. The cohort in black demonstrates the system's capacity to support even higher numbers of adult spawners. The reason we remain concerned is evident in what you can see in that black cohort, that we lost approximately 90% of that cohort during the droughts of 2014 and 15. It is making a comeback, but you can see that without supportive flows, we can set back all of that hard work by several generations. And so for this reason, coho salmon in the Scott remain a moderate extinction risk and deserve to be treated as such. Over the period of record from 2007 to date, we are currently above the median and mean for returning coho on the Scott this year. However, with that 3-year life history strategy of this species, we compare cohorts to one another to determine if the population is improving. And as of December 12th, we have had 879 adults pass the video weir. This same cohort in 2020 returned 1,671 adults. So we are hoping to see more coho through the weir in the next few weeks. Next slide, please. The Shasta River adult Chinook salmon population has been about 2,000 fish below the 45-year average in 2 of the last 3 drought years. Run sizes have ranged from a high of 29,554, that was seen in 2012, to a low of 533 in 1990. With the exception of the 1980s, the Shasta follows the trend of the Klamath Basin, indicating similar survival rates. However, historically, these fish contributed 12% of the Klamath Fall Chinook population, and in the past 5 years, that's increased to 21%, stressing the importance of protecting this population in the Shasta. As of December 12th, we've seen 4,867 Chinook adults through the video weir. This is below the median and mean for that period of record. Coho salmon minimum escapement estimates on the Shasta since 1978 are depicted on the right, and the population is at very low numbers. There's an average of 43 individuals returning since 2014. The number of coho salmon spawners needed in the Shasta to avoid depensation, that's a condition where very low population numbers can increase the risk of extinction through multiple factors. That number is 531, and you can see the orange line in the graph on the right depicting that. And as you can see, 43 fish is well below this threshold. This is of serious concern to the department, basin fishery managers, as well as the tribal and commercial fishery communities. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Update on the coho. And I wanted to say on the Shasta and the Scott for the coho, I had submitted this presentation prior, so that number, you'll hear me modifying that number with the most recent. So as of December 12th, we've seen 43 coho pass through the video weir into the Shasta, and this same cohort that returned in 2020 was a total of 37 adults. Next slide, please. The Scott and Shasta watersheds also serve as valuable habitat for steelhead. CDFW operated weirs have enabled annual counts of the steelhead returning to the Scott and Shasta rivers to spawn. They've been annually counted through the fall and early winter since 2000 and 2005 respectively, but the flows become too high to operate the weir during the winter migration, so estimates describe a minimum number of turns, not based on population estimates. Steelhead adults migrating through the Scott River fish counting facility from 2007 to 2021 are depicted in orange, and those moving through the Shasta video counting weir are depicted in blue. The range for the Scott River steelhead escapement is 8 to 917 adults. The average is 235. In 2022, we only saw 18 adults coming back to the Scott River during the sampling period. The range for the Shasta River is 15 to 392 adults with an average of 159 adults. In 2022, we saw 82 of those adults escaping to the Shasta River during the sampling period. Next slide, please. So in summary, Scott River fish populations are a fraction of what they were 100 years ago. While coho salmon numbers are showing a bit of improvement in some brood years, Chinook salmon populations are getting lower. Access to the valley for spawning is becoming more and more of an issue as we continue to experience declines in snowpack and water demands remain static. The system has become fragmented due to the lack of surface flow connectivity, leaving isolated habitats during base flow. Fish populations in the Shasta River are in a similar situation. Although Chinook salmon appear to be doing a bit better, coho salmon extinction risk still remains high. Access to valley habitat for spawning is of concern, and attempts over the years to purchase water have occurred in an effort to bolster those flows. Summertime base flow habitat conditions for fish are also fragmented in the Shasta, mostly due to water quality barriers such as temperature and dissolved oxygen. Many of these aquatic conditions have been presenting themselves for a number of decades, and the fish population estimates indicate these are not favorable conditions to restoring these species. Next slide, please. Next, I will discuss the emergency in-stream flow recommendations and the results. Next slide. This slide describes the fundamental approach we took when we were asked to provide minimum drought emergency flow recommendations. These are often referred to as belly scraping flows. There were three main objectives. One was avoiding the extinction vortex caused by poor genetics, minimizing catastrophic events, and maintaining life history diversity. The second was maintaining sufficient stocks for sport, commercial, and tribal fisheries. And lastly, acknowledging for fish that every CFS matters. Increased flows result in better access to habitat, mitigating temperature impacts, and necessary food production. Due to the nature of the regulation asking for minimum flows, we did not provide a modeled temperature standard into our recommendations. Generally, we know that colder water inputs at higher volumes will reduce stream temperature as surface area and volume ratios decrease. We're continuously trying to increase cold water flows and eliminate warm water inputs in these basins. Next slide, please. Emergency drought flow effects in the Scott River. Tributary data from the flow gauges of French and Shackelford Creeks, two of the most productive coho salmon tributaries in the Scott, showed substantially higher flows in 2022 when compared to the base flow drought years of 2020 and 2021. Groundwater data shared with the department also showed higher elevations in 22 when compared to the previous two drought years. This data indicates to us that flow conditions on the west side tributaries as well as groundwater elevations were improved during the implementation of the emergency drought regulation. Improved surface and groundwater conditions support connectivity during migration of salmonids. We'd also like to note that during the summer of 2022, our field crews performed snorkel surveys in 4 reaches of the lower Scott Canyon. Surveys occurred when the gauge was meeting the emergency flows, and crews noted that all salmonids were observed in good condition at this flow and corresponding stream temperatures. Flows then dropped in July and August below the emergency flow recommendation targets, and crews noted salmonids exhibiting fungal infections, anchorworm parasites in all but one survey reach. Approximately a dozen dead fish were also seen on one survey location, a mix of salmonids, native and non-native species. CDFW will continue to survey reaches in the Scott Canyon to understand fish health and movement at varying flow and water temperature conditions. While these thermal refuges seem to provide some relief to ambient Scott River conditions, the department is still concerned about fish density disease and predation in these areas. Next slide, please. Emergency drought flow effects in the Shasta River. We did see habitat improvements with the implementation of these flows in 2022. The temperature analysis, water temperature analysis was conducted by the Regional Water Board's staff, showing temperature decreases during the curtailment. CDFW conducted fish surveys and sampling in the canyon during implementation of both 22 and 23 of the 22 and 23 regulation. Our outmigrant fish trapping operations in the canyon just upstream of the Klamath confluence were still catching salmonids on June 30th of this year. Trapping operations were halted due to safety concerns, but snorkel surveys the following month in July did observe Chinook juveniles still residing in the canyon. This confirms adequate temperatures existed for at least some portion of the summer base flow during implementation of the emergency regulation. It also dispels the theory that salmonids do not reside in the Shasta Canyon in the summer months. Chinook migration through the Shasta Canyon during the month of September can also be tenuous. I've included the USGS Shasta River near Wairika hydrograph from 2021 to date, and the orange arrow is indicating the base flow improvements that were seen during the implementation of the 2022 emergency regulation. At times, it was up to 40 CFS over the previous drought year. Shasta River sees an average of 6,500 Chinook in the fall. Low flows, high water temperature, and fish density are concerns that can accelerate the spread of certain diseases and potentially lead to fish kills. Improved surface flows, as seen during the regulation, were beneficial at reducing those risks. Next slide, please. We relied heavily on the McBain and Trush study for the Shasta River Canyon when developing flow criteria for the emergency regulation. They used 2D modeling and direct habitat mapping to estimate stream flows, which could provide high quality habitat for juvenile salmonids in the canyon. They also evaluated whether the recommended flow maintained a water temperature that was below lethal salmonid thresholds. This report was unable to conclude whether further study, the report was unable to conclude without further study if the Shasta Canyon is a viable life history tactic for juvenile salmon and steelhead, mainly because the temperature analysis did not establish curtailment of water rights as a mean for increasing those flows in the canyon. However, we did observe juvenile salmon in the canyon during this year's snorkel survey. And as noted in the previous slide, implementation of the emergency regulation provided suitable salmonid rearing temperatures in the Shasta Canyon for a portion of the summer. Salmon were specifically seen prior to the termination of the emergency regulation rearing in the canyon, and follow-up surveys after the curtailment ended, crews only noted Omicus present. We believe this temperature improvement in the canyon was due to the curtailment of high-quality spring water from those junior water right holders who were curtailed. McBain and Trush recognized in their report the multiple factors impacting salmonid populations in the Shasta, and so they utilized Moyle's qualitative factors for population viability developed for in-stream flow assessments. Those factors are ensuring that there is extensive habitat available for the various life history strategies, and that the habitat is distributed across the landscape in a way that protects them from localized catastrophes. Next slide, please. In 2022, the department recommended that the inefficient livestock watering prohibition be extended until March 31st as part of several actions necessary to use all the tools available to ensure salmon migration, habitat availability, and protection of reds. The department supported the development of in-stream flow thresholds upon which stock water could be utilized in the winter of 2022, and believes that lowering the threshold from 500 CFS to 362 CFS and 354 CFS later in the spring is appropriate when all other conditions in the regulation are being met. We look forward to any new information from recharge projects that indicate benefits to late summer and early fall flows in the Scott. Next slide. And in summary, the department is supportive in a local cooperative solution program for implementing in-stream flow regulations. We've developed a good understanding of the existing program benefits as well as the recognized shortcomings based on the implementation in 2022. Going forward, we're interested in implementing LCSs that have equal or greater than conservation values than the curtailment. And to achieve that, they must be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound, and binding. We expect to receive a few LCS applications based on those received throughout this process. On the Scott, groundwater LCSs were the bulk of the submittals, but diverters on Kidder and French Creeks were also interested. On the Shasta, there has been one LCS in the Little Shasta River, as well as interest raised by Safe Harbor participants in the Big Springs complex. We are looking forward to working with landowners on these. Lastly, I want to thank the board and board staff for all their hard work on this. We'll continue to provide support from our agency through this process, and we look forward to working together to improve aquatic conditions in these basins. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Just have to acknowledge and thank California Department of Fish and Wildlife here, Director Bonham, yourselves, for the continued technical work across all of this. I know there are multiple agencies, even Department of Water Resources and others that are involved in this work, and it makes a difference having that collaboration between us here. So just really appreciate the presentation and continued work with us here.
Great, thank you.
All right, as we begin again, I'd like to begin with an outline of the proposed regulation. And going through this process, I'm going to emphasize where changes are made compared to the 2022 regulation. To begin, looking at section 875, it establishes the minimum in-stream flows and provides for local cooperative solutions. Some updates proposed from the 2022 version of the regulation include updates to the overlying groundwater local cooperative solution program. Specifically, for the percent reduction option, applied water numbers were assigned by crop type based on best available information with input from the community and scholars. Additionally, 2 new overlying groundwater local cooperative solutions were added. One for early cessation of diversions, and then also another for implementation of best management practices associated with the most efficient irrigation practices. A metering requirement was added for overlying groundwater local cooperative solutions, with some limited exceptions available when metering is infeasible or possibly for wells serving smaller fields. The regulation also provides for a time schedule to provide metering when the diverter has been diligently pursuing metering and cannot acquire the meters through no fault of their own. Finally, a deadline of April 15th was provided to ensure diverters plan and implement their proposals throughout the irrigation season and better provide for evaluation of proposals at the forefront of the irrigation season. Updates for the coordinating entities include requiring that inspectors do not have a conflict of interest in the fields they are evaluating, allowing for no coordinating entity if diverters prefer to work directly with the board, and there's additional terms related to expectations for timely inspections and reporting. Additionally, a provision was added that generally provides for the posting of proposals 7 days in advance of approval, so the public may review those proposals. Although it should be noted that during the 2022 Local Cooperative Solution Program, the board posted 50 proposals on its website for many weeks or months in advance of the decision and received no comments on those proposals. In 2023, the board posted 3 proposals on its website and received no comments. Next. Section 875.1 covers provisions related to exceptions to curtailment for non-consumptive uses. This and other provisions related to certifications for exceptions have been updated to remove penalty of perjury language. This does not substantially change the standard of certification and is still enforceable. However, it may alleviate concerns raised by parties related to certifying that to the best of their knowledge without the fear that penalty of perjury language could be imposed. Section 875.2 provides the exception to curtailment for minimum human health and safety needs. Language that was originally incorporated via reference to other drought emergency regulation provisions has been updated to allow a nonprofit or governmental entity to certify on behalf of the diverter, and also to simplify certification for use when there's 55 gallons per person per day or less, by allowing for water users to certify that alternative water sources have been pursued when they are purchasing water, and by removing requirements to attest individual conservation measures in addition to meeting the 55 gallons per person per day standard. As you can see, some of the updates are reflected in the change sheet that was released earlier today, as noted by this asterisk. Section 875.3 covers the curtailment exception for minimum livestock watering and includes no changes beyond the removal of the penalty of perjury language that was incorporated into all certification provisions. Section 875.4, which provided for curtailment of the Klamath River watershed based to protect senior water rights, is proposed for removal for a variety of reasons that will be discussed when we go over the change sheet in a couple of slides. No updates are proposed from the 2022 regulation for sections 875.5 and 0.6, which cover the order of curtailments for the watersheds based on water right priorities and reporting requirements when diverters are curtailed. The inefficient livestock watering prohibition in section 875.7 has been overhauled to streamline the prohibition from what was in the 2022 regulation and the proposed regulation. The updated section was released as part of a change sheet earlier today. The purpose of the updates is to simplify the prohibition. The term of the prohibition remains from September through March. The updated provisions in this change sheet note that diversions for inefficient livestock watering may occur when all of the following are met. First, minimum flows are met without curtailment. 2, sufficient flows have occurred for migration of fall run Chinook and coho as determined by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. 3, tributary connection is established and maintained. 4, diversions do not exceed 10%, but maybe up to 20% of the flow during high flow events as defined by the 2017 flow report. And finally, 5, that red disturbance is avoided through management of the bypass flows. The provision also provides for reduced requirements above Joinell Dam. The notification and reporting requirements mirror those in the proposed regulation and require diverters to notify the board in advance of making diversions for inefficient livestock watering, as well as keeping their records that must be submitted to the board upon request. This new section provides for individuals or for tributary-wide local cooperative solutions some simplified findings. Next slide. For section 875.8, staff propose updates that provide additional examples of information that may be requested under an information order to support contingency planning if the drought were to continue. No updates from the 2022 regulation are proposed to section 875.9 regarding penalties. As mentioned earlier, today staff circulated a change sheet including changes to several sections of the regulation. Changes to the minimum human health and safety provisions are made to section 875.2 to clarify that human health and safety water may not be used for commercial livestock or commercial irrigation. Provide for end users to certify that they pursued other sources of water to the curtailed source, and eliminate the requirement that users of less than 55 gallons per person per day are certifying in addition that they are implementing conservation measures if they are not otherwise subject to a conservation plan. The change sheet today also provides for removal of section 875.4, which provided curtailment authority across the Klamath River watershed when water was not available at a diverter's priority of right. This section had been in both previous versions of the regulation, but has never been used, and staff do not anticipate its use in the coming year given the improved conditions. Additionally, the governor's most recent executive order regarding the drought emergency focused efforts on protecting minimum in-stream flows and a removed direction to protect senior water rights. Corresponding edits are made to the title of the article and to the regulation to focus on the Scott and Shasta River watersheds rather than the broader Klamath River watershed. Next slide. The final updates proposed in the change sheet relate to the overall inefficient livestock watering prohibition in section 875.7, which we discussed earlier in this presentation. Next slide. Moving on to a summary of comments. Staff released a preliminary draft version of the emergency regulation in November for public comment, and the comments were received on the preliminary draft in development of this proposed regulation in front of the board today. Additionally, from December 8th through 14th, the State Water Board solicited comments on the proposed emergency regulation. Staff received approximately 11 unique comment letters and emails during this final comment period. The table you see here lists the parties that submitted comments. Staff also received 5 late comment letters and emails. The board also received some comments that do not raise significant new matters. Next slide. Comments on the proposed regulation focused on local cooperative solutions, the prohibition on inefficient livestock watering, and the appropriateness of the Shasta River summer flow requirements. There were also some additional comments that we'll cover as an other after a discussion of these 3 areas. Next slide. Before looking at specific comments received on the overlying groundwater local cooperative solutions, staff want to note that the goal of these provisions is to save water before overlying groundwater rights are curtailed, which would improve groundwater conditions and fall flows while softening the economic impact of curtailment by providing water users with certainty for the entire irrigation season. These are intended to incentivize improvements and innovation in agricultural equipment and irrigation practices. Overlying groundwater local cooperative solutions are intended to address the time delay between groundwater pumping and stream flow depletions. Groundwater pumping's effect on stream flow varies depending on different factors, such as the well's proximity to a stream, the soil characteristics, or pumping rates. The effects from the pumping are averaged across the watershed. As a voluntary solution, these local cooperative solutions provide the benefits of early water use reductions that do not necessarily follow the traditional water rights priority order. Many comments received contain constructive criticisms and suggestions for these local cooperative solution programs. Staff received feedback on the two newly proposed types of overlying groundwater local cooperative solutions. Commenters requested to review the scientific support demonstrating these new types of LCSs are effective at reducing consumptive use and achieving the flow requirements. While these LCS scenarios have not been specifically modeled, model results from very similar scenarios indicate the local cooperative solutions, including these two new types, will reduce consumptive use and support late summer and fall base flows. These local cooperative solutions effectively allow for early curtailment of groundwater ahead of its senior water right priority to support flows later in the year. We don't know the timing and volume of precipitation we will get this year, or if the precipitation will come as rain or snow. Therefore, it is difficult to predict groundwater levels and the stream flows that will occur. Our goal is to improve the uncertainty on the effects of groundwater curtailment with metering data that is required for these local cooperative solutions and model updates. The overlying groundwater LCS options in the draft regulation lack certainty, in part due to the lack of reliable, fine-scale groundwater use data in these watersheds. The three options now included are not intended to be equivalent to one another. With additional data and lessons learned, the LCS options can continue to be refined in the potential future years and iterations. Commenters specifically proposed an alternative to the timeline of the graduated groundwater cessation LCS based on the concern that the existing language is too close to the standard practice and will therefore not provide positive impact on groundwater flows. Staff's interpretation of the modeling supporting the LCS in the proposed regulation will improve groundwater levels and stream flows and find that this is more persuasive than the generalizations in the Foglia 2013 reference regarding general irrigation timing. The local cooperative solutions also include a requirement that the irrigation reductions will provide substantial reductions in use. The board will be looking for meaningful rather than insignificant reductions in evaluating the graduated cessation LCSs. Additionally, comments criticize the timeline and cost for the new metering requirements. Regarding well metering, there were comments on data frequency and on reporting and a request for a minimum acreage threshold. Updates to the LCS program include timeline flexibility for installing meters, as well as Deputy Director approval of exceptions for wells irrigating less than 30 acres or where meters are found to be infeasible. Metering will still provide essential information on applied water use in these watersheds. Applied water varies within the watershed based on soil type, crop type, local hydrology, and more. Even though the state has a current expenditure freeze, there is an exception that could allow the meter purchases to proceed, and we are working through the details of the exemption process, but fully expect that this purchase meets the criteria for exemption because of the nature of the declared emergency we are responding to. There were also requests for additional LCS options, such as for a % reduction of surface water and groundwater recharge, and flexibility for water year types. There was also criticism for the lack of LCS option for pasture farmers. Staff have added the graduated cessations and best management practice LCSs. Water year typing is incorporated into the BMP LCS, and irrigators can choose not to participate in the LCS program if it is a wetter water year. Next slide. Generally, commenters requested to simplify and standardize the enrollment process. Staff are changing the LCS program to add flexibility. We understand flexibility creates new complexities, but would suggest that adding options to support and better understand the impact of creative solutions warrants that additional complexity. Staff will work with community members and representatives to reduce barriers associated with that complexity. The proposed emergency regulation contains clearer monitoring requirements. In addition to metering, there are clear monitoring and information reporting requirements for the coordinating entities. Upon request, a coordinating entity must provide information to the State Water Board. Petitioners have generally provided maps to staff as part of the LCS approval process, but map unavailability should not constitute a barrier. Commenters requested public review windows for pending LCSs, and a pending local cooperative solution will be posted online for at least 7 days for public review. And again, I do want to note that overlying groundwater LCSs were posted on the website for months last year, and we received very few comments on them, if any. Moving on to livestock watering. Several comments have been received related to livestock watering prohibitions during the comment period for the proposed regulation. Some were in support, and some of them were in opposition. Some commenters criticized the Scott River flow requirement as too high and harmful for late summer and early fall base flows, even after the changes in stream flow thresholds of 362 CFS for January and February and 354 CFS for March. Staff were requested to redefine new protections for pulse flow in the Shasta River. Regarding the language, avoid disturbing regs, some commenters noted and suggested to modify that as it creates uncertainty on how to comply with it and with CDFW regulations. Staff consulted with CDFW, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and initially proposed no changes, although we know that that language has since been modified with today's change sheet. Commenters raised concern on how the flow requirement changes in both the Scott and Shasta for stockwater diversions may impact current groundwater recharge opportunities. Comments were received related to water leasing as an option instead of the inefficient livestock watering prohibition. Staff received a proposal from the Scott River Water Trust that it can provide support to the State Water Board for measuring the water diversion amount at ditches during the entire livestock watering period, which is generally September through March. If the Department of Fish and Wildlife was concerned about the flow access during the Chinook and Coho migration, the Water Trust could lease diversions for a minimum of 1 week to see the effects of diversion and ensure flow availability for spawner access. The Water Trust committed to monitor the stream flow and continue the lease until spawning flows are attained as recommended by the State Water Board and CDFW. The board has updated the inefficient livestock watering prohibition provisions significantly with today's change sheet in an effort to streamline the provisions and provide for diversions when reasonable to also protect fishery resources, and it encourages monitoring by the Water Trust and others to evaluate implementation of the updated provisions for future refinement. The regulation does not prohibit water leasing, and staff would welcome continued work with the Water Trust if they believe increased coordination would be useful for the revised regulation. Next slide. Staff have received comments stating that the Shasta summer minimum flow numbers are incorrect, being that they are either too high or too low, or that a new method based on safe harbor agreement should be enacted. The proposed flow numbers are unchanged from last year's expired regulation and are supported by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the National Marine Fisheries Service. We received comments that the Shasta Canyon has little suitable habitat and salmonids don't rear there during the summer months. California Department of Fish and Wildlife did snorkel surveys in July while flows were still high under the emergency regulation and found fish in the canyon reach. I want to take a moment to discuss where the flow numbers came from and why these minimum flow numbers were used. The flow numbers came from the study by McBain and Trush on the Shasta River Canyon in-stream flow needs. The study investigated the in-stream flow needs for all life stages of salmon and steelhead in the canyon and provided a range of monthly in-stream flows dependent on water year needed to support the fish. Parties debate of temperature impacts pointing to temperature increasing with high flows, while others note that the study didn't account for increased cold water from Big Springs, but increases in cold water resulting from curtailment of users under the regulation and decreased temperature in the canyon reach. Next slide. Staff received comments on the preliminary draft regulation that were substantially repeated in late comments on the proposed regulation regarding the human health and safety exception. As described in the earlier discussion on today's change sheet, staff have updated language to further reduce the complexities of the required certifications. The full revisions can be seen in the circulated change sheet. Additional comments received but not responded to with updates to the proposed regulation are summarized here on this slide. There were comments that the Safe Harbor Agreement in the Shasta River watershed should be able to serve as local cooperative solutions. The standard for voluntary options that avoid curtailment is equal or better protection, such that the proposal must be equivalent to the protections provided by the regulation. The information the board has received regarding Safe Harbor agreements includes many improvements or commitments that are not in effect and which still require infrastructure or funding to pursue. Which of these actions have been implemented is not clear. Additionally, the information the board has received regarding the Safe Harbor Agreement indicates that the flow effects and the protections of flows generally are highly uncertain. Safe Harbor agreements often cover actions that relate to protections from multiple species beyond the fisheries, and the board does not have a proposal regarding how to consider these benefits vis-a-vis the flow focus of this regulation. Fish and Wildlife and the National Marine Fisheries Services are not limited to considering benefits to anadromous fish in weighing whether a local cooperative solution provides equal or better protection. Staff will continue to work with parties interested in pursuing local cooperative solutions, including coordination with these agencies to determine equivalent protections. There were also comments about the need for real-time quantifiable verification of the regulation's benefit. This is something we will continue to work on in coordination with locals, agencies, tribes, and other non-governmental organizations. Enhanced monitoring and reporting will help with the assessment of the regulation and inform future refinements when appropriate as the board looks to longer-term efforts. Additional comments relate to the lack of compensation for water losses. The board's proposed regulation does not prohibit funding for actions taken in line with the regulation, but staff understand that external parties are less likely to provide funding for such actions. There was limited funding available in the past for fallowing in non-curtailed situations, but such funding is not available in all instances. Staff highly encourage diverters to pursue available funding for alternative livestock watering systems and more efficient irrigation systems as it is available. Right, let's go back. There was also comments related broadly to the need for groundwater recharge. The livestock prohibition has been substantially streamlined to provide for livestock watering in a manner that staff believes provides for incidental groundwater recharge opportunities associated with that watering through unlined ditches, while also including appropriate conditions for protection of fisheries. These updates were discussed earlier as part of the change sheet, and the regulation does not prohibit groundwater recharge projects. Staff are actively supporting development and submittal of such projects. Finally, there was a comment that the board lacks authority or is overreaching in its use of the drought proclamation to adopt emergency regulations. The board's authority is clear under Water Code Section 1058.5 and the direction provided in the governor's executive order. The fiscal impacts of the regulation were calculated in a similar manner to last year, except that the fiscal impacts are estimated for 3 different flows forecast scenarios: an expected range scenario based on the state of flows in November of this year, an extreme drought scenario, and an above average scenario. The State Water Board estimates that the total cost to all state and local agencies due to the proposed emergency regulation at approximately $1.4 million for the expected range scenario, an estimated $2 million for the extreme drought scenario, and approximately $300,000 for the above average scenario. As shown on the slide, the estimated costs from the agencies are found in 4 categories: revenue loss for municipal water supply agencies, revenue losses for non-municipal water supply agencies, county and state agricultural tax revenue losses, and reporting costs. The estimate of fiscal costs from different agencies are reported under the different hydrologic scenarios. The reporting cost item, though, remains the same for all scenarios. Earlier, we discussed changes to the regulation included in the change sheet this morning. The change sheet also includes updates to the draft resolution and the corresponding changes that correspond to the changes made in the regulation. It also cleans up some edits where appropriate. The change sheet includes updates to focus references related to the proposed resolution strictly to the Scott and Shasta River watersheds instead of the broader Klamath River watershed. Changes to the resolution regarding provisions for minimum human health and safety needs include a revision to whereas 32 that discusses the proposed updates to the regulation simplifying certifications. Additionally, a new resolved number 9 provides additional direction to staff regarding follow-up actions related to the minimum human health and safety elements of the proposed regulation and language access. The resolution includes updated and new whereas statements, specifically whereas statements 34, 37, and 38 that reflect updates made in the development of the streamlined inefficient livestock watering prohibition in section 875.7. Finally, some next steps. If the proposed regulation is adopted by the board today, the next steps would be to release a notice of proposed rulemaking for 5 working days, after which the regulation and record would be submitted to the state's Office of Administrative Law, or OAL, for its 10-day review period. The notice would include the explanatory digest, and the regulation would become effective following OAL approval and filing with the Secretary of State. The regulation would generally be in effect 10 days after submittal to OAL. Accordingly, we would anticipate the regulation would go into effect in January of 2024. And finally, an encouragement for all to stay up to date, our Scott Shasta Drought webpage, our Scott Shasta Drought email, and a link to sign up for future email notices.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dutton. I really appreciate the presentation. And again, Ms. Robinson from Department of Fish and Wildlife. There is a lot to stay up to date on. I find incredibly just impressive how much conversation has gone on these last months. I'm glad we aren't here at 11 at night having this conversation. And just again, appreciate what has been just a lot of additional discussion as we had set off on here before the board. We have here, again, the direction the board provided in bringing back the emergency curtailment. I think we've heard a good case as to the importance of it for sure. I look forward to hearing from everyone here importantly, but just have to provide my thanks for what I know has been a lot of engagement here. These are significant discussions. We come to them with a lot of humility, but impressed by the level of discourse, the discussion we're all able to have here amongst a real opportunity to do better by what is not often easy histories. So just thank you. I look to my fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comments off the bat. We have about 30 commenters that we'll want to get through, and then seeing none, it's my honor then to call up first here Vice Chairman of the Karuk tribe, Troy Hockaday.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us, Vice Chair.
I'm not the vice chair of the Cook Tribes, just to let you know. I'm a council member for the Cook Tribes.
Apologies. Apologies, Mr. Hockaday.
It's all right. I appreciate you guys letting me talk in front of you guys again today. Thank you for giving us the time. As you see by what the Fish and Game has stated, that the curtailments we had in the last 2 years on the Scott and the Shasta show you improvement of some of the coho. The coho, I was happy to be at French Creek a couple weeks ago to see the coho return this year to French Creek. It was awesome to see that. But it was real scary at the time because we have just finally this last week, we were starting to get some rain, a little bit of snow in the mountains. I hear reports that drought is gone. Drought's still here. We live it every day. The farmers live it every day. The fish in the water still live it every day. We're still in a little drought situation. And as the weatherman said a little while ago, that we can't predict what's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 months. We just like I said, we just started getting snow in the mountains. The rivers, yes, I like that. As they said, the rivers have come up today. That is awesome. That means fish are going to get into their spawning grounds in the Scott and the Shasta, and also the other tributaries on the Klamath. That is good news. But the water on the Scott, if everybody knows, even the farmers know, the water did not start running through the Scott Valley until the middle of November. That's when the river came back together. And as I reported earlier this year, in October, the first week, about the end of October, the coho were at the mouth of Scott waiting to get there. So look, it took them almost a month and a half to get to their spawning grounds because of no water, even though we had flow entailments. So if you take those away, just think the fish would probably not have got here until today, until their spawning grounds. That would have been almost 2.5 months, well, 2 months, instead of a month and a half to get to their spawning grounds. I mean, that's a big difference. That's a big timing because fish have to spawn at a certain time. When they hit their spots they got to go, they got to lay their eggs where they got to lay their eggs. And if they have to lay them in the canyons and the high water and in the rushing water, those eggs will float away. They have to have the ground and stuff to grow their eggs. I don't know what else to say to the water board, but it's so important for the fish to have these flows. And we have the documentation in the 2 years to show you the proof that it is an improvement. It's slowly getting to where we need to be. We also got to think about the big fires we had on the Klamath River. We have Indian Creek and we have the Indian Creek drainage. We have the Elk Creek drainage that had decimated fires on there. Within this year and next year, we're going to find out what the percentages of the coho and the fall runs was habitat that was hurt during those fires with all that debris and stuff coming down. Fish and Game is working hard right now on data. So it's Kuruk Tribe, the Yurok Tribe are working on data right now. For those are going to be, it's going to take away from our fish counts. As you noted, that the Shasta and the Scott are big producers for coho and fall Chinook. Even with the dams coming out, it's not a fix-all for the Klamath Basin. It's not a fix-all. It's still going to be 4 to 5 years before the brood stock gets up to where it needs to be in the upper basin once the dams come out. And then we got to make sure that the water and quality and everything up there is for the fish. So that's still another 8-year process out. With the decline of the coho in both of those tributaries, as you've seen the numbers and heard the numbers that we have there, we need those tributaries. We need those flows to keep those fish stocks there. I agree with the farmers, they need to make money. They need to live their livelihoods. That's what America is all about. But at the same time, we have to protect the fish too, because we don't need another endangered species in the books. The United States of America has too many endangered species on the books that fish, we don't want the fish not to be able to come back to where they need to be. I've heard people say, well, you can go get a coho from another river and plant it into this river system. No, if that's true, that fish would have been here a long time ago. Certain fish belong to where they have to be. I mean, they can't just get up and pack their bags and move somewhere else. I don't, like I said, I appreciate you guys letting me talk to you guys again today, and I appreciate meeting most of you guys. I appreciate you guys coming up here and seeing the Scott Valley. I appreciate you guys talking to the farmers. I appreciate you talking to tribal members, talking to me, talking to everybody up here about what's going on. I know you guys have a tough decision, but if you look at it in my eyes and the way I look at things, the fish have the senior water rights. The fish were here before any one of us were here. The fish been here for millions of years, and I hope to see him for another million years. If you have any questions for me, I'm here to answer them today for you. And thank you very much for letting me speak again in front of you guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you as well, Councilmember Hockaday. I really appreciate, to your point, the conversations we've been able to have as we all continue to better understand certainly the challenges in our watershed, but the actual opportunities to be doing better, both by the salmon, but also to each other's relationships. Just really appreciate your leadership here all amongst it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Craig Tucker.
Hey, hello, everybody. My name is Craig Tucker. I'm a consultant for the Karuk tribe. Been working on this many years. Appreciate the opportunity. And I do appreciate all the really hard work that the water board staff and the board members themselves have put in this. I just want to make a few comments. The fish really are at a crisis, really all over the state of California, all over the Klamath Basin. But the fish in the Scott and the Shasta are, those populations are declining faster than in other regions of the Klamath. And I just want to say, in 43 years of record, and I'm talking about Chinook salmon in the Scott, the average is about 4,800 adults returning. But from the 2015 to now, that has been only about 1,600 fish. It's a 66% reduction in the number of adult Chinook salmon returning to the Scott. And in the last 8 years, we have seen no year where the return met that historic average. And this means that there's not a strong cohort left, and recovering these fish is going to be very difficult. I'll also point out that, talking about the Scott River, the mean flow in August has been declining since the 1940s. But that's not true for neighboring streams that are similar in character, like the Salmon River or Coffee Creek over on the Trinity. And so this is just a reflection of the expansion of groundwater use in particular in the Scott Basin. And I think what I'd say finally is we simply, these Chinook salmon are the workhorse and the backbone of California salmon fishery, both for tribes, tribal subsistence, commercial harvest by some tribes, and commercial harvest by fishermen in the ocean. And we have to start rebuilding these fisheries right here, right now in the Scott. So we want to implore you to adopt these emergency regulations. We've got detailed comments on why some of the LCSs proposed, the new LCSs proposed, we think are weak and should be revisited. But overall, we want to see these emergency regs adopted and get to the hard work of developing a permanent rule to protect flows in these two rivers, so that we're not just, I'm afraid that we're going to time out on these emergency regs and we're going to be right back to where we started. So we really want to get past the E-regs, the temporary regs, and get focused on permanent flow protections. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Really appreciate that, your continued engagement in all of this work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Lauren Sweezy, be followed by Doug Maynor, Glenn Spain, and then Nick Jocelyn. By all means, yeah. And you'll probably need to turn on the microphone there. It's probably cold. There's just a button on top. So thank you, Ms. Sweezy. Thank you, Aaron.
Green means go. All right. Well, hello from Scott Valley. So many of you I have met up close and personal when you did the Scott Valley tour, which of course I appreciate you coming to my valley and seeing what it's like. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Lauren Sweezy. I'm a hay farmer. I'm also a volunteer for California Department of Fish and Wildlife for doing the Chinook spawning survey for this year. I'm also one of the organizers of AGWA, which is Scott Valley Agriculture Water Alliance. And we are a communications group. We're not here to blame or shame. We're only here to communicate the truth. And I really like that angle. It kind of allows me to always be upbeat and see something positive rather than nag, nag, nag. So why I'm here today is to share my Chinook spawning videos, which I am so excited about. And I have to thank Alex very much so for helping me get those videos to you so you can see them today. I started my spawning walk through the river on October 9th, and I did that through December 4th. 2 times a week, I walked within the riverbed with my waders on, my little, actually used fence posts for stabling myself because you're walking on gravel, sometimes low water, sometimes high water. And what I did is I looked out for fish, for spawning sites, and then a little bit later, dead carcasses. That was where the fun really started with the fish count. And I can tell you from experience, a fresh dead fish to have to scrape scales off of is way easier than a long-lived dead fish. So that's why you really want to do this 2 times a week, because a week apart, I did have to do that once. It's not so pleasant. So as I was saying, I started this walk of doing the salmon spawning October 9th. When I would do the collection for the Fish and Game so that it could be sent off to their lab, it's a collection of scales, of tissue, and the OT bone, which is this cool little bone. It's actually, everyone has it, but especially the fish. It's so noticeable right now. It's way in their forehead, and it's kind of their sense of smell. It helps that process. But the biggest process that it helps to keep their life cycle going is it tells them when it's time to leave the ocean and come up and spawn. And it's a really neat thing to be able to collect that. Also through that, there's other genetic information that they can find. For instance, who is continuing this spawning at this particular site. I mean, I learned so many cool things about Chinook salmon. And I had been a fish counter years back, several years in a row. And never have I ever been as excited as this year because of the size of the fish that I was finding and taking videos. Because now you have a camera, and the camera can do just about everything you want. So I could take videos of the spawning of the fish, and that might be a good time to see some of those videos. So this is a picture under our bridge. You've got a female who's putting the eggs in. You've got males in there that are saying, me first, me first. And you have a very small jack salmon, which is a small 2-year-old male. They really shouldn't be there, but for whatever reason, his little signal went off and he came on up. But this is what I was seeing on my 1.2 miles of river stretch that run through my ranch. And so I could just go out there, and from here to you, Juan, another spawning site. That distance would be so close from the bridge to the next spawning site. And it was absolutely fantastic. So you'll see, here's 2 males that have, they're starting their run to go up to the spawning site, which is just ahead of them, which I didn't get in the video. But they're very, very large. One of the males that I got out of the river, of course, remember now I'm getting them when they're dead, was 93 centimeters. That's over 3 feet in length. Females, 84 centimeters. That's just shy of 3 feet. That's bigger than I'd ever seen any other time I was spawning. I was counting the spawning count. And so it made me think, my gosh, why are we having these huge, huge fish? Like here, you've got 5 of them all together. And it's just amazing and it's great. Well, could any of that have to do with the fact that the commercial fisheries were shut down for fishing, and that they don't have, the fisheries don't have a limitation on size, how big of a fish they can take. They only have a limitation on how small of a fish they can take. But a bigger fish, a female, will have more eggs than a smaller female. So perhaps this can be wound into the process of how they determined the fish harvest. That maybe every other
Appreciate that,
year
Ms.
they could
Squeezy.
change
Just
it.
note, we've gone a bit beyond your 5 minutes, just to try to wrap it up.
So me, I'll wrap it up as much as I can. But what I wanted to let you know, most importantly, is I think the commercial fishing industry does need to be woven into this process of thinking. Do you always just go for the biggest fish because you are getting paid by the weight? Maybe not if you want to create more fish. You don't want to kill something that is creating bigger numbers of fish compared to taking a smaller number maybe every other year. And another thing I wanted to add is after I was done with the spawning and most excited, as you can see, I went ahead and usually we have a spokesperson, Theodora Johnson, who speaks for AGWA. But it wasn't possible for me to get a hold of Theodora, and I really wanted to talk to fishing, the Forest Service, because if we want to continue to have continuous Chinook in our river, and that's for everyone, we need to think, how are we going to get water there? First and foremost, recharge, winter recharge for water in our basin. And in order to do that quicker, the Forest Service is going to have to lower their requirement for their flow. So I went ahead and called the new supervisor for the Klamath
Ms.
National
Sweezy, I
Forest.
apologize, but to be fair to others, I would ask that you try to wrap up your
I'll
points.
keep it faster. Okay.
No,
So I
very
did
fast.
speak with
We're
him,
past your time,
and I
unfortunately.
spoke with the deputy of the Salmon District, and they both are working on a plan currently so that the recharge number can be lower, so we can start recharge January 1st. And I know we can all work together. The end.
Thank you. I apologize to have to cut off, and we have a lot of folks here, and I appreciate what is going to be a lot more follow-up, I know, on implementation as this board decides on this, Ms. Sweezy. So appreciate the positivity, and importantly, further connecting with what is a real exciting life cycle, otoliths and all, and salmon. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Doug Maynor, be followed by Glenn Spain, and then Nick Jocelyn, and then Alexandra Beering.
Good afternoon, as opposed to good late evening. I can't tell you.
Yeah, right.
To be chatting with you guys at 3:45 in the afternoon and not 10:45 in the evening. You may remember I addressed the board during this marathon session a couple of months back. I'm happy to be before you again. My name is Doug Maynor. I'm representing Friends of the River. Friends of the River has been protecting and restoring California rivers for 50 years, and we're very concerned about the state of the Shasta and the Scott rivers. The Water Board finds itself in the position of attempting to balance the needs of the commercial users of water and their riparian users, in other words, the fish and the tribes. The reason we've reached this crisis is due to the overuse of this resource by commercial users. The river has had excessive diversions from the river and the aquifer, which has caused it to run dry on occasion, and on others to have that phrase I hate to hear, belly scraping flows, where the flows are so low and so hot, it really can't support the in and out migration of the fish. As you attempt to find a balance between commercial use and that of the tribes and the flows the fish need to survive, I want to remind you that the fish have no alternatives. If there's no water, they die. The environment suffers, as do the tribes, who, as we know, have been sorely abused over many decades. The commercial users, the farmers and ranchers who've abused this resource, have the ability to adapt. And I don't mean to be harsh to the commercial users. My ancestors were sheep ranchers, and I understand the hardships they've put up with. But the reality is they have overused this resource, and we need to be aware of that. The commercial users have options the fish and tribes do not. They can adjust to reduce flows. They can grow less water-intensive crops than, for example, alfalfa. They can find other uses for their land besides their current water-intensive uses. Farming and ranching, commercial use of water, is a risky business, but these are a resilient bunch, and they will find alternative uses for this water and their land, and they will survive. The fish don't have these options. So I ask you on behalf of those who cannot defend themselves, who cannot talk to you today, those who cannot adapt, to please protect the river and the environment. And if the folks who have overused this precious and vulnerable resource suffer from reduced flows, that's the result of their overuse over the years. They will adapt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments, Mr. Maynard. Next, I'd like to call up Glenn Spain, be followed by Nick Jocelyn, and then Alexandra Beering.
There, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Glenn Spain. I'm the Executive Director for Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, PCFFA. I want to remind the board that there is a lot at risk here. There's a lot going on here. And one of the things that the board has been provided information is the large role that the abundances Scott and Shasta, Chinook particularly play, and Coho play in determining our whole West Coast fisheries. Remember, under weak stock management, when there is a weak stock, we are limited by everything else, and everything else that we can catch. There may be 100 fish from abundant stocks from hatcheries somewhere out the ocean, but because there are impacts, potential impacts on ESA-listed coho, on ESA-listed other fish, and on very weak stocks in the Scott and Shasta, we're foreclosed. That's why so many in the past several years, our fishery in Northern California and Southern Oregon has been limited or closed. And closed this year also because of the weak stocks in the Scott and Shasta in the past years. So that is a real problem. In terms of the proposed emergency rules, in general, we support them, but there are some reservations that we have, and there are a number of things in our comments, our written comments, that I want to direct you to. I won't emphasize those. They're there in writing. We've had some very good professional modelers look over the issues. We are skeptical that it will be enough. One of the problems with setting the minimum floors so low, so-called belly scraping flows, is that there's always error in your measurement. If you intentionally target the lowest possible flows, which is what a lot of these rules do, then 50% of the time you're going to be wrong. That means 50% of the time the fish may be, because of the natural error in the system, may be getting less than they need to provide for bare minimum survival. That's a problem. We have to build in a precautionary principle to these rules. We have to make sure that they're also enforced. There are a lot of options for how we get there, but we have to have clear goalposts, and that is the essence of the emergency flows. We have to have those goalposts in place for the oncoming drought next in line. There will be other droughts, and there are not a lot of other options for the fish. So that's all I have to say, and I refer you to our written comments dated December 14th.
Thank you for those, Mr. Spain. I appreciate your comments and engagement on this. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Jocelyn, followed by Alexandra Beering, and then Jess Harris.
Hi, my name is Nick Jocelyn with the Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center. Thank you for an opportunity to engage on these difficult issues. I've been pleased to meet some of the board members in person, and I appreciate the effort you all are making to understand these two very complex natural systems. Many of us believe that this EREG is just barely enough to prevent the final collapse of the fisheries in both rivers, and more broadly, the collapse of the natural environment as a whole. That includes a possible collapse of all human uses of these two rivers. We know that no one here wants to see the entire environment collapse. The urgency to act on the EREGs and then swiftly act on permanent regulations to protect the rivers and all beneficial users cannot be overstated. These challenges this board will face in the effort to adopt permanent regulations will very closely mirror other efforts needed in other parts of the state where water is overallocated and the environment is left to be the last in line of beneficial uses. We need the board to act boldly in the face of these challenges. Finally, we look forward to working to help you prioritize and expedite the permanent flow recommendations so that we are not left without any flow protections. Without adequate permanent flow protections, recovery will not be possible. And I'd like to add quickly, since it was presented today and was new information to me, we would expect an open and transparent process with the Forest Service to determine whether it is in the public interest to surrender their water right that are in the Scott River decree. That water right for 426 cubic feet a second probably needs to be maintained in order to have the river maintain adequate winter flows. And also, when it comes to commenting on the previous LCSs, I'm not sure that any member of the public knew that there was an opportunity for us to comment on those LCS proposals. And so, as Philip stated, there were no comments received. I don't think the public knew that we were able to comment on those. So I just would like to point that out. I anticipate that the public will engage more vigorously on LCSs going forward as this E-reg gives those provisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Jocelyn. Appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Alexander Beering, followed by Jess Harris, and then Mark Rockwell.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep my comments brief. I'm Alexander Beering from California Farm Bureau. You've got some experts in that room and on the phone from Siskiyou County and elsewhere, so I'm not going to delve into details at the level they will, and I will leave that for them. I know, as many others have said, that you and staff, you being the board members and staff, have taken an interest in the people and the needs of the basin, including making multiple trips up there to see firsthand the rivers and the communities who depend on them. And I think I just want to acknowledge that, because when the stakes and the consequences of your decisions are as high as they are in this case, that extra effort is important. And I want to make sure everyone acknowledges that. I'd also like to recognize that the final regulations, including the revisions that were released today, include some recommendations from Ryan Walker and other members of the Siskiyou farming and ranching community. I think, and I appreciate that, and I know they do as well. I won't speak for them on that, but I would just urge the board and the staff to keep that dialogue open as the regulations are implemented and everybody looks to the future potential development of a long-term management plan. Since arriving at Farm Bureau earlier this year, I've been continually impressed by this group of people up there, by their understanding of the basin, their thoughtfulness, and their genuine commitment to finding a workable path to support what's important to their tribal neighbors and to their ranching neighbors. All of us work in water in some form, and we all know how rare that open approach can be among some folks. And so I just want to emphasize that we should make decisions in a way that protects and doesn't jeopardize the burgeoning relationships and collaborative efforts underway to restore salmon habitat and support the fish. Finally, in previous meetings, the board and staff have suggested that there may be a need for some amount of structured facilitation support for tribes, diverters, landowners, and technical experts to further the conversations that are necessary to develop a durable long-term management plan to support salmon in the rivers. And I know that California is under a tight budget constraint this year, but it'd be great to see something move forward on that front and not lose momentum until things stabilize economically statewide. So I will leave it at that and just thank you guys, board members and staff, again, for the time you've invested with these communities and on this issue and the time you've allowed us to comment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beering. I appreciate those good, constructive comments and agree that we have just a lot of great opportunity. What I appreciate about the order is it's focused on information, on metering, and helping us just continue to find the most comprehensive understanding we can have of the watershed so that we can have the most comprehensive solutions to then work from, and importantly, have everyone's trust so that we're seeing the same thing. And I appreciate that, again, across everyone here represented and outside of this room from the community. It means a lot to have the faith and trust to have a number of discussions here to try to best balance what is always a challenging discussion sometimes at times. So thank you, Ms. Beering. Next, I'd like to call up Jess Harris, be followed by Mark Rockwell, and then Andy Colonna.
Hi, thank you for having me to speak today. I wanted to talk to the board about a few different things. I believe that the flow recommendations are too high. Referencing the McBain thrush study that CDFW cited earlier, the McBain thrush study was very clear that minimum flows are not a solution to fish population recovery. And they actually cite velocity and water depth far more, which is not a necessity of minimum flows. And actually minimum flows in that study on the priority reaches of the Shasta River, all but one were under 10 CFS. One was 13. So these belly scraping flows, this like scary terminology that's getting used, doesn't actually fit the McBain thrush study. Normal late summer flows gauged on the Shasta River were 30 to 50 CFS, and that's on a normal year. So this recommended flow is on the high end of a normal year in late summer flows. Actually, looking back, August 3rd of 1970, which was recorded as a good water year, was 31.3 CFS. So we're not approaching anything that hasn't happened before. I know that there is a lot of fear mongering, with the populations of the fish, but this has been a consistent thing in our area. We are a high desert area. Minimum flows during the drought year should certainly not be on the high end of a normal year. And I believe that the State Water Board, through all of this needs to define, what engages a drought emergency. It's an argument, but it doesn't need to be an argument. There needs to be parameters set that distinguishes when we enter an emergency, drought order. They can't continue forever, and they shouldn't be used as a last resort. I feel that lack of reasoning and cause for violating the water rights is a strong argument for litigation. And litigation for damages and loss could be a significant problem for a state that's projected to be $68 billion in the hole next year. Honestly, I feel this is a lazy approach to a complicated issue. Why are we not flooding winter fields when we have winter flows and recharging our watershed? Going back to 1970, March 15th, 1970, you had 679 CFS. Right now we're at 150. In the draft, the staff writes about inefficient ditches, for example. The only inefficient ditch is one where the ground is so dry that it rapidly soaks up the water. If the ground's saturated, ditches are very efficient and help contribute to recharge. Many other factors contribute more heavily to these fish populations than just flows. These other factors are not being addressed. Studies and science are not actually even being applied here. And extreme environmentalism and weaponization of the Endangered Species Act is becoming disastrous for our community. Logging and wildfires is a previous example, and this is the next step. Real solutions are necessary, and I believe that they're possible, but this is not the answer. The State Water Board using this emergency order to violate water rights, to me, is an abuse of power, and it's an agency overreach. You're supposed to be serving the people, not violating the rights. And, you talked about the faith and trust, but you're losing the faith and trust. That's why there's not more people on the farm and ag side on here speaking, because they don't feel that you have their best interest. And that's not beneficial for collaborative efforts. The ranchers and farmers have come to the table to collaborate and find solutions with you guys. The State Water Board has not acted in good faith with that. It's, the CDFW says this, we're going to stamp that. The State Water Board shouldn't be acting as a water czar, and not forgotten its responsibility to the people. Your responsibility is to the people, not fish. As much as we all agree that conservation is crucial, your responsibility is to the people. These regulations show a disregard for our community and an unwillingness to act as a good partner for the betterment of our community and our local environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I really appreciate your engagement in this discussion. And I know we have a lot that we're trying to bridge here across this. And do know that this board isn't trying to represent agriculture. It's not trying to represent tribes. It's not trying to represent any one community. It truly is trying to do our best to balance amongst it. But appreciate your honest engagement here and your reflection here and thoughts about the work. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Rockwell, followed by Andy Colonna.
Thank you for this opportunity, Chair Escoval and State Water Board members. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you. I think it's that time of year to say thank you and let's be happy. I'm Mark Rockwell, President of the Northern California Council of Fly Fishers International. I represent the fly fishing community, our over 24 member fly fishing clubs throughout Northern California, and there are more than 9,000 members. I speak in support of the draft resolution to adopt emergency flow regulations for the Scott and Shasta River. For salmon and steelhead, as well as the agricultural communities in the Scott and Shasta River basins, water is critical. Ranchers and farmers need to know they will get water and when that water will arrive and in what quantities. This is critical for planning for their crops, livestock, and hay production. Fish also need water certainty, as their survival, frankly, depends on it. Coastal communities and fishermen also need water certainty to support the fish they catch and to support the citizens and families that live in those communities. So there's a lot on the line here, and the Scott and the Shasta recovery of salmonids is a really important part of that. We sent letters earlier this year of support for passing, for support for past emergency flows in the past years, as well as 2 letters that we sent in July and August of this year requesting permanent flow standards for these rivers. This emergency declaration is needed to make sure that the fisheries have water this year, but the best way forward is permanent flow standards, not just relying on emergency actions. It would create the certainty needed for both fish and planning ability in agriculture. We ask you to pass emergency flow levels for 2024 and finalize a permanent flow standard in the years ahead. Thank you for this time to comment and happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. Next, I'd like to call up Andy Colonna, be followed by Eileen Kim, and then Matt Parker.
Hi, I guess it's my turn. I'm Andy Colonna, and I'm listening to all these people, and I gotta say, I've got about as much time fishing on the water, on the ocean, and in the streams, as well as mechanized agriculture. I work with horses, and my parents were amateur farmers that had goats, pigs, ducks, chickens, horses, and so on. So I get a lot of the different points of view here. One of the natures of an emergency, according to CEQA and Webster, is that it's an unforeseen crisis or problem that requires immediate attention. And what I'm hearing today in part is that the unpredictability of what's going on in the watershed from one month to the next, one season to the next, one decade to the next. So we are all stuck in a way to trying to predict what the hell's going to happen, but we can't know for sure. And we're in a pretty wild situation with whatever you want to call it, climate change or what have you, and big storms, unforeseen stuff is swamping insurance companies all over the country. And it's not just in America. It's happening worldwide. The big fires are happening in Australia, Africa, Siberia is having methane problems and forest fires and so on, as the permafrost is thawing out as well. So we got to come up with a way to figure out how we can get our needs met when we are in an unpredictable situation, and which is what we are. So we clearly have to be versatile in our ability to respond. And I hate to hear somebody say, even though I think you really might believe it, that it's about people or fish. I'm a person, but I depend on the harvestable surplus of salmon and steelhead in order for me to go to work when there is fish available. My worst problem is I had to quit fishing because of back injuries in high school football. I should have never even played. Otherwise, I'd been stuck like a lot of people now that are in the fleet that have boats and they can't go use them, but they still have to pay to have insurance on their boats, or to dock them, or to repair them, maintain them so they don't fall apart or whatever. And those are fixed costs, just like the farmers have. So it's not an either or, it's a both. We need the water. If there's enough water for fish, there's certainly enough water for agriculture. But usually, if there's a choice, what happens is the farmers tend to want to farm anyway and keep farming to the point where there isn't any water in the stream to support recreational uses such as rafting. There's not enough water to float a boat, so it's boat scraping levels. So we really should be managing for optimum. To me, the bottom line is not what you make every year, although it's an important bottom profit and loss. It's the stream channel itself, because we all own it. We all own the water. We all own the fish. They're not your fish or my fish. They're everybody's fish. So we need to start managing this thing for the future as well as the present for all future generations, and try to get what so-called Indians need and what the rednecks need and what everybody needs. The Hmongs need. We all have to get what we need out of this, or we're going to keep fighting and not be very happy with whatever comes out. So I think it's a spiritual problem. I don't mean some great thing, but just an attitude problem. I see the farmers as just as much problem as I am as a fisher, okay? So I think we got to just stop being either or-ish about it and say, what can we do to have our needs met and balance and give up a little something so that you can have what you need. It's the whole basis of society. So let's do that, okay? Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Kalana. Really appreciate your comments and engagement here. Next, I'd like to call up Eileen Kim, followed by Matt Parker, and then Debbie Zhang.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members, and board staff. My name is Eileen Kim. I'm the staff attorney for the Criminal Justice Reform Program at the Asian Law Caucus. I'm here to provide a public comment on behalf of our office and the ACLU of Northern California. For the last 2.5 years, our offices have been working hard to ensure that Asian American communities in Siskiyou County have access to water for their human, health, and safety needs. The Asian American communities in the county, particularly the Hmong American community, who have representatives here today, are largely made up of low-income elderly people who struggle regularly to access water in the unincorporated county area. Through our advocacy, we have pushed the county to rescind local ordinances that discriminately restricted that access. We noted the recent revisions made that in part adopted our suggested red line changes both to the regulations and resolutions. While we sincerely appreciate these changes, we are nonetheless concerned that, as written, the board's proposed regulations continue to create substantial barriers toward water access for many Asian Americans in the county. To be clear, we support the goal of the regulations to protect salmonid populations for indigenous communities in the county, but we want to ensure that such a laudable goal is not pitted against that of other marginalized communities. To that end, we believe the board can and must further simplify the human, health, and safety exemption so that community members who depend on hauled water for their basic needs can actually avail themselves of it. As noted, yesterday we submitted some proposed red line changes to the regulations and the accompanying resolution. I will go over our remaining requested changes and explain why they are needed. First, we see that subsection C1 of section 875.2 removed language about diverters and end users of diverted water implementing all available conservation measures before they can qualify for the exemption. However, they are still being asked to operate under the strictest existing conservation plan for that use, and that the diverter must certify that all possible steps were taken immediately to ensure prompt approval. While these requirements are well-intended, for people who depend on hauled water, they are nearly impossible to meet. Practically speaking, curtailed diverters do not have this detailed information for every person who depends on their water, nor is this detailed documentation necessary when the water amount in question is capped at just 55 gallons per person per day, while the average American uses anywhere from 80 to 100 gallons of water per day. We ask that the board cut these requirements. Second, we want to emphasize our proposed changes to the regulations that would guide staff's discretion when demanding additional information from those who are attempting to access such a minimal amount of water for their human health and safety needs. The current draft of the regulations allows staff to request untold additional documentation from people who file petitions for these needs without any limits on such information and without any required substantiation from staff as to why the information is necessary. We want to ensure the process is transparent and free from being influenced by complaints driven by racial animus, as we have highlighted in the past. Lastly, we are proposing 2 additions to the resolution. We appreciate the emphasis on language access in the resolution, and we hope that this will lead to ensuring that all materials that are necessary for human health and safety petitions in Hmong and Chinese, so as to make the complicated curtailment order processes more accessible to these community members. The second change, which we did not see implemented in this latest version of the resolution, would require staff to periodically audit the impact these regulations have on the community to ensure that they are not actively or functionally blocking access to water for people's human health and safety needs. These changes are necessary to minimize the impact of the regulations on vulnerable county residents and ensure that domestic water use, the highest water use under the Water Code, is not impeded by these regulations. Thank you very much for your attention and consideration.
Thank you for those, Ms. Kim. I've appreciated the letters and the specificity of some of the requests. I know we've done our best to adjust, and I know we'll have further discussion as we hear from folks here, but just off the bat, thank you for that. Next, I'd like to call up Matt Parker, and who'll be followed by Debbie Jiang, and followed by, after that, Sari Sommerstrom.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Matt Parker. I'm with the Siskiyou County Natural Resources Department. I am the GSA plan manager for the Scott and Shasta Valley groundwater basins. So I oversee all the SGMA activity in those 2 basins. I'd like to first, on behalf of the county, share my appreciation for the field visits and the tours that we held with members of the board. We think those are very beneficial for our folks on the ground, as well as the board members themselves to discuss and understand the challenges within the community in terms of achieving these flows set in the regulations, as well as just finding collaborative efforts so that we can eliminate the need for sort of emergency regulatory actions and move towards community-based solutions. Hopefully, you all are able to get through the state's budget changes and continue to make visits up here. We would definitely support finding ways to get you up here for visits and discussions. As far as our GSPs themselves, I want to bring attention to a few components of our DWR implementation grant that we've received. I think these are important pieces that we're very thankful for the state's funds to allow us to continue to work on implementing our GSP. This includes organizing workshops for irrigators to learn how to become more efficient and find irrigation efficiency tools. Prior to these regs, we feel we had the most substantial amount of data collection in terms of groundwater monitoring, et cetera. With this grant, we're going to increase our data collection, expand our groundwater monitoring networks, as well as stream flow data collection. We're also looking at analyzing the interconnectivity of surface water and groundwater in the Shasta, specific to the Big Springs complex. as well as the, I guess, the positive impacts from Dwinell, possible leaking into important over summer, spring systems surrounding that area. We're also building on the Scott Valley Irrigation District recharge project that's critical for understanding recharge benefits to late summer flows and speeding up fall reconnection dates, as well as exploring recharge projects in the Shasta that will really help with rural and economically disadvantaged residential groundwater users. Those folks have been impacted over the years. We feel partly from curtailing surface water use, so we really want to explore the benefits of winter recharge on those shallow domestic wells. Turn things slightly negative, not in a negative way, but I think I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't bring up the fact that we're still concerned with the regs handcuffing the GSA's ability to manage our GSPs. As you heard in your item before, critically overdrafted basins that have not had approved plans are getting extended in terms of fixing their plans. We have 2 approved plans by the Department of Water Resources in the Scott and Shasta. However, the emergency regs have used their rightful authority to include groundwater management actions in the regs that essentially supersede our local ability to implement our groundwater plans. So as you read in our comment letter, we're requesting to engage both from the GSA with the State Water Board as well as DWR so that we can talk through some of these management decisions and have a more collaborative effort in terms of this groundwater effort moving forward. With that said, we look forward to continuing to work with staff and the board on finding solutions in the Scott and Shasta and look forward to further engagement. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Parker. I appreciate that and the honest feedback around what I know to my mind as well is nexus around the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. It's helpful that it's fresh in mind, I think, for us here at the dais, having just had that item. So finding ways, this isn't the only tool in the toolbox. This is a tool, and we really do recognize that there's a lot of other activities, including the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, that need to be all seen consistent across it, because there is a lot of interconnectivity amongst the work and certainly the resource as we manage it. So thanks for those good comments, and look forward to, I know, further discussion here. Next, I'd like to call up Debbie Zhang, who will be followed by Sari Sommerstrom, and then Vivian Hallowell.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Let me introduce myself. My name is Debbie Zhang, and I am a resident of Siskiyou County. First and foremost, I stand here on behalf of my family and my Hmong community in hopes that you will hear our voice and reconsider the actions of the agency pertaining to the minimum health, the human health and safety needs in regards to water rights. I moved my family to that area in the start of March of 2020 because to me it was the safest place that I could think of in beautiful rural Siskiyou County to self-quarantine my family from what was happening throughout the world. Now, we spent our summers swimming the lakes, Lake Siskiyou, McLeod Falls, and waterfall chasing through Hedge Creek Falls, Mossbrae. It's a beautiful area. I had this crazy idea that year. I moved my family out there and made it our homestead. I ended up raising over 200 livestocks of poultry, goats. I had dogs, I had hogs, and I grew a 2-acre vegetable garden. And I don't consider myself a commercial agriculture recipient, and what I made from my grow with my vegetables and my animals in return because of the COVID that was in place. Many of my community didn't have access to these resources. And so I was able to in kind give these to my friends, my neighbors, my family, and all I asked that bring me a bag of feed for my animals, for my livestock, or make a donation, a monetary donation, and I'm okay with that. That was the only exchange that I had. But, you know, come with it, June of 2021, I witnessed the Board of Supervisors in that area enforce a water ordinance that limited the amount of water that could be transported to 100 gallons per day. And that wasn't enough because, you know, we had to deal with the wildfires at that time. Water was scarce. And so that was our only way. And getting a well permit was next to impossible. I went in to try to get a well permit for my property and I was denied. For whatever reason, it just sat at their desks. I understand COVID was in place and they never got to it. And so that was my next outlet, was to purchase water. And I got my non-potable water by water tank, you know, so I'm appreciative of that was available for me at that time. You know, and when that water ordinance went into place, law enforcement stepped in that day of, you know, and with the interpretation of what had been put June of 2021 with the water emergency adoption of the curtailment, I felt that the law enforcement in that area used it in that jurisdiction to interpret that law and use it to utilize against their own benefit of whatever they felt was reasonable. They were pulling over water trucks left to right, you know, towing them away. And that day, I only had 250 gallons of water, you know, and I had to decide whether or not to feed my animals with the remaining waters that I had left or use it for my family because I didn't know when I was going to get water. You know, and in Siskiyou County, I can well say that everyone is kind there. You know, friends, family, strangers reached out to me when they heard of my struggles and said, "We'll get water to you." And there are some of those out there who are apathetic, who just couldn't wait for the opportunity to report me to law enforcement or my community to law enforcement regarding the water that was being transported. You know, I fear that by the time I got to a gate, a law enforcement was at my gate, even though my sole purpose was to feed my family with that water and consume it for my animals. You know, and this is only my story. And upon learning that now it's gone down to 55 gallons per person, you know, that's not sufficient enough, you know, because we're living out in these rural areas. Siskiyou County, you know, I do applaud the water board and the expertise reports with the salmon and the reports of those statistics. However, also consider our community and how we're being affected and how law enforcement in that area are benefiting and using it for their personal gain, whether it's for traffic stops or for whatever reason they think we're using that water for. So this is just my testimony, and I appreciate being up here. There are a lot of other Hmong families that are there. And this area is an area where we live. You know, my kids go to school in that area in the Siskiyou Union District School, and they are stellar students. You know, educators tell me, and they can attest to that, that they'd hate to see my family move out of that area just because I wasn't able to meet my living conditions. So
Thank you, Ms.
thank you
Strong.
thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for hearing us out and the adversities that we have to face. So this is just our cry.
Thank you, Ms. Young. I
Thank you.
appreciate your coming here. Thank you. And the whole community, and looking forward to hearing continued feedback. I know these are not uncomplicated issues, and before the board is curtailment of flows, but they interact and intersect with our communities in complex ways. And just appreciate the bringing testimony and hear voice to the community as we adopt this, because the consideration here is really important. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Sari Sommerstrong, be followed by Vivian Hellowell, and then Cody Phillips.
Good afternoon, board members and staff. I'm Sari Sommerstrom from Scott Valley, and we meet once again. Scott Valley's water issues have just received national attention in the New York Times article, which sadly tended, by my perspective, from the sensational and judgmental. But also statewide in the Cal Matters article, which offered a more accurate description of the situation from differing perspectives. As you've heard from me over the past 2 years, I tend to be a stickler for fish and water accuracy and historic context. So I'd like to focus on getting some things right. Sincere, heartfelt concerns about reduced salmon populations in the Klamath by tribes and the fishing community are heard loud and clear by the media and the agencies, but also by upstream water users. Believe it or not, local farmers and ranchers also like to go sport fishing in the rivers and ocean and see and have observed the changes. I've been thrilled myself by watching the return of Chinook and coho salmon in the Scott streams over the last 35 years, and depressed when their numbers are low. For many decades now, I've worked doggedly to find better ways to obtain healthier watersheds, and salmon populations are often an indicator of that health. But does this really mean we have to have a clash of livelihoods and culture, or a perpetual water year? I sincerely believe not. Most of the water users in Scott Valley accept that the status quo of the 2020 conditions of water management are not acceptable under changing climate conditions and the resulting reduced water supply. Balancing supply with demand is a sincere goal, though the accelerating climate challenges make that goal's economic demands on farmers even more difficult. I was pleased with the proposed new emergency regulations for at least providing more options for irrigators losing groundwater, and thank you for those changes. I was going to talk today a little bit about my repeated concerns about stock water use in the wintertime, and it looks like your changes that have just been proposed may have addressed that, so thank you. I won't go there anymore. So now I'd like to address the State Water Board draft resolution. Facts do not support some of the findings in the resolution. This resolution only became available in the last few days, but facts can also be found in CDFW's own data and reports. For instance, number 7, asserting that steelhead adult returns showed a record low in 2022 is disingenuous at best. CDFW's annual report states clearly that, quote, the number of observed steelhead should be considered minimum number of returns and not basin estimates, as, quote, a large fraction of the adult steelhead migration occurs outside the operational window of the counting facility, that is, January through April. Why are these misinformation, which is so easy to confirm in the resolution? I don't understand why these numbers show up there. They're easily to check with the department's own numbers. The department's out-migrant reports of juvenile steelhead leaving the river offer a more complete picture, and they also do not show a significant decline. Number 17, the crash of the record 2013 coho run of 2,700 adults was not caused by insufficient main stem Scott River flow, which mostly met your November 60 CFS flow target, but by insufficient rain and very cold weather, where they could not attain their natal tributary habitat. This problem was not caused by ag diversions. I worked with the Scott River Water Trust at that time, and we desperately sought where any diversions could be leased and did that. So please discontinue these misstatement of facts that get continued in your resolutions every time they come before us. Again, the situation is well documented in CDFW reports. Number 17, the 2020 and the 2022 reduced flows did not impact the survival rate of Chinook and coho, as I will later show. Exaggerations are not needed to justify concerns, which are true about drought and fish survival, but let's please use the real data. Page 13, resolution number 5 regarding CDFW working to, quote, refine the drought minimum in-stream flows. That's great, but it is imperative the department refers to its own actual real-world data from their own fish counting facility, their rotary screw trap, and all of the spawning surveys. There is no need to wait for, quote, new scientifically defensible information, unquote, unless important data gaps are identified. Also, no collaborative local effort has yet been initiated by the department to come to common understanding of what the facts are. That would be very helpful. Salmon production in the Scott River is doing better than is being projected here or described. It's measured again by all of that from CDFW data, 45 years of adult counts, 21 years of juvenile counts, and 15 years of weir counts, plus spawning surveys for 20 years. The Chinook salmon production during the recent 2 drought years, as measured by the number of juveniles that come out per adult, that's the way you measure freshwater survival. That's about all the Scott can do, has been way above average. For the 2 spawning brood years of 2020 and 2021, the production was significantly so, 101% and 83% higher than the average. The average is 137, and the actual was 266 and 251 smolts per adult. This is one of those years, 2/3 of the run got into the valley, 1/3 in the canyon. The other year, it was the reverse, 2/3 stuck in the canyon, 1/3 in the valley. Same survival. That's what we're talking about. And that's why I'm missing. All I hear is you didn't meet the flows. I want to know, are we meeting the production estimates? That data is there and it's not being shared. Coho salmon production was also above average during this drought, even without the curtailment in place. The 2020 brood year, which has expanded dramatically from 83 adults in 2008 to 1,766 in 2020, and over 68,000 juveniles that migrated in 2 years later, 2022. This was the second highest outmigrant number since data was collected since 2001 and above average. The historic numbers of coho that I've reported to, that California Department of Fish and Game in the 1960s said was between 800 and 2,000. That's the only data we've ever had on coho estimates in the 1960s. And as you can hear from the previous presentation by CDFW, we're at 840 right now with this year's run. Chinook historic was 5,000 to 8,000. Yes, we're below that, but we're not as significant as is implied. Accomplishments today. I'm sorry, I'm running over time. I asked for 10 minutes. Am I okay? Just 2 more points. Is that all right? Okay. Again, the media reports about water rights in California neglect the uniqueness of the Scott Valley. We have 3 adjudications there, water rights adjudications. All the water rights have been adjudicated on the surface water, riparian, pre-14, post-14, have been adjudicated in the Shackelford and French Creek adjudications from the 1950s. The Scott River Decree covered the rest, and that was all those water rights, plus almost all the groundwater, especially in the high production well area near the river and interconnected zone. Water Code 2500 was amended in 1970 by the legislature to allow for the interconnected zone to happen. Again, unique in California. This water rights clarity is unlike any watershed in California. Our exception is not highlighted by the State Water Board, I feel, when discussions of Scott River happens with reporters. It's just a very unique situation. The main problem, however, is that it never had a water master. It never was water mastered. French Creek and Shackelford were separately water mastered, and those were amazingly wonderful to work with when I worked with the Scott River Water Trust by having a water trust. And the Scott River Decree was finalized by the Superior Court in 1980, and to me that was a miracle as far as I was concerned, having worked in Mendocino County on the Russian and Eel for years, that you have the who, what, where, when, why of water rights in these decrees, plus maps of each POD and point of diversion, and throw in the wells too, the big wells. I talked to Chuck Rich back when I moved to Scott Valley in 1988. He had worked on the decree for your staff in the 1970s, and he was wonderful for explaining the decree in good English for us that don't have that water rights background. And it was just very helpful for a lot of people who never understood this complicated decree. By the mid-1990s, Chuck said he was close to retirement, and he said he would love to come up there and be the water master for the Scott. It did not come to pass, unfortunately. And he knew it was a case of education, monitoring, and then finally enforcement if those two don't get the feedback right. So I'm requesting right now, the State Water Board request come to the Superior Court of Siskiyou County, which is where these 3 decrees reside, and ask for a water master for the decree and the Shackleford decree. French Creek is under a local water master. This would be fair and reasonable, and it would also require some cost sharing on that. But I think you have a good decree that has had trouble getting engaged properly. And so I would like to show that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Summerstrom. Appreciate your engagement, continued engagement in all of this work, and appreciate the thoughts around additional water mastering. I think there could be something there and a benefit as we look at all this. Next, I'd like to call up Vivian Hallowell, be followed by Cody Phillips, and then Peter Wameng Powell.
Hello, Chair Esquivel and the board and staff. I'm Vivian Hallowell. I work as the Watershed Conservation Director of PCFFA. However, I'm speaking today as a commercial fishing family person. My family's fished for salmon for 50 years. We live near Eureka. We've had closures for fishing on Klamath River fish since the 1980s, starting in the 1980s. And one year we had a closure all the way to Mexico probably because of the 2 marked fish that we caught together and delivered to Bodega Bay. They extrapolate how many that represents. But most years we have to fish south of Point Arena to fish for salmon because the Klamath Management Zone has been closed, and we're not landing big fish that could be spawning in the Scott Shasta. But we are part of the community that relies on the water and the fisheries in the Scott Shasta. We've not been able to fish on those fish and the ones that are in the zone that come from other rivers that are healthier for 30 years. And so when we do have opportunity to fish salmon, we have to travel over 100 miles from home to fish for salmon. So we're part of the community. The coastal fisheries dependent fishermen, sport and commercial, we're part of the community that relies on Scott and Shasta water. The water belongs to everyone, and this is a food crop as well. Now, we don't want to see these salmon disappear during our lifetime. We may never get enough of them to fish again during our lifetime. That remains to be seen. It's good news when there are a few more of them. We're far from reaching numbers that would allow us to harvest any of these fish and bring them to market, and the economy of our coastal communities has been greatly impacted by the loss of being able to fish in the Klamath Management Zone. So I really appreciate the civil conversation and the ability for people to come and speak to you. And the Water Board, holds the survival of these fish for the future, because if they're gone, then they're gone for good. And if we fallow ag land, then we can still farm it again another year. People are struggling because there's not enough water to go around during some of these drought years. And if we don't maintain what's needed for these salmon, we are going to lose them. So I really appreciate that these emergency regulations. I don't know if they are adequate, and I know you have to consider many things. It's late for balancing things when the fish are endangered for so long. Please do your best to take care of them, and so that all of our communities can adjust and try to survive as best we can until there's enough water for everybody. In agriculture, the incentive is to supply as much as you can for the demand of the market. And so we need to be careful and make sure that this water is allocated fairly among all users. And that means everybody has to do without some. Well, we've been doing without for a long time here. So we're hoping to have salmon in the future, and agriculture, and healthy families. So thank you very much. And we appreciate this attempt to make a regulation in an emergency basis, and hope that we can establish flows that will support these fish into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hellewell. I appreciate those comments and look forward to what I know will be continued further discussion here. Thank you for engaging here and being part of our discussion. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, be followed by Peter Waming Thao, and then Chai Ya.
Chair, school members of the board, my name is Cody Phillips. I'm the staff attorney for California Coastkeeper Alliance. Thank you for providing this opportunity to comment today on these emergency regulations. I'm going to keep my comments focused on the Shasta River, though my points, many of them can equally apply to the Scott. First, I'd like to say that we're in strong support of moving forward with these emergency regulations, and thanks staff for their incredible work, not only putting these regulations together, but engaging stakeholders and really doing quite a lot in a very short amount of time. These regulations will ensure that the Shasta is protected for one more year. But I'd like to focus the board's attention on the status quo of the Shasta and the need for permanent in-stream flow regulations. Water has been appropriated from the Shasta system since the 1800s, and Water Order 98-08 states pretty clearly that this waterway is fully appropriated between May 1st and October 31st. During irrigation season, every drop of water is accounted for, and this doesn't even take into consideration groundwater, and groundwater withdrawals have only continued to increase in the Shasta. And as a reminder, the Shasta is heavily influenced by groundwater. During irrigation season, the Big Springs complex accounts for about 80% of base flows in that area. And while the board has an obligation under the public trust doctrine to balance the needs of the appropriative water rights system against the needs of public trust resources, historically, this board has completely failed to perform this duty. And as a result, pretty unsurprisingly, the Shasta is entirely out of balance. Environmentally, economically, and culturally important salmon have and will continue to be extirpated if the board refuses to act. And those that have suffered the greatest from this lack of oversight will continue to suffer. The environment will continue to degrade as salmon have failed to bring new nutrients to the system, along with all the other environmental benefits they represent. The fishing industry will suffer great economic harm as fishing season is canceled year after year. And California will continue its pattern of devaluing and harming tribal cultures that are defined by salmon in this waterway. The board's historical lack of action has also harmed the agricultural interests that have been allowed to grow and thrive in this region. By failing to balance the needs of the environment with the appropriative water rights system, the board has allowed for reliance on an extremely unstable system where any actions necessary to protect vital resources are going to harm those that have come to rely on this status quo. While change is hard, change is absolutely needed. Now, we recognize that the board has used emergency regulations in previous years to protect this waterway, and hopefully in 2024. But it is improper for the board to rely on these ad hoc emergency regulations and flow levels insufficient, by CDFW's own words, for long-term management. Reactive approach is pretty starkly juxtaposed to the new way that California is approaching water management. Just to give two examples of proactive management that the board is now intimately familiar, the direct potable reuse regulations that you adopted today, making California or conservation in California way of life. We're looking at water in a more proactive way, and this method that we're looking for in-stream flows and unreasonable use is entirely reactive. We urge the board to adopt these regulations and to direct your staff to immediately begin the process of developing long-term in-stream flow regulations on the Shasta. Hoping for rain and scrambling to react when it doesn't come is outdated and inappropriate. Please create a timeline, identify the milestones, and just begin now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate those comments and your engagement on this really critical project and discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Peter Waming Thao, followed by Jie Ya, and then April Yang.
First and foremost, let me say good afternoon to Mr. Chairman of the board and its member. My name is Peter Tao. I am a resident citizen of Siskiyou County for the last 8 years, and also a concerned activists on behalf of the Asian American community, mainly the Hmong community in the Siskiyou County. I am here today, and along with me, with such a short notice in reference to this hearing, I have a small group of Hmong community who took the time to drive down for the purpose of this hearing. And we are here today mainly for the new curtailment regulation that most likely it will pass into law. And as a resident of Siskiyou County and is commenting on behalf of the Asian American community, I strongly urge that the Water Board should look into simplifying and reevaluating the need of the water usage. By moving forward with what you had considered the right thing to do up in Siskiyou County, it will be an extreme impact to the community, especially to the Asian community up in Siskiyou County. In my today's comment, and as a community activist, I am hoping to work alongside with the water boards in shifting this matter in the right dynamic and in making the right decision that will benefit the community as a whole. Furthermore, please allow me to elaborate and pinpoint my community's need into your agenda and assisting you in finalizing your decision that you will be making in the next few days. According to Sheriff LaRue, his statistics says that Asian American holds a population of 6,000 plus in the Siskiyou County, mainly in Shasta Vista, Big Spring, and Butte areas. With that being said, we are population compatibility with the city of Wairika. Based on 2020 census, we represent 3.62% in Asian American population throughout the entire county of 43,000 plus countywide population. And with that being said, again, with that being said, within our community, we are built with these seniors, veterans, disabled veterans, or I should say our elderly. These seniors were once your allies during the Secret War. Today, they are limited in mobility due to old age, medical reasons, and nuclear exposure from the war. They need our help. They need your help. We are in Siskiyou County to stay. Siskiyou County is surrounded with beautiful mountains. It is a reflection of our native homeland. Often it reminded me and the people behind me and countless Hmong American who live throughout Siskiyou County. It reminded our beautiful city of Longchang, which is the American CIA home base against the North Vietnam. We have families who relocate to Siskiyou County to raise a family, as Debbie mentioned earlier. Our children will be our milestones success. If you should not consider our needs and the needs of our elders, and let me repeat, they were once your allies. And instead, the water board should allow curtail well owners to pass and only providing 55 gallons per day per person. That is just not possible. It would never be possible. It will make it extreme harmful to the community, not just the Asian American community, but also the community at large, for those that are affected and living in undeveloped areas like the Asian American that are mainly reside in undeveloped areas. Besides, if it did pass, where is our resource? Where is our resource? In the past, we encounter and experience and outlimit our resource due to local government placing, aiding, and abating ordinance on local providers and practice law enforcement tactics against the community, mainly Asian American. In my closing remark, our governor appointed you all with confidence, trust that you will do the right thing to serve the citizens of California. Therefore, my confidence in you that you will make the right decision. Seek justice for these citizens as I am here today. Not only that I will seek justice for my Asian American community in Siskiyou County. The year has come to an end, and let me conclude this with happiness and looking forward to work with the Water Board, that we will have a great years and great success in 2024. Thank you. And again, my name is Peter Tao.
Thank you, Mr. Tao. Really appreciate you traveling down and others in the community here and raising your voice. I know there are complex challenges within our communities, and the board is here to do its part, to listen. And importantly, I know that here, the forum that the board provides is a fair one, and we're here to be balanced and ultimately listen to the concerns of the community. I know the adjustments that have been made so far in the resolution, and what I look forward to, I know, is further comment here and some reflection on how we continue to make sure we bring the right balance to the work, knowing again that there's a lot of dynamics here that we're looking to make sure and create the right forum, and that forum is a fair one where everyone's voices are heard amongst it. So thank you, Mr. Tao. Next, I'd like to call up Chai Ya, who will be followed by April Yang.
Yes, hi, my name is Chai Ya. I was a court interpreter. I'm retired now. I'm living over there in the Shasta Vista subdivision area. And I've been living there for the last 8 years. And I just want to tell the board that the area where we live, especially the Hmong people are, and I'm one of the Hmong people too, that in that area is a desert, high desert area. There is no water. All the water there being transported in there. And I volunteer there as a fire safety council and also as a POA member there. And in the area, we have about 1,600 parcel, and in that 95 or 96% of the residents there are Asian. So whenever you make the law or the local make an ordinance, we get the blunt of that law enforcement. So for the last 8 years there, it was a miserable 8 years. I thought it was a beautiful place, nice and cold, and feel like my own town back in Laos. But then we went there, and every time they make the law there, we suffer the blunt of it. So when you make a decision, please have us in mind because we will suffer first. And another thing is that the fish, they want water. We also want the water. And please make the decision correctly, that we hope you will. And that when you make the decision, we want you to follow through so that we don't get the blunt of it. We were once, allied. We hope to continue to be that way. We live here now. We're gonna try to be good citizen here. And I've been working with the court for 30 years. And I retire. I wanna live in peaceful there and enjoy my life there. So we have a lot of wells there, but it was like the enforcement, the law enforcement, they're gonna stop us from even using. And we can't even repair what those were when broke. We have so many of them are broken. I'm one of the POA member. The county will not allow other people to come fix it. And the water there are very hard to get. And it reminds me of the story that I read about America, where they say, here, white fountain only. Here's black fountain only. I don't want to be reminded of that anymore. We're in the 21st century right now. So also that we want to live together. And please, whenever you make, or you already make the decision, please make sure that we don't suffer the blunt of that law again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ya. I really appreciate that. And it is the goal of this board to have fair and equitable application of the law without prejudice or racist intent. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up April Yang, who will be followed by Regina Chicazola and then David Webb.
I guess it's good evening now.
Thank
you. My name is April Yang. I don't know, somebody wish, I know I have my voice today. So my name is April Yang. I'm a member of the Hmong community in Siskiyou County. I am here today to address the issue in regards to groundwater user in Siskiyou County, where the state makes a law to limit it to 55 gallons per person in an undeveloped area. It was clear and understand that the county created this water onus to wipe out the Hmong community in Siskiyou County. Because of the Hmong community live there in an undeveloped area. The county has racial profile and treated the Hmong community more worse than in a communist country where they are being controlling our water rights. Regardless of our ethnic group or our root of origin, we are human and we are requesting to be treated like human. By passing these laws, it is just a way of genocide our community. No water is the most dangerous genocide weapon in the world. Let the history be a lesson, so let not repeating the same mistake that the county had done to the Hmong community. I understand it is very important to have the fish as it is naturally. I know that there is a way, and I believe there's a way to do it without other costs. I urge the water boards to simplify the regulations so that people in my community can continue to get water. If this regulation goes into effect, it would be difficult for my people, my community, to live in Siskiyou County. Thank you for your considerations.
Thank you, Ms. Yang. I appreciate again your voice and contributions here. You know, I'd like to here actually take a moment to go to Mr. Ekdahl and our folks here on staff, just to again reiterate how again have heard and have accommodated to simplify the process of reporting around these human health and safety amounts, and importantly, might be helpful just to clarify when they actually apply or don't as well to the communities here. And any thoughts additionally, if there's anything you'd like to add, Mr. Ekdahl? Thank you.
Absolutely. And this has been an ongoing topic that we have been working very diligently to try and find a pathway forward. We do not intend our regulations to limit water supply for human health and safety purposes or to prevent access to clean and safe, reliable water supplies. What we're hearing today is, kind of the tip of a much larger iceberg. And there are a number of intersecting jurisdictions, priorities, and it's resulted in as you're hearing, very complicated and very unfortunate scenario. There are reports that people aren't able to get domestic wells, that permits aren't being processed, that it's being held up or just not moved forward, that there's a claim to do loop where you can't get a domestic well unless you have a water supply, but you can't get, or a sanitation supply, but you can't get a sanitation supply unless you have an address. You can't get an address unless you have a water supply, and it just goes round and round. Again, that's a bit of hearsay, and it's an issue that we do hope we can get some clarification on. But the division itself has put together regulations that provide for continued delivery of hauled water. So I want to be very clear that the regulations would allow for continued delivery of hauled water. There is this 55 gallons per person per day component to it. That's been in place not only for this community, but for over 14,000 curtailed water rights over the last 3 years. So that's not a unique kind of thing that has focused on this one community. That is the basic efficient water use as described in the 2018-19 legislation, making California a conservation way of life. There's also been, in every iteration of our emergency regulations, a pathway for obtaining water greater than 55 gallons per person per day. And we've approved almost every single request that we've gotten for that. I think there's maybe one that we've denied over the course of the last couple of years. That includes if you have greater needs for domestic animals, domestic gardens, the scenario that was described earlier. And so that pathway still exists here. What we do include in the regulations, I think what you're hearing some concerns about, is the pathway for obtaining that permission or that exception. I don't want to call it a permission. And how can we make it easier? And how can we reduce the potential for potential animosity or redirected impacts to this community in particular? And I think we are open for continued dialogue and suggestions on that. We've added the 2 requirements where we can have a government entity or a nonprofit entity serve as kind of that reporting entity, so that individuals wouldn't be necessarily named or have to name themselves if they felt threatened. And our understanding is that they have and do feel threatened to do that. So we could set up, or a third party could be set up to help do that. That third party could also serve that role for kind of obtaining these higher water use amounts. I do have to mention why we have the need for the verification process, and that is illegal cannabis cultivation. There is hundreds of illegal cannabis cultivation sites in Siskiyou County, many of which are located in the Shasta Vista neighborhood. We have kind of aerial photography that shows the number, the extent. There's a lot of it. I want to be very clear, in no way, shape, or form am I suggesting that every Hmong person is growing illegal cannabis, and that is absolutely not the case. But we do have a very significant cannabis issue in Siskiyou County. The water use associated with that is probably pretty low. We actually can use those same air photographs to figure out the acreage associated with that, and if we toil up the 1,300 or so outdoor sites that we've identified and the 1,300 or so greenhouses that we've identified, recognizing that all 1,300 of those greenhouses might be growing something else. It could have carrots, it could have any number of things. It's about 300 acres total. And for reference, in just the Scott watershed, there are 30,000 acres of irrigated pasture, hay, alfalfa, and other crops. So the amount of water used here is very, very small. But there are extreme water quality issues. There have been just very recently reports of illegal pesticides, some really dangerous stuff where you kind of inhale it once and you have life-threatening health risks. So there are needs to kind of understand where the water is going and the extent and the scope and the scale, and to make sure that there aren't abuses to those exemptions if they occur. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we aren't also causing part of the problem for accessing and obtaining clean and safe water supplies. I don't know, Aaron or Mariana, if you have additional input.
Okay, I just wanted to add, I think there's a little bit of confusion between different portions of the minimum human health and safety needs provisions of the proposed regulation. There is a section that deals with bare minimum, I'm going to just use that word, but minimum human health and safety needs associated with the 55 gallons per person per day standard that we have used in drought emergency regulations going back to 2014. That's sort of the standard that has been used universally with respect to that. And if someone wants to very easily say they will only use 55 gallons per person per day, they can certify that use. So the discussion that we've been having has been around that provision where it is a certification for that 55 gallons per person per day. You say you're only going to use 55 gallons. Okay, go use 55 gallons. And that's all we're looking at. There's another provision of the regulation, and it's the same for the livestock needs with respect to going above the minimum that's established already in code. And if you want to go above that minimum 55 gallons per person per day, then you need to file a petition. And so there's another provision of the regulation where folks can come and request more than the 55 gallons per person per day. And they do need to provide a little bit more information and substantiation to support, this is because I have a garden and because I have, some horses and I have, it's not for commercial purposes, but I have these other things going on my property that require additional water in order to support. So I think what I'm hearing is we probably need to spend some time working with the community to make them understand what that petition process looks like and what the pieces of information are that would be needed to support a petition for more than 55 gallons per person per day, where folks want to go do that. The other question I heard asked, and if Eric responded, I apologize, I missed it. When does this apply? So these limitations on human health and safety water only apply when curtailments are in effect for a given diverter. So depends on the priority of that diverter, and it depends on whether that specific diverter and diversion is curtailed. So water from outside Scott or Shasta can be delivered. That's not subject to these curtailment regulations. And so if water is imported from outside the watersheds, it's not subject to this regulation. This regulation is focused on keeping flows in the watershed to support the fisheries.
I really appreciate that. And, I think to your part, Mr. Ekdahl, part of it is just the ease at which both, the human health and safety amounts easily you can certify, but it's more petition process that I think folks are concerned about. And I think, especially working with the groups that are working with the Hmong community here, I think we can figure out how to articulate, again, what the process is, how to make it simplify it, and to clarify some of these issues or, maybe just misunderstandings around when it actually applies, doesn't apply to water coming from outside the region. It is around source water that's being hauled and sourced from the very streams that folks are dependent on. And so thank you. I really appreciate everything we've heard and look forward to, and here I think actually the second part I was going to say is first, I'm really hearing the concern being, how does this an easy process that folks can have access to. And then there's the issue of just fair implementation of the regulation. And that I think is, I'm not going to propose anything right now, but I think, just very clearly, we're going to be very wanting to see how this implements and not see some of the mistakes, if you will, and tensions that arose as an excuse in implementation of our curtailment with the community. And I know this is all very insensitive space. I come to it with a lot of humility. There are a lot of layers, as Mr. Ekdahl said, to the challenges the community is facing that we're hearing here at the board adoption for this curtailment. But part of me is just the fair and equitable application of our regulations at that local level, and it's a very strong interest of mine. So how we track that and how we understand if things are coming around and how to best engage, I think is going to be important. But I don't think there's anything definitive for us, perhaps. But Board Member Firestone.
Thanks, and I'll just add to that discussion. I think it was very helpful to Aaron, your distinction between first of all, I think this board is very clearly committing to ensure that everyone can access basic amount of water for health and human safety. And 55 gallons per person per day, we have eliminated as many barriers as we could find that were about exactly how you use the water. If you're rationed at 55 gallons per person per day, you're really at basic human health and safety needs, and we don't need to get into folks' business about exactly whether they're using it to brush their teeth or have a bucket in their shower. Sorry? 55 gallons? Yeah. Are you asking how much water that is?
About roughly, yes.
So it's a really small amount in the scheme of things. And so I think that first of all, there is no question that that should not be, that our intent is to ensure that folks have that basic amount. That's the same amount that we have for across the state as Eric Ekdahl just said. But it's also, but also to clarify that there is a pathway for unique circumstances where you need additional water. And the only source of water that you can get for that additional water is water that otherwise would be curtailed. And so what I guess I would like to propose is some additional language, and I sent it to Mariana, hopefully you got it. And we can talk about it more, but just to clarify, the intent here for me is to address some of the, to our best, the concerns around proactively ensuring that our regulations or actions are not having contributing to barriers to access water for health and human safety or other discriminatory actions. I have experience in seeing how the color of law can contribute to discrimination based on race in a number of ways with water. I have direct experience with that, and we take that very seriously. And I think we're learning a lot here. And if we can be going above and beyond by, I think what we started with the listening session on was it September 30th and October 30th? Thank you. Where to get information directly from the community about how things play out in practice. That sort of proactive engagement on our part and the commitment to continue to do that, I think is a piece that we need to be really explicit about if we can, rather than sort of passive. I know that's something that's really important to all of us, is making sure that there isn't ways that things play out that have a discriminatory effect, even though that isn't the intent. And to be clear that our intent is actually the opposite of that, to make sure that there's equitable access. And then to bring back, expeditiously, if we do need to amend these to address any issues that come up, to bring that back expeditiously to the board if it's not already delegated to be addressed by the deputy director. So I'm hopeful that we can talk through more of this, but I'm hopeful we could add some more language around more proactive community engagement, particularly with the Hmong and Asian American communities where this is a concern, to make sure that these work the way that they're intended and that there's not discriminatory effects. And then, just to be clear, we also have our language that we added in here to ensure that we're providing language access within our compliance assistance and helping to understand the regs, and also to meeting directly on any financial or technical assistance to make sure that any resources we can provide to ensure access to water is that we can problem solve together to figure out how to move forward with that. Even above and beyond just addressing any barriers that this would have, but look at what assistance we can provide. So I'll just say, I personally, this is something that's really important to me. I know it is to the chair and other board members, but it is something I really want to continue to engage in, and I really look forward to following up with some of the folks that testified today. I really appreciate everyone's traveling so far to be here, and also to talk with staff on October 30th. And I really look forward to personally helping to support moving ahead and addressing these concerns and take them extremely seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Anything further from Mariana or Saren Regazi?
Yes, I just wanted to confirm that I will draft up some language about proactive action for an action on the resolution. And we also were looking at whether there's another tweak or two that perhaps should happen in the regulation in terms of the petition process, making sort of similar changes along the lines that we made to the certification process. I think that might also be appropriate in light of what we've been hearing.
Thank you. Let's move to our additional commenters here. We still have about seven or so folks to get through. So let's first go to Regina Chigazola.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good to see you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Regina Chigazola. I'm with Save California Salmon. I want to thank the Hmong community that came out to point out the issues they've had to deal with. I've also seen and dealt with a lot of issues with tribal members being treated in a pretty racist way when it comes to water issues in Siskiyou County. So I appreciate the activism happening here today to make sure things get better and that the board is listening. So I just wanted to start saying that. And I also think this does kind of show that having conservation as a way of life not apply to agriculture is a problem. I mean, the amount of water that's being used to flood irrigate fields in different areas is so much more than the 55 gallons that people have to deal with. But obviously it is what it is right now, and that's what we're not commenting on here today. I think that first of all, I want to say that I totally support this regulation and the board taking so much time to try to figure out how to get it right. I think we do need to move forward with these curtailments, but also come up with permanent in-stream flows so that people are able to plan, including agriculture and all different communities. And I would also like to see the way that the curtailments is regulated really put the towns like Montague and people on top of profit, because that's not what I see happening right now. That said, all my comments or criticism, because I really do thank you, are based on the local cooperative solutions. There is a lot of concerning language to me that that is like local cooperative solutions may be subject to these conditions. You know, the deputy director may do this, may do that. And I just think there's so much wiggle room within the language that we might be in a situation like we've been in the past where we're not actually seeing curtailments. We're seeing people saying they're doing these local cooperative solutions, but they're not proving it. That said, there were a few changes that I really do appreciate. One of them is saying that people cannot claim to use more than 33 inches per year for alfalfa or 14 inches a year for grain or 30 for pasture. I've seen a lot of agriculture interests really gaming the system with these curtailments and with the local cooperative solutions. And I do appreciate that the board is taking steps to stop that, because obviously no one is using 60 inches a year or 100 in order to water alfalfa, or if they are, that's not a reasonable use of water. I also want to really bring up how critical and what an emergency the situation is right now. I know that the fishing community was able to explain that the pain that they're going through with losing their livelihoods, and the pain on the river is real with people not being able to fish anymore. And what Crystal brought up earlier with dam removal, meaning that we are going to have to we're going to be dealing with some sediment issues over the next few years. And the fish are going to need every little bit of clean water that they can get. And truthfully, we're looking at a future that is climate change, and things are going to have to change. And they're going to have to change, hopefully, with the water rights system and making sure that racial equity and the racial equity resolutions do take a hard look at agricultural water use. You know, there are a lot of different people in Siskiyou County. I'm in Humboldt County right now, but I lived in Siskiyou County for a long time, and now I live only a few miles over the border. And there has to be a reckoning at some point, because we're seeing cows get massive amounts of water and people saying that they're struggling to keep up with 55 gallons a day. You know, we're looking at cities like Montague, not sure if they're going to have enough water and then we're seeing flood irrigation on certain fields and people claiming that they're using massive amounts of water for alfalfa. So that said, the only thing I would change about this resolution, and I get it's going to have to come down to the way that it's implemented because it's late in the game, is that I just think that we can't provide so much wiggle room. People will game the system, and maybe there's incentives for people who won't. You know, maybe there's ways to figure this out. But I really feel like we need to figure out a way to make these curtailments work in a way that salmon can get in the watershed and spawn and actually use these areas again, because if not, the alternative is extinction, and not just of the salmon, but of many different ways of life. So thank you for your attention on this issue. Thank you for the time today. Sorry about that, and please have a good night.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate the engagement, Ms. Chigazola, on this and the continued issues here before the board. Thanks for your good comments here. Next, I'd like to call up David Webb, be followed by Angelina Cook, and then Amber Jameson.
I'm here to speak for Friends of the Shasta River and want to thank you for the opportunity to do that. And I'd also like to thank those board members who have visited with the environmental community up here in the Shasta Valley to better understand our local complexities of water use in a desert. And we want to strongly endorse passage of the curtailments, and we really appreciate the improvements that have been made. We think that there are still a few things that really could and should be addressed, and we'd like to point them out here now in case they have not filtered through the process. We find the use of the emergency curtailment an important and really encouraging intermediate step towards a permanent defined in-stream flow regime, and really do applaud your past willingness to take this critical step. And this is particularly important for the Shasta, given the complete absence of a water allocation for environmental purposes in our antiquated 1920s vintage adjudication. So this is long overdue, and we thank you for your bravery in stepping forwards. By your continued adoption of an emergency curtailment today, you will be re-emphasizing the importance of ecologically adequate in-stream flows. And that is a step that is needed to further and better inform our ongoing SGMA groundwater management planning process, which at present still considers the nearly dry river of the past as their proper management target. And without a minimum flow number mandated by you politically, they can do nothing better. So from a SGMA perspective alone, it is absolutely essential that you stay the course on this difficult decision to establish a minimum flow for the Shasta. Moving on, in our most recent written comments, both those in your board packets today and those we made previously to staff, we have called for a tightening up of the language regarding public comment on LCS agreements. The maybe this and maybe that language in the current draft is simply not adequate, and worse, makes it appear that public comment may be accepted only in a pro forma fashion. In our opinion, the single largest causative factor of LCS failures in the Scott was the absence of public comment. So please adopt the language changes on this topic that we proposed in our written comments to you that you have in your meeting packet. And this is not just a hypothetical issue. As your staff mentioned, lots of LCSs were posted. There was no indication that public comment was encouraged or welcomed, or that it would even have any effect. And worse than that, in the Shasta, there were only 2, and we paid attention to that webpage, watching to see what was posted. We had no comments to make on the one for the Hart Ranch, but the one for the Montague Irrigation District was received by your staff on April 29th. It was not posted until after the decision was made on September 6th. And that post-fact decision posting really caused us a great deal of irritation and certainly didn't encourage public comment. And it simply should be removed as an option from the LCS process. All LCSs should be posted prior to decisions being made, with the understanding and expectations that public comments are welcomed and embraced. We also wish to remind you that when the Department of Fish and Wildlife came to you requesting the emergency curtailment in 2021, they emphasized that the 50 CFS minimum flow in the Shasta was not biologically adequate over multiple years. Compounding that problem, the 50 CFS minimum has been treated instead as an average or a possible target, with flows routinely dropping below that supposed minimum about half the time. We strongly encourage you to increase the minimum to 70 CFS to both better meet biological needs and also to address the realities of real-world water management in a desert. And finally, we again point out that the Shasta, with an apparent summer base flow of 150 CFS, when flows drop to that baseline in late summer, if everyone then still able to divert water reduced their consumptive use by the LCS 15%, that would only yield 22.5 CFS of additional in-stream flow. And what that tells us, in essence, is that a 15% reduction is targeting failure. We need to at least have a 30% reduction in the Shasta to hope to succeed. We want to thank you for your consideration of these issues. Strongly encourage you to vote and adopt curtailments today. If you can make the adjustments we're suggesting, we would really appreciate it, but please act today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. On the posting of the LCSs, just wondering if we can get just a kind of a verbal thumbs up that we'll post them as we receive them.
Yes, we will post them as we receive them. I will caveat sometimes they are so insufficient that they are not worth posting at that point and not an actual submittal. So we do work with folks to make sure it is something that's
I also want
acceptable. I do want to note the instance that Mr. Webb was referring to was not a groundwater overlying local cooperative solution. It was a very complex human health and safety slash LCS slash, had multi-heads, and that's one of the reasons I think things got posted in tandem or very close to one another when they went up, because it was a very complex issue that we were dealing with respect to various aspects of the regulation being incorporated into one order responding to various petitions. So when we were responding to those comments, we were doing so with respect to the overlying groundwater local cooperative solutions in the SCOT, and this was not one of those. So sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification for Mr. Webb.
I think I also want to clarify, and I look to Mariana and Aaron if I get off track here, but we're not proposing a full public comment period for each LCS. If we do that, we don't have the staff to do that. It will essentially sink the program entirely. And so we have to try and find a way where we do make it publicly available and we do solicit input and feedback, but there may be circumstances where we do approve them before the full 7 days is up and as we go along.
Appreciate that caveat, and just thank you again to Mr. Webb for his comments. Next, I'd like to, well, actually, before I move on, I didn't know if other board members wanted to wait.
Thank you. I think you answered my question. I haven't been to the LCS webpage where these documents have been posted, but hopefully after this meeting, you'll make it clear how one would submit input if they have some, even if it's an informal comment process.
Yes, I envision we will have very similar to last year. It will say local cooperative solutions, and it will show who is proposing something and provide a link to what they've submitted. And then it will show what the final decision is relative to approval or not. And at the top, it will say, send comments to scottshastadrought@waterboards.ca.gov.
Thank you.
Thank you, board member. Next, I'd like to call up Angelina Cook, be followed by Amber Jameson, Nathaniel Kane, and then Ryan Walker.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Good evening, we can, thank you.
My name is Angelina Cook. I live in McLeod, and I've been working to safeguard public health and safety by building capacity for water conservation and ecosystem restoration in Siskiyou County for the past 20 years. Due to the failure of current government to regulate watersheds for equity and diversity, as well as public health and safety, I'm running for Siskiyou County Supervisor in the upcoming primary election. Today, I'm commenting on behalf of California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and we thank you for this opportunity to advocate for salmon recovery in the Klamath River watershed. I want to reiterate that the Shasta and Scott Rivers are historically two of the most productive streams for salmon spawning and rearing in the Klamath Basin. And with your leadership, they can be again. After construction of dams, dewatering rivers is one of the most egregious ways that society undermines its own water supply reliability and threatens the survival of endangered keystone species such as coho and chinook. As you may have gathered by certain comments throughout this process, the anti-regulatory political momentum in Siskiyou County is fierce. From gold mining to industrial scale forestry, water bottling, and agriculture, profit-motivated stakeholders have come to expect water policies and practices that are inequitable, inefficient, unsustainable, and only beneficial to an extreme minority. Considering some of the language in this draft regulation, I get the sense that the state is gradually acknowledging its duty to rectify flaws in existing water laws and accept that effective enforcement of sensible regulations is required, especially in rural regions, in order to achieve the board's mission. Due to the state's investments in Klamath Dam removal, I have to trust that the esteemed board members understand that your actions today will significantly impact the potential for dam removal to successfully result in salmon recovery. to improve conditions for salmon and alleviate the tremendous pressures on tribes and commercial fishermen downstream that result from impending extinction, it must approve the strongest language possible to ensure that rivers remain conducive to salmon throughout every stage in their life cycle. For California's agricultural community to continue productivity into the foreseeable future, it is imperative that irrigators and industry adjust water use practices to acknowledge the new hydrological conditions in the 21st century. Voluntary actions relied upon in the past have resulted in periodic closures of the state's entire salmon fishery, including, as Crystal mentioned, 2 out of the 3 past years. The only way to replenish rivers and protect the Hmong community's human rights to water is if the board accepts this difficult task of rebalancing water allocation to accommodate multiple users, all users, and improve public participation in the process of enforcing sensible limitations on excessive agricultural and industrial water use. To summarize, in order for this regulation to achieve its stated goals, the language must buffer the current dearth of data available by improving public outreach and expanding the time window for public engagement in the LCS process, which I hear tonight is probably not going to happen, but hopefully it will be part of the permanent regulation to come down the road. It should also increase summer base flow requirements in the Shasta River from belly scraping flows of 50 CFS to salmon swimming flows of 70 CFS. Details of this request can be reviewed in the written comments recently submitted by Friends of the Shasta River, Mount Shasta Bioregional Ecology Center, Water Climate Trust, and California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance. Again, I thank you for your attention to this urgent matter and for your willingness to rectify failed water policies of previous decades.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your comments and engagement here, Ms. Cook. Appreciate your time. Next, I'd like to call up Amber Jameson, be followed by Nathaniel Kane, Ryan Walker, Brandon Fawaz, and I believe our last commenter will be Theodora Johnson.
Hey there, thank you so much for this opportunity to comment. My name is Amber Jameson, and I'm the Water Advocacy Director for the Environmental Protection Information Center. And I speak in support of the adoption of these emergency in-stream flows. The Scott and Shasta rivers historically produced spring Chinook salmon, but under the watch of this and other public agencies, spring Chinook were extirpated in the 70s. If ocean fishing was the cause of their extinction in these watersheds, as somebody previously had implied, then there would be none left in other nearby watersheds like the Salmon River and other Klamath tributaries. Many people and communities rely on salmon, and salmon are integral to the culture and way of life of tribes and river communities. Due to the direct impact of declining fisheries on tribes, fishermen, and downriver communities, we ask that you hold future meetings that affect downriver communities and fisheries that are impacted. We ask that you ensure that public trust resources are not impaired from wasteful water use, provide measures for additional stream flows if all primary water rights are met, as outlined in the Scott River Decree, adopt drought emergency minimum flows to meet or exceed the Scott River Decree and the CDFW flow recommendations, develop metering requirements that provide verifiable documentation of meters, such as achieving time-stamped photos of meter readings, conduct random inspections during summer months and inspections for irrigators if the flows drop below minimum flows, and requires specific % reductions in irrigated areas to meet in-stream flow targets. In closing, I'd like to thank you for working expediently to develop these emergency regulations, and we look forward to a permanent solution to provide in-stream flows that support salmon recovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. Next, we'd like to call Nathaniel Kane.
Good afternoon / evening, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Kane, and I am here on behalf of the Karuk Tribe, Environmental Law Foundation, Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, and Institute for Fisheries Resources. We strongly support the adoption of these emergency regulations. We appreciate that if these regulations are adopted, the state board will be saying, as it has been empowered by the people of the state of California to say, that these rivers, the Scott and Shasta, will be rivers again in 2024. The 2024 will be one more year where there will be minimum protections for fish passage and for juvenile rearing in these critical rivers for these species that depend so strongly on this board's support for their continued survival and that are so important for the continued survival and thriving of the communities and tribes that depend on them. And make no mistake, these species, coho and chinook in the Scott and Shasta, are well below recovery targets and are extremely vulnerable to extirpation in the near to mid future. Over the 2 previous years of implementation of these regulations, we have seen improvements in groundwater levels. We have seen faster reconnection of the Scott in the fall to allow fish passage. And we've seen improved flow in the Shasta as compared to drought years without these protections. And we have seen real steps from growers to change in this time, which we appreciate an incredible amount. And I want to thank in particular staff for working hard on this over the past several years, for being available to answer questions, to reach out when they have questions to us. We appreciate your work immensely. But we have a long way to go. The fact is that we have not met the minimum flow targets in the Scott, let alone the 2017 CDFW flow recommendations. And the Shasta continues to experience serious water quality issues and serious issues meeting the flows. So we appreciate the changes in these regulations for 2024 that make the emergency regulations more transparent than they have been. In particular, the implementation of metering is a huge, huge step. And that is going to answer a lot of the outstanding questions about the efficacy of these regulations and the changes in behavior and how that relates to flows and how that relates to fish populations. I cannot understate the importance of that particular measure, and we really strongly support its inclusions. We still have significant concerns about, in particular, the graduated cessation local cooperative solution option. We still have not seen evidence justifying the particular schedule that is in these regs. We have not seen model runs, and I think it was admitted today that those model runs may not have been done. I really think that we need to apply the precautionary principle in this area, and we need to have evidence underlying what the board's going to do here. So we would urge the board to either remove this provision entirely or to adopt the more precautionary figures that we suggested in our comment letters, which is 40 to 45% cessation by July, 75 to 80% in August, 90 to 95% for the last couple months of the season. And there's more detail on that in our written comments. And lastly, these emergency regulations are just that. They're emergency regulations. They're designed to be short-term for a time of scarcity. But there is an urgent need for permanent protection for these rivers. And that's why we petitioned this board in May for permanent regulation. We still are awaiting a firm timeline for beginning that work and for completing that work. And so as soon as this hearing is over, I would like to ask staff and ask this board to move quickly towards developing a timeline and implementing that timeline for permanent protection. That's all I have. Thank you very much. And happy holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. I appreciate your comments here, the engagement with everyone on the work. But to your point, the data that we're able to collect here, I'm hopeful continues to be able to be our guiding light and being able to make a more cogent discussion. I know there's a lot of concern out there, but there's a tremendous amount of leadership as well, and especially in the ag community. And so call up Ryan Walker, who I know has personally been putting a lot of time into this. Just thanks. I know, as you've heard today, the current concerns are wide ranging, and the tensions. I know sometimes, to the comments of one commenter, but the ag community can feel particularly sharp. And here, doing my best to make sure we're communicating how we are trying to bridge across to all of this, and your leadership means a lot, Mr. Walker, amongst it. So good to see you.
Well, I appreciate the comments, but we're all friends here, I hope. Good evening. I'm Ryan Walker, Siskiyou County Farm Bureau. I want to begin this evening with thanking the board members and board staff for their availability during this process. Throughout the prior emergency regulatory process and this round of emergency regs, we have always felt that we have a line of communication with both staff and board, and that's gone a long way to I think, make it the best of these regs. Nonetheless, as president of Siskiyou County Farm Bureau, I am obligated to bring the frustrations of my members to this board. As farmers and ranchers, we often have a limited scientific knowledge about a lot of things. Weather is not one of them. Weather is not small talk for us. We live and die by weather. Some of our members have personal weather journals that go back decades and even generations. And we know when we are in a drought. And we know that in 2023, it was a wet year that broke the drought cycle. The governor's refusal to rescind his emergency drought declaration for the Scott and Shasta watersheds is nothing less than an authoritarian attempt to circumvent the legal protections afforded to the citizens of California, including the residents of Siskiyou County. Serial emergency regulations under the cover of a specious drought declaration are nothing more than the establishment of permanent flow requirements without the troublesome delay of due process and full environmental review. California law, to be clear, affords us due process and full environmental review for permanent regs, not only to us irrigators and water users, but also to all the members of our community that are going to suffer along with us under emergency regs. That includes our schools who lose attendance and funds. It includes our local businesses that lose income. In addition, California law imposes a public trust obligation on this board to fully review the impact of your actions on wildlife, including the sandhill cranes that feed in our irrigated pastures and the ducks that nest in our wetlands that are supported by our irrigation and the elk that graze our fall regrowth and, heaven forbid, drink out of our open ditches in the fall. All of these legal considerations are being sacrificed today in favor of single species management and the political expediency of looking like something is being accomplished, which I can fully understand. But what exactly is being accomplished by these emergency regulations? The truth is we don't know, and we won't know because the emergency regulations do not require that the benefits of increased flow be measured despite the requirement for irrigation wells to be metered and every drop of ag water to be accounted for. What amount of summer habitat, what amount of rearing habitat, of migration habitat has been gained from these regs through our pain? The truth is that the board and CDFW cannot show that the cost of millions of dollars imposed on our community has produced or will produce a single fish. Meanwhile, the entire focus of our limited capacity on flow requirements takes away our ability to advance meaningful solutions in the watersheds. Our efforts reviewing the constant stream of draft flow regulations and battling errant comments take away time from finding real solutions for reduced snowpack from tailings and from overgrown forests. Forest thinning projects, recharge projects, water storage projects are all put on hold so we can engage in this apparently unending emergency regulatory process. Frustrated landowners have abandoned important mainstream habitat projects in the Scott Valley and withdrawn from voluntary safe harbor agreements. And who can blame them? What is the point of collaborative engagement on solutions when the specter of yet another state agency jumping into the fray hangs over our head? As if ESA and TMDLs and SGMA were not enough, now we get repeated annual temporary emergency regulations on flow. While it might be convenient for this board to point to the governor's failure to recognize reality as cover for the emergency regulatory action proposed today, I would respectfully remind the board that each of you also took an oath to support the law and the Constitution of this state and cannot avoid the obligations of due process and environmental review. Frankly, however, our community does not have the financial resources to defend our rights against the power of the administrative state of California. I don't think any of us have doubts about what board action will be taken today. Nonetheless, Siskiyou County Farm Bureau requests that the board step back from this questionable emergency regulatory process and work with irrigators and other stakeholders to find a more productive, collaborative way forward. Thank you for your time and for so much work on this subject.
Thank you for your time and for all your work on this subject, Mr. Walker. I know when I think of the arc of the communications that we had in that lake workshop to now, I think there's a through line, and even no matter how this board decides on this item right now, look forward to what is a lot more engagement and discussion I know we'll continue to have across all these efforts. Truly, really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Brandon Fawaz, and our last commenter is Theodora Johnson.
Hi, and thank you for this opportunity to be before you here today. So Thomas Jefferson once said that farming looks mighty easy when you're 1,000 miles from the cornfield and your plow is a pencil. I feel like we've been starting to kind of navigate towards that a little bit. So I would offer myself here today, again, to you as a source of information locally to Siskiyou County, primarily pertaining to irrigation. I farm there full-time, as most of you know, provide agronomy services, and I'm a member of our county GSA and SIGMA committee since before SIGMA was even a committee. We were a groundwater advisory committee. Yet here I am today feeling like I need to defend myself against some people that have never actually farmed. So we've all heard the displeasure and criticisms of late season irrigation, farmers taking too much fourth cutting alfalfa, late grass irrigation, etc. Well, ag has heard this as well. And people have short-term memories. If you ask my wife, she might say mine is really short-term sometimes, and I should write more down. But I would say, let's look at the last few years. And I'd say since 2021, we've had a voluntary forbearance agreement that Jack Rice helped craft before there was a regulation and a curtailment. Then we had a regulation where things were hence regulated. And then in 2023, when the regulation expired, we still had farmers in Scott Valley voluntarily not taking a fourth crop of hay. I personally don't know any farmer that took a fourth crop of hay. If there were one, I'm not aware of it, but through my agronomy services business, I know most. This was done on a voluntary basis and due to the harder model supporting the fact that curtailment or forbearance of late season irrigation would be more beneficial to the resource than curtailment of early season irrigation. So if we look back, starting in 2019 and older, there's lots of water that was used in September and August, September, October. So just for record, I brought power bills that I could reference in case anyone questioned I wasn't making anything up. From August 19th, 2020 through September 18th, 2020, August, September was the highest water use of the year on one particular pump. Same site, August 19, 2019 through September 18, 2019, August, September was the highest water use of that whole season. Different location, 2020, the mid-July through mid-August, highest water use. May was the second highest water use. But mid-August or mid-September was the third highest water use, and mid-September through October was the fourth highest water use. So on that site, out of 6 months of irrigation, 3 months were all late season as the highest water use, only to be beat by May, which was early season. And then lastly, in 2016, mid-August or mid-September, again, was the second highest water use, only to be beat by May. And these are not like a very small field that I went and cherry picked just to so, oh, hey, I got something. One of these is actually the very largest field that I farm. And the next is, I think, the third largest tract. These are substantial amounts that can't be refuted. This data is real. So I speak to this because I've heard the criticisms kind of come out today of the graduated shutoff method as whether or not it's really a cut to agriculture. And I will say, yes, 100% it is a cut, but it also changes the way that we manage. It changes our management style. It changes the quality of hay that we're going to produce, how we're going to market that hay, into what markets we engage in. These are not things that are easily done overnight. And to speak to the fact that graduated is important is It takes me about 20 days to harvest a crop. We're now doing that 3 times a year and not 4. It takes my son 20 minutes to mow the lawn. There's a small lawn, and so that's easy. It doesn't take a lot of management there because it's 20 minutes. But for the hayfield, it's 20 days. So if our goal, and I truly believe that it is coexistence of farmers, communities. Have you heard me before? I'm a school board member and a city councilman. If our goal is coexistence of the farmers, the communities, our tribes, and fish, then all of this, all the LCSs are part of the solution. There's not one that fits all, as I think you've all recognized. I would say for sure, emphatically, this is not underlined twice. This is not business as usual for ag. And if anyone says that it is, I would say it's incorrect, unsubstantiated, and I would invite them to look at real world experiences that I can back up with data. Lastly, I've heard the term today that we farm in a desert much more than normal. I hadn't heard that term as much in the past, and I quickly looked up the definition of desert, and that's less than 10 inches of water. We do receive almost double that on average, unless we're in a drought. So I would say that as we continue to look at the water demands needed for the resources in our area, as what ag has said many times, we cannot be the only knob that gets adjusted. We can be one of them. We're truly at the point that we cannot conserve our way out of the situation we're in. So I would urge the board, and I know there seems to be a lot of redefinition as to who can do what in Sacramento, but as we step out of our comfort zones to impose regulations, I also urge you to help be part of the solutions, whether it's trying to streamline things with conjunctive use or other things of that nature, that once you're done turning my knob and it's not there to turn and the problem's not fixed, there's going to be a real mess. And so I think, as you know, I've welcomed anyone and everyone that I feel has any amount of cooperation to come to our places and see what we can do to try to have other knobs to turn. And so with that, I say thank you. And if you have any questions, you all know how to get a hold of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fawaz. And I agree, this is only one knob amongst many, and there has been a shift. I've noticed a shift in the amount of discussion that's happening, folks coming to the table and wanting to be part of the solution, and all better just trying to do with, isn't just an easy thing, but to keep more in the river at critical times. And I just appreciate your comments and know that it's with a lot of leadership that a lot of folks are doing a lot of work right now, and I acknowledge it across all sides. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Theodora Johnson. I believe, Ms. Johnson, you'll be our last commenter here.
You saved the best for last. My name is Theo Johnson, and I'm the spokesman for Scott Valley Agricultural Water Alliance. I've met most of you before, and I'm glad most of you have made it up to Scott Valley to see us. I first wanted to thank the staff for their most recent iteration of the stock water provisions. I thought that was a good improvement to Section 875.7. And as I and others have often said, we don't have a water quantity problem. We have a water timing problem. And that problem would be greatly alleviated if we improved our underground water storage. So this helping us do more winter incidental recharge through our stock water ditches is going to be greatly helpful, in addition to helping us getting our recharge projects accomplished. I would request again that the board consider that there are multiple alluvial fan tributaries in our basin, not just Moffett Creek that dries up very regularly, but alluvial fans like Kidder Creek. So I believe those should also be given an exemption to this idea that there's no diversions off of the creek after it's disconnected from the main stem. Well, there's still a lot of water that can be used for diversion without harming any fish habitat after Kidder Creek and some of the other alluvial fans disconnect. I wanted to go on to talk about groundwater LCSs. I do appreciate your adding different LCS options. I think that should help a lot of the hay growers choose what's best for them, although it still will be painful, as Brandon pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the options still looks very workable for pasture ground. Unlike alfalfa, pasture does die after relatively short periods without water, and each of the LCS options involves extended periods with no water. So my suggestion there would be to adjust adjust water use reduction percentages based on water year type. and we've talked quite a bit about this, and we haven't seen any movement on it. I'm not sure why. It seems to me like it wouldn't be too complicated of an amendment to make in this regulation. And I think it would prevent a scenario where people decide to just take a chance. I think somebody mentioned earlier, well, if you don't like how the LCS looks, just take a chance and don't participate. Well, I don't think that's good. It's a gamble I don't want to take. And I don't think that's good for the goals of this regulation either. So if we knew that we could adjust that water reduction based on water year type, I think that we would gain a lot. I would add that adding metering as a prerequisite to getting an LCS is really piling on to an already unbelievably burdensome expectation that we are to reduce our water use by 30%. I know of no business model that can survive an increase in costs and a 30% reduction in production and survive. So I guess in closing, wanted to ask each of you to stop a moment and just picture, most of you have been here now, Scott Valley without agriculture. If you like what you see when you close your eyes and you see no agriculture, then we have nothing more to talk about. But I just want you to remember that no business model can survive what you're asking us to do year after year with these extreme reductions in water use. It seems like it's going to be a thing until we get a permanent regulation in place. It seems like this will be an annual emergency stopgap measure, and the permanent regulation could be just as bad or worse. And I just want you to be aware that you'll be part of this ending agriculture in Scott Valley. And I hope you don't want to be part of that. So please, I just ask for your consideration of making this just more flexible for us and working with us with more of the amendments that we're asking for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. And certainly that is not the intention of this board and is ultimately just the balance therein. And the more that we can engage, the more we're listening, the more we're able to imagine that future all collectively with us existing in a way that is sustainable and ultimately does justice to what I know is a lot of love for our communities we have. So I appreciate that, Ms. Johnson. I will note, I believe I see a hand on the platform. So we do have one additional commenter. I believe Laura Hayter. We can apologize. I just glanced at the platform and noticed your hand up. So are you looking to comment on this item?
This is Laura Rosenberger Hyder. I use only 7 gallons of water per day, and I am healthy. I heat my 2 gallons of shower water to the right temperature on a kettle, so I don't have to run water, and put it on myself with a cup when I am ready for it. And then I wash the water I wash my vegetables with, I use for washing other things, and I use the shower water to flush the toilet. And it's really the quality of water that's important, not the quality. Not the quality of water is important, not the quantity.
Thank you, Ms. Hayter. I really appreciate that. Thank you for joining us today, both through public comment and comment on this. I appreciate your engagement. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of our commenters. And again, just really have to thank everyone who came out. I know it is a drive. It's a big state, and often reminded that as we have the honor of being able to travel to it. So thanks to everyone for coming out and engaging in this conversation. It has been incredibly rewarding and enriching to continue to connect with folks. And I know there is real tension and frustration around even, from multiple communities on how the curtailments are necessarily implemented. I appreciate everyone's feedback and patience as we try to do something that I know we've continued to articulate, we find very necessary. We have here a window, and I want to note the frustration around the yearly emergency regulations. I think we do need to pivot. It is really critical that we have a more lasting process and work in place, and importantly, to bring along communities and the trust and faith of the way that we're proceeding in our work. And so let's let's all collectively, I think, try to figure out what that path is. I'm not here to direct that. We have single decision on this temporary emergency regulation for this next year. But I again have to reflect on the humility. I know I feel this is a lot. The weight of these decisions aren't easy. I know upon myself and the rest of the board. And the more we hear, though, honest frustration and otherwise, the more we're able to do our job of balancing. And that's truly what the goal is here, is to balance what are watersheds that I think we can all agree are out of balance. The climate change is putting incredible pressures. And this is just one knob, but it is part of what I feel is an important component of being honest about reconciling our watersheds and figuring out what can they best sustain and how we can collectively all bear through what we know is a drought always around the corner. And even these last months, we're really appreciative of the storm doors opening right now, where we're abnormally dry. And I think further complicates the way we can cleanly see drought conditions or not, and especially impacts that still linger up and down the state, which this board, I think, is familiar with. All that to say, just looking to fellow board colleagues, so if there's anything further to reflect on, request, but I'm feeling comfortable with the regulations, if not with a lot of eye toward how we continue to implement in a way that doesn't further divide communities, doesn't further frustrate folks, but instead circles us back around about this shared fundamental challenge we have in our watersheds. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you. I just want to say thanks all the way around. I did not expect this tone at this point, and am really appreciative of all of the really genuine efforts that are going on in the watershed. Despite the fact that there are, many stakeholders that are still not happy with this, I just want to note that this process improves each year. So each year we get better at it. And at this point, it's a bit of a different approach because it's the ongoing drought impacts. And staff, I think, did exactly what we asked of them, and that is spend more time in the community, despite the fact that it's an emergency reg and we have the ability to move quickly. Let's slow it down a little bit and spend some additional time in the communities. And we did that as a board, in each of us individually, and staff did that many times. And just really appreciate all that the stakeholders did to educate us. And for those that continue to be frustrated, please work with us through implementation and help to document what worked, what didn't work, because I know we're not here to talk about next steps, but I think there is going to be a next step. And whatever that next step will be, we will be better informed than we are today. I know there's frustration about metering, but that additional information will really help to set the tone and provide, I think, additional options for all to consider. And then the other thing that I just want to point out is that this process, through an emergency process, we really do need to be focused on the emergency at hand, the ongoing drought impacts, but through a normal process, whatever, exactly that process would look like. If we move forward looking at long-term solutions, we will be looking at all impacts and how to protect all of the reasonable beneficial uses. And so have heart for those that don't feel that, we really had the time to dig in on every detail here. I think that, we're poised to move forward with a longer term solution, and we will have that opportunity through that process to dive in deeper. And this additional year of another emergency regulation, I think will, as I said, poise us to have, more information that we'll need at a later time. So I'm comfortable at this point. I've read through the change sheet, and even before that, with the additional changes that were made, I think that the changes have been thoughtful and responsive to comments. So I'd be prepared to make a motion at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much for that, Vice Chair. Agree with all your points. And Ms. Regazi.
I want to flag before we do put a motion out there, I think we have some language for you to consider relative to the human health and safety item that we discussed earlier.
Appreciate that. And we'll hear from further board members here. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So wanted to thank the community for coming out today. I know that it was a drive and everyone came out, they stuck with us. And so it's greatly appreciated and for raising their voices and bringing their concerns to our attention. Also want to thank all of our stakeholders that have been with us throughout this process and each year as we have learned and continue to adjust the regulations. That's one of the things about it coming in front of us every year. While it is quite a bit of work, we are able to adjust, we're able to learn and make improvements as we go along here. So just really want to thank everyone for continuing to engage, and please, keep engaging with us as we implement through this next year. So just, looking forward, to this, this is definitely I agree with the Vice Chair looking at this as I was looking at it as this is the ongoing, drought and just a further understanding of how our environment is impacted from a long-term drought, in that it doesn't just end, once we have one good year. And, I'm continuing to learn more and more about it as, various items come in front of us. And as we go into just climate change and, prolonged droughts and, flashier systems, and just how we adjust and work with our changed climate. So just want to really appreciate staff of helping us through this process, helping me through this process of greater understanding of the long-term impacts. And, just as we go through this, I really want to make sure that I'm keeping an eye on, it's really taking a look and balancing all of, everything that is in front of us. And, I was just taking a look back at, the board's mission. It's really, we're balancing, several different pieces here. And, it's really taking a look at our water resources, our drinking water, protection of the environment, public health, beneficial uses, proper resource allocation, and efficient use for present and future generations. That's a lot. And it's balancing all of those, important pieces for all of California. And when we are looking at an area and something like this regulation, there are, you turn one knob and it's like, oh, maybe, okay, we've turned enough there, and then you're turning another and you're seeing, and there's continued adjustments that occur here. And so, that's what we're doing. I've asked everyone to keep working with us, keep, going through this. We hear everyone's concerns. I appreciate you bringing them forward to us. That's how we learn, we work together, and we can continue to make these incremental adjustments so that we can complete that entire mission that's in front of us. So with that, I was just going to ask just about I know that I believe Ms. Rugazi had mentioned perhaps some additional changes to the petition language, just to make it more in line with the language within the regs, to make it more in line with also I'm losing the track, but the certification language. And so I was just looking for that. And so when we're ready, I'd like to hear that language.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member. I think Ms. Regazi, if you want to share it now.
Who has it on her computer right now? Even though it was ably drafted by Ms. Regazi. So it would be on page 16 of the proposed regulation. It would be change first to section 875.2 C, little c, Arabic number 2, big D. And so it would read, describe any other additional steps to the diverter, and then comes the part that we would add, or the end user, comma, as appropriate, comma. And that would be the end of the added text. The rest of the sentence would be, will take to reduce diversions and consumption. So what this is a section of the regulation that talks about when you're petitioning to use more than 55 gallons per person per day under the human health and safety standard, the things you have to demonstrate. And so this would allow an end user rather than a diverter to describe these things. And then similarly, on the same page, page 16, 875.2, little c, capital Arabic 2, big E, provide the timeline in which the diverter and then start of the new text or end user, end of the new text, expects to reduce usage to no more than 55 gallons per person per day, et cetera.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that creates some parity there in the petition process as we did with the certification for the human health and safety amounts. And again, I think the measure of how we best even implement will be working with the groups and creating all of that other documentation that'll help really explain and bridge for the community. Looking probably best moment to go to Board Member Firestone.
Well, just wondering if you had language on the commitment around proactive engagement to follow up on the implementation as well.
I do. So
yeah, I don't know if that was.
I was wondering if it would be possible for just a very quick break to just run through the language before I read it into the record, and then possibly send it to Courtney and so that she could read it.
We haven't seen the language yet, so I think it might be helpful. Maybe we can take a short break, have that shared. Before we go on break though, just in case there's anything else to work on, would want to go to Board Member McGuire.
Well, maybe I'll just say, sorry, just I don't have other just to get my comments done. I don't have any requests on changes, but just so I'm finished with that, with my overall comments are just, I'm not going to repeat all the good things that other board members said. It's a long night. I totally agree. I think there's been really a lot of improvements in that have come out of all the engagement and learning and extra time that we took. And I just really appreciate all the work that went into that. I also really agree that we, and I think I've said this, I think we probably all said this in different ways, but nobody thinks it's the right way to manage in this new climate to have to do emergency regulations year to year. And we are still in learning mode, but I think, so I look forward to and appreciate that we do need to be talking about timeline for next steps in terms of more permanent and stream flow regulations that at least include a baseline minimum for each life stage is my opinion. And I would just look forward to those discussions as soon as we can after we get this through. I do appreciate it's a big workload to develop these and implement this. So, but I look forward to those discussions. I also just appreciate that how important groundwater metering is. And I think we really want to enable that and appreciate the collaboration to help get that in place and on all ends. That will help, I think, all of us have a common understanding of things. It will help the GSA and GSP work. It'll help the modeling work and just building trust and collaboration in the Valley. We understand that there's, I honestly, the comments and frustrations really on all sides really resonate with me. I think we are all building a better understanding and pathway forward here. One thing I will say, just reflecting on this, we also, the other area of the state that we have emergency and sort of continued drought emergency authority is around the Clear Lake Hitch area. And one of the things there that's going on is a more is this task force with other state agencies as well as tribes and stakeholders. And I think as I was hearing frustrations from some of the ag community on just like the broader tracking of outcomes, a lot of that's beyond this agency, but I think having a collaborative space to be able to I think all stakeholders care about habitat, all stakeholders care about fish outcomes. And then we're also talking about, making sure that we're balancing all the other important beneficial uses here. So I would love to just continue to see how we learn from different regions and if there's ways to help foster as that kind of a good collaborative space and just recognize that we are asking ag to do things like, install meters and share data. And we should also be tracking what are outcomes that we should be tracking and sharing as a state, and doing that collaboratively. And is, I think, a good step for us to be looking to take. So look forward to the follow-up. I really appreciate staff work on all the language changes and adaptations and just commitment to this effort. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I know we have, as a part of our water rights data modernization effort, a lot of telemetry work and investments. And I think that there's a lot of thought about how we, to your point, continue to align some of our approaches and work. And that includes bringing folks together around, especially the telemetry and data components. So plus those up. Thank you, board member. Board member McGuire.
I can't think of anything to add on top of all the great comments that have already been articulated so well by the other board members, to be honest. So I just want to thank everyone for being here, and for those in particular who've stuck around here all day. Thank you for making the trip, sharing your comments, and certainly this is not a decision I take lightly at all. And it's not lost on me that this is the only watershed in the state that we're considering this type of action this year. And it is not something that I care to get in the habit of doing, but it is a dire situation for the fishery. So for me, it's taking all that on balance and recognizing the fact that I do feel that additional flexibility and considerations have been added to this regulation, which help. And I'm praying for rain and hoping for a wet year, truly, and that these measures are going to be successful for the fishery, because that's going to benefit us all. And with that, I will close my comments.
Thank you very much, board member. I think we had an offer from the vice chair for a motion, and oh wait, we still need a break. Forgot. We're coming back. We're coming back. There's still, I was so ready to get you all out. Let's take a break and make sure the language is shared with board members here. 5 minutes to take a look at this additional direction. Thanks. We'll come back here at 6:35. I'll give you 7 minutes, and thanks. And we'll soon come to some further discussion here. Thank you. Thanks for the patience, folks. We're just still working through these changes here. Give ourselves another 3 minutes. So 6:43, we'll check back in. All right. Appreciate the sharing of this language. Why don't we go ahead and pull it up and folks can quickly walk through it.
Okay, so there are 4 changes on this sheet that we're proposing to make. The first would be to item 1 in the resolution under therefore be it resolved on page 13. We would add, we would change it to read adopts as an emergency regulation, California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Division 3, Chapter 2, Article 23.5, Sections 875, 875.1, 875.2, 875.3, 875.5, 875.6, 875.7, 875.8, and 875.9. New language as circulated on December 15th, 2023, with the changes in change sheet 1 circulated on December 19th, 2023, and with the language read into the record on December 19th, 2023, semicolon.
And for the record, the language read into the record is what Ms. Zowie is now reading into the record. It doesn't include anything else.
The next change would be to the therefore be it resolved section of the resolution on page 19. It would be paragraph 9. The last sentence of that paragraph says staff is directed to coordinate across divisions as appropriate and continue, and then we'd add the word proactive engagement And then there's a whole series of new text and the deletion of the rest of the existing text. The new text is with the Hmong and Asian American communities to clarify the purpose of the regulations, provide clear information regarding the status of curtailments and whether those curtailments could affect hauled water, provide clear information on the processes for certifying minimum human health and safety needs or petitioning for increased use greater than 55 gallons per person per day, and identify whether the regulation has resulted in unintended limitations on water delivery for minimum human health and safety needs. If barriers caused by the regulation are identified, comma, staff are directed to update the State Water Board in an upcoming meeting and to provide potential solutions, comma, if possible, semicolon, and.
We need to add at.
We need to add the word
at an upcoming meeting.
Apologies. After the word State Water Board, we need to add the word at. I don't know if Courtney, if you can do that.
Well, I have actually read the other two changes into the record, so we could take it down if we need to, perhaps.
Perfect. Thank you.
And then the other two changes were already read into the record, but if you would like me to review, I'm happy to.
No, it's okay, but they're up visually for folks to review. But those were somewhat minor, but impactful on that second part, and appreciate the work on the language. Otherwise, I'm supportive. I see nods from board members generally, so thank you. With that, I think we can go to the vice chair and for a motion.
Okay. Well, I will make a motion to, now I've forgotten the item number.
We're in item number 5.
To approve item number 5 with the change sheet and with the changes read into the record and posted by Ms. Owie.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking at Mr. Sawyer, and I think that passed muster for sure. And so then looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan. Aye. And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The item is adopted and appreciate what I know is going to be a lot more work still yet here all collectively. So thank you, everyone. That concludes item number 5 and brings us to the last item on today's agenda, which is board member reports. And at 6:40 or 6:50 in the evening nearly, I'm going to keep mine as short as I possibly can, but looking to board member Morgan.
I do not have anything to report.
Board member, others with reports.
I don't have a report, thanks.
I went to the North American Water Loss Conference in Denver, and I spoke about water loss and really the water energy nexus and where there's opportunities to continue to reduce water loss and also help us adapt to climate change and lower greenhouse gas consumption as well, or production. So I thought it was a very good discussion, and was really just proud of California for being a leader with the water loss regulations that we have. I really did get a sense that nationally there was just a lot of recognition that we're kind of cutting edge and looking to us as helping pave the way. And trust me, that meant a lot being at a conference of 600 water loss specialists. There's a lot of folks there. That's what they do. That's what they focus on. And so it was a really, I think, a good discussion and a good experience.
Thank you for that, board member. Just quickly, on that same day, I was down in Coachella and missed having board member Firestone there, but was glad that we were able to celebrate along with Regional Administrator Guzman, Assemblymember Garcia and other leaders, Gasol Estrada with Coachella Water District, the 100th consolidation that the board has done. We've done a bit over 100, but it was nice to really mark that sort of number, especially in the community out in the Eastern Coachella Valley. It was a consolidation for a school. And so that even in a school that my aunt taught at for a number of years, my cousin taught at as well, and in the school district my parents worked for. So it was nice to come home and be able to celebrate. On the 12th, toured Hyperion along with Board Member McGuire and really appreciated folks hosting us for that. And then on the 13th, it was the American Geophysical Union, their annual conference, and was able to talk about some of the modeling work and water rights work that we've done. And thanks to Mr. Ekdahl and others for helping to bridge to that discussion. Vice Chair.
I only have one thing to report in that, and that is that because you had other events to go to, Chair, I represented the board at the Advancing Restoration Interagency Summit at Asilomar, and this was an opportunity for our staff at the state board level and regional boards, along with Department of Fish and Wildlife. Same thing, their state team that is working on restoration, and also their regional offices. And then we also had participation from resource conservation districts in some counties. But it was a great opportunity to talk about our restoration order, the many projects that have already been approved, and also just really encouraging use of that order and use to an opportunity to exchange ideas about how best to use the order, and along with our vegetation management order. So kind of a kickoff for a busy year ahead with a lot of restoration projects that the regional boards will be looking at.
Thanks so much, Vice Chair. It was it's an exciting convening. It's an exciting time in the conservation and restoration field. And just thank you for always representing our work so well there. And you're telling us about the great convening. So thank you. That brings us to the end of board member reports and brings us to the end of today's agenda. But before I wrap, I have to say it also brings us to the last meeting here of the year, but important, but also incredibly meaningful to me and hard to acknowledge, because it's going to be very hard to imagine this space without your just continued presence. But it's also Director Sobek's last meeting here with us. And so just thank you for, I know, an incredible 6 years under sometimes not the most ideal circumstances. And I just extend my thanks from the board, extend a thanks of many Californians that don't know all the decision-making that we've rested on your shoulders these last years, and come to depend upon your wise judgment, your friendship as well amongst it. So thank you, Director Sobek. And congratulations to our incoming director, Eric Oppenheimer, who we will start next year's board meetings with fresh here as our executive director. But please, I'll put you on the spotlight. You've never been in the spotlight. You're not one to be, but.
Well, thank you. And I don't want to say anything because I think everybody needs to go home. And this is a great board meeting to end on, with two really important decisions over the finish line that I can put not in my column, but during my tenure, because it takes a big village here. So I think the great news is Eric is fabulous, and it's going to be a great and pretty easy transition. So, and I'm not going to promise to watch every board meeting online in the future, but maybe from time to time to see what happens on big events. But anyway, thank you for all your kind words and your nice email and all that. I've really enjoyed my tenure, but I'm looking forward to stepping away and not having a full-time job anymore. So thanks for everybody, to all of you guys and everybody else. So we'll get together. We'll see each other. I'm not leaving the area, and I feel quite sure that we'll stay in touch.
Thank you, Director Sobek.
You and I both need a Kleenex.
Yes.
So I think maybe we should adjourn.
That brings this meeting to an end. We're adjourned until 2024. Thanks everyone for an incredible year. Looking forward to the next. Thanks, all. Be well.